victory. Chuck, as he's affectionately called, will be the morning line favorite a little bit later on. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So happy to have you with us. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, and that is just a small taste of all of the great action we have coming up for you on today's show. It has turned out to be an absolutely glorious day here in New York, where we are on week 2 of the Belmont Park Fall Meet, as I'm pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. Looking forward to all of that exciting stuff coming up, Andy.
I agree. A lot of great stuff. They 28 races on today's show, 11 from Belmont, 11 from Churchill Downs, and 6 stake races from Parks a little bit later. So looking forward to all the action. I'm really looking forward to seeing Life is Good running here at Belmont. As a gambler, I don't think I'll be betting him at 1 to 9. He looks like a single, and 2 pick 5s. Actually, there's an additional one starting in his race, but I think he may be as good as any horse in this country, and I can't wait to see him run.
He was spectacular, tasting defeat for the first time last time out. We'll look to get back to the winner's circle today, as it is our America's Best Racing race of the week, the Grade 2 Kelso, going 1 mile on the main track. And we take a look at the field, a scratch of informative. Life is Good, 1 to 9 on the morning line, and he does seem to be worth it, Andy, as he was really game last time out with Jackie's Warrior. It was off of a big layoff as well. He's a horse that's had the propensity to drift, but we've seen a lot of improved maturity from him as well, both in training and his races.
I mean, this was a horse who very likely would have been a heavy favorite in both the Kentucky Derby and Preakness, and likely would have won those races considering how talented he is. Coming off a 5-month layoff into this race and running against the kind of talent that Jackie's Warrior, who I would say is a significant favorite to end up being the sprinter of the year. Yes. He's going to win the Gallant Bob later, and then he's going to be probably the favorite. I'm sure he's going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And he set down wicked fractions considerably faster than the 2 Grade 1s for older horses, one guy Gamine earlier in the day, and he just barely missed holding off Jackie's Warrior. He's a tremendous horse. I just can't wait to see him on the racetrack.
I love that stall shot of him as well. He's been training so impressively for trainer Todd Pletcher too, as he'll make the 2nd start of his career for that Hall of Fame barn. But coming up a little bit later on, we do have some terrific stakes action. You mentioned the Gallant Bob. That's one of the stakes races to look forward to at Parks. Also the Pennsylvania Derby, and it did come up a terrific field, and looking forward to Hot Rod Charlie.
Yeah, I'm a huge Hot Rod Charlie fan. He really won me over in the Belmont Stakes. He didn't win, but he did everything but. In some ways, like Life is Good did, and losing to Essential Quality, who's gone on to be the leader of the division, and rightfully so. But I think that Hot Rod Charlie has a chance with a win today, and then a good performance, if not winning, but beating him in the Breeders' Cup. Maybe a chance to unseat him. It won't be easy. He probably has to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think he might win the Breeders' Cup Classic, but he's got to win today, and he's facing a pretty interesting cast. Obviously, Midnight Bourbon had the good trip last time in the Travers, but new shooters like Speaker's Corner, and even the New York bred American Revolution. I'm interested to see what that guy does as well, but Hot Rod Charlie is the star of the show.
He certainly is. Of course, we need the Spirit out, and unfortunately Keep Me in Mind out as well with a foot issue. But as we take a look at Hot Rod Charlie, this performance, I think, with Essential Quality in the Belmont, he went quick up front. They absolutely threw it down in a terrific rendition of the Belmont Stakes. Came back across the wire first in the Haskell to be disqualified for interference, and rightfully so. He's been as consistent as they come, though, Andy, just looking at his overall body of work.
I agree. You know, obviously it's unfortunate what happened in Monmouth last time, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he ran very well in there. He is a horse that's been better when they're more aggressive with him, but he showed an ability to rate last time. We'll see. You'll see how the pace plays. Obviously, Midnight Bourbon is a speed, but with Medina Spirit coming out, it takes away a lot of the speed from the race.
Midnight Bourbon, they sent him last time out in the Run Happy Travers, which was absolutely the right move to do, and he was just worn down by Essential Quality. He's another one that has run very good races, 2nd in the Preakness, 2nd in the Run Happy Travers, with a big buyer speed figure off this effort.
Right. I mean, I think it really is a question of whether or not you think his buyer figure is something that he can repeat going forward at this point in his career at least, or if it was very much a function of controlling on the front end, a track that was very kind of that running style, both that day and the whole meet, especially going 2 turns. I think last time was his time to shine. I made a huge bet on him last time. I mean, listen, I don't regret it. He lost to a better horse than Essential Quality and everything his own way, but it's not not like, as you say, that race comes out of nowhere. His effort in the Preakness was a very good one, and he wasn't going to lose the Haskell by that much, contesting a pace that totally fell apart.
Speaker's Corner won at Saratoga last time out, going 7 furlongs. Bill Mott saying that was what we were waiting for. He's got to face the big boys today, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I am very interested to see what Speaker's Corner does. It's a horse that ran a very, very tough maiden race here last year. They include Greatest Honor, who was a star down in Florida, Caddo River, who had looked good but didn't fall apart, Miles D, who ran third in that Travers, second in the Curlin. He's good, and he ran very well at Saratoga, but he's facing some very good and more experienced, accomplished racehorses.
It's an interesting edition of the Pennsylvania Derby this afternoon at Churchill Downs. However, there's some more stakes action, too. We have the Bourbon Trail coming up 1 mile and 3/16 for the 3-year-olds as King Fury, yet another horse coming out of that Run Happy Travers and looking to get his own trip to the winner's circle.
And I think that Ken McPeak may have found the right spot for this horse today. I mean, how good is he? I don't know. His Ohio Derby was okay. His Lexington was good, though there's one where we're looking at here. It was also a function of a fast pace, a wicked fast pace that fell apart. But on the other hand, I don't know where his real competition comes from in this race unless you're a huge fan of horses coming out of derbies like the West Virginia Derby, the Ellis Park Derby, or the prestigious St. Louis Derby. Dr. Jack was the one that interested me a little bit going to Steve Asmussen, but King Fury, he looks like a heavy favorite, and he's part of a cross-country pick 5 here, which contains 3 very heavy favorites.
Yeah, cannot wait to see that cross-country pick 5 sequence, though. Always fun. As we'll take a look at all that's on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what we have. Races 1 through 11 at Belmont, 2 graded stakes, fast main track, good turf course after the rain we had yesterday morning. 1 through 11 at Churchill, including the Bourbon Trail and the Dogwood, and races 7 through 12 from Parks, including that Grade 1 Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion as well. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match bonus. So much to look forward to on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races, and that includes the opener from Churchill Downs. We have the 2-year-olds. We'll talk about it after this break. Stay with us as we're just getting started.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. There's a look at an iconic shot at beautiful Churchill Downs, and that will be the site of our first live race of the day on this Saturday program. 2-year-olds going a mile on the main track in this $40,000 claiming race, and we have a significant scratch of the number 4, Jinsu Warrior, who did look to be a very short price in here. So we'll kick things off in the post parade with the 1, Climb and Maintain, Andy.
Goes turf to dirt, but starting to think maybe this horse is better in the dirt. Won the only dirt start he's been in, and feels to me like the horse to beat.
Goes back to the site of that debut win. Here's Magic Shot.
Well, Magic Shot's the speed, at least on paper, if you want the speed. And frankly, the last race makes him a contender.
Open length maiden score last time out. Here's a class dropper, Rumble Strip Ron.
Well, the horse obviously named for owner Ron Paolucci. This horse has taken an awful lot of money coming in from Thistledown. Ron must be getting set to get a bankroll for later today. I wish him good luck.
I would think so. He's probably locked in and ready for action.
Definitely in action. Oh, he's ready for action.
Oh, yes. Here's the 5, Exclaim went by, and the 6, Cousin Greg.
Yeah, they feel like Exclaim, especially the rank outsider in here. Cousin Greg is taking some money. Did win the last start in a maiden 16,000, but at the end of the day, the buyer figure of 43 makes him a player in this race. Why is the 3 a heavy favorite?
Glass drop, guessing in here. Looks like we've got a great crowd. Lots of smiles, enthusiasm on track at Churchill Downs. It's a nice looking program she's got there as well. Very excited for all of that. As we want to remind you too, with TwinSpire's Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in, and with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the TwinSpires app today or visit twinspires.com. As we're taking a look at the number 3 Rumble Strip Ron Paolucci, the owner, Anthony Cordarolo, the trainer, as he had this horse as well in his debut. Ray Lou Gutierrez with 2 wins on the card yesterday. It could be the Ray Lou fan club.
Well, Ray Lou has a big fan club. He's got a big fan club right up here in this set, for sure. Ray Lou's the man. Ray Lou asked me the other day on Twitter when he was going to be on the show. I told him anytime, as though I'm in charge of that.
You're just going to bring him up one day and kick me out of the seat?
Isn't distance really a question for this horse?
Sure.
You know, I mean, I'm just not convinced. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not going to say any horse in this race can't win. Yeah. I think you would feel the same way, Acacia, and that would even include Exclaim, who feels a little bit tough on paper. But why is this horse an overwhelming favorite, especially trying to get the mile?
That's a big question. The only distance race was on the turf, and it was in salty company in the Kentucky Downs at Juvenile Mile last time out on grass. Blinkers going on as well. I wonder if they'll be aggressive with him early, looking at the warm-up and stretching out in distance. But the 1, Climb and Maintain, it was sprinting in that debut at Churchill, but it was a victory first time out on the main track.
Right. Now, I mean, you could have the same discussion with this horse trying to get longer. Talking about a 2-1 and a horse that lost the last race on the turf, going along by 66 lengths. I'm not sure why they pressed forward in the turf after the horse ran as poorly as he did first time in the grass. And the question is, has this horse completely lost his form of any kind, or does he just absolutely hate the grass? Well, he probably hates the grass, but can he run back to his first race stretching out? I don't know. He seems like a decent enough alternative, but he's 2-1 if you're looking for an alternative. I'm not sure why. You know, we'll see if the odds change from here.
Looking at the 2, Magic Shot, he had an open length win last time out as a favorite in his 2nd start with the drop-in class at Ellis Park for Keith DeSormo. Stretches out today, and it does just feel like a logical next spot as far as the level, where you have a couple others in here who do have some dirtied up form.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, I don't see why this horse can't win at 5-1. I mean, here's a question for you. Why is this horse with similar figs to the number 6, who comes out of a win in maiden 16? Why is this horse 5-1 and the 6 3-1?
No,
I'm not
agree.
saying either one can't win the race. I'm just saying, why would you not want a much better price on this one?
Do you think it's our Greg Wolf who's betting on Cousin Greg, and that's why he's 3-1?
I don't know. I asked Greg if he was a cousin to anybody involved with this horse, and he was confused when I asked him. So I'm guessing not, but he's had some time since then to change. So maybe, he's contacted Norm Cassie and found out he is in fact related.
Family members.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe everything came together for him. But I'm going to guess if Greg's involved, he's singling in the pick 5.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Well, good luck if your name is Greg as well.
Yeah.
Cousin Greg.
But he went down from 3-1 to 5-2. And when the horses with people's names and of common names take money, they usually get early and they drift up from there. I guess the bottom line is in a race where Rumble Strip Ron can be 8-5, I think you can't question any horses having their odds as low. I would argue that the value on the board is the 2 at 5-1. I'm not in love with him, but
no, I agree.
And the other thing about the 2 Magic Shot, isn't he totally loose in this race?
I would think so. Also, you know, it's interesting, too. They debuted him at 7 furlongs. And I know he didn't run. He showed a little early interest, but it was against significantly tougher in maiden special weight at Ellis.
No, I think that's a great point. It suggests they're not worried about him having a problem. I know he's a trap shot. I was more of a sprinter, but that's a good point. I agree. I'm not. It's not that I particularly like trap shot, but I feel like that I have to bet a few dollars on the number 2.
We'll see what's happening here. Feels like we are going to have a late scratch, we're being told. Late scratch of the number 2 Magic Shot. So, unfortunately, no value to be found there. Mitchell Murrill taking his tack off, and in the case that the rider feels that there may not be something completely right with the horse, there are always attending veterinarians behind the starting gate. They'll be able to bring the horse over, have the horse examined. It's protecting the horse first and foremost, protecting the rider, protecting the bettors. You'd much rather not have a horse that's not 100% compete on that day.
Oh, 1,000%. Absolutely. I had already bet the horse. Happy to get my $10 back because you were not getting $10 if this horse had bet, and that's what I bet, $10. It's my action bet for this race.
Late
Let you know.
Scratch.
Look who's here. Claude's here to fix the TV.
Oh,
Everything's
I'm excited.
happening up here.
We need to get Parks on our TV. Get ready for all the big action a little bit later. Late scratch of the number 2 Magic Shot. 6-5 on the 3. Rumble Strip Ron on the drop in class. He broke his maiden against fellow Ohio breds.
Well, he's the speed now, right? You got to think Ray Lou's going to go. I guess the other speed potentially is the 6 Cousin Greg, but it feels like, you know, obviously his chances went up, but I tell you what, I would bet against him in this spot. I don't want to root. I'm not rooting against. I'm not playing. I'm not rooting against my man Ron Paolucci, but I would bet against this horse at 6-5.
Trying to find some value.
Bet the 1.
That will be your favorite. Into the starting gate we go for the opener at Churchill Downs. Again, late scratch of the 2 Magic Shot as we send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call of the first.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Rumble Strip Ron and Climb In Maintain, the 2 of them out well toward the inside. Exclaim and Cousin Greg to their outside, not far behind in the early stages. Rumble Strip Ron is keyed up and leading the way. Opens up to lead by half a length as they head up the chute and come for the main track. Just about 6 furlongs to go. And it's Rumble Strip Ron crossing over in control. Exclaim with only mild pressure from second, and Cousin Greg is keeping pace with them, third on the outside. 3 lengths back to Climb and Maintain, who settles in fourth, 5 lengths off pace, making Rumble Strip Ron with 5 furlongs left. Opening quarter mile in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Rumble Strip Ron and Exclaim going head-to-head now, and they've gone 3 lengths clear of Cousin Greg, who's waiting back in third with 4 furlongs to go. First half of the race in 46 and 2. Climb and Maintain is the trailer, still about 5 lengths off the lead. So 3 furlongs to go. Rumble Strip Ron rolling along up top. Exclaim still with only mild pressure. And now Cousin Greg is honing in once again, right in behind, racing in third, angling outside for the quarter pole. Climb and Maintain is catching up to, under pressure fourth and toward the inside. At the top of the stretch, Rumble Strip Ron trying to see it out. Exclaims on the wrong lead back in second. Cousin Greg trying to rally from third. Climb and Maintain is fourth. There's a furlong to go. And Rumble Strip Ron opens up by 2. Cousin Greg now moves into second, trying to run down Rumble Strip Ron in the final 16th. Rumble Strip Ron still there. Cousin Greg continues to get closer, but so does the wire. Rumble Strip Ron goes gate to wire in the opener. Cousin Greg was second. Exclaim was third.
Your favorite, number 3, Rumble Strip Ron gets the job done under Raylu Gutierrez. You can't miss him in the Luch Lime Green.
No, you got to love those silks. They're the announcer's best friend. What be better than a gray with those silks on?
Oh, yes.
Went the French at an honest pace. It feels like climb and maintain. It's not the turf. He just can't run competitively. Cousin Greg looked like he had a chance going to run him down. He just could not do it.
3-6-5-1 under the line in the opener at Churchill Downs. At Belmont Park, we get ready to kick off the live racing action with the first today, made in special weight. Also for the 2-year-olds, this one for the fillies, 1 scratch off the 5. Currently the number 4, Nest, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. The full brother to Grade 1 winner Idol is the even money favorite on the board.
Yeah, I have no idea why you'd want to take a short price. It feels like people are just looking at the others and saying, well, nobody here ran well, so if Ness can run, he's going to win. And maybe, or she is, maybe that's the case. Full to Idol. Todd Pletcher is 0 for 15 with 5 hitting the board with his 2-year-old first-time starters going long in the dirt over the last 5 years at NYRA. He's 1 for 22 at all racetracks with 8 hitting the board and a 71-cent ROI. This barn, and he is as good a trainer as there is in the country with first-time starters, has not done well. It feels like one of the reasons is he's not running particularly good ones going long because he's too good a trainer to have that kind of record.
Even money right now with the 2-year-olds as we head down. Let's get a paddock report from Richard Migliori. Hey, Richie, what are you seeing from these fillies?
Well, I'm seeing a really well-behaved group of fillies. Just they're all acting very classy, handling everything as well as you could ask young horses to handle. The one, Dover Dreams, trained by Chad Brown, a half to Wavell Avenue, a Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint winner for Chad. Asked about her, and he said could not be any more different than her sister, Wavell Avenue. And you can see the influence of the sire Arrogate here. She's longer, Wavell Avenue, excuse me. She's longer, leaner, and, you know, has that gray coat, but you can see the influence from Arrogate here more than the female side of the family, and she should really appreciate going further. Chad said that both of his fillies, in fact, don't really have what he'd call a turn of foot, but they've always been very, very steady in their training. Go in the Smile on the 16th, you want to see horses that are more steady, not horses that are going to be as brilliant. Usually leads to the horses that will stay. Looking at Ness, she's very well turned out. You wouldn't expect less from a Hall of Fame conditioner like Todd Pletcher. Asked about her, says she's been a little bit slow away from the gate. Last work out of the gate was her best so far. Still not what you would call fast away. And another one that's just been steady. He says her gallop outs are always good. Her works are just okay. So here, kind of addressing what Andy was saying, not a horse that's showing any kind of brilliance, but he feels like she has a lot of foundation and she should be fit and ready to get the mile and a 16th distance. But again, just a steady sort, not a lot of speed.
All right, Richie, thank you. 6-5 right now on the number 4, Nest. We'll see how she breaks out of the gate today as we get ready to kick off the early pick 5 and the first from Belmont Park after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. We get ready to kick off the live racing action from Belmont in the opener here at Big Sandy. And it's a mile and a 16th on the main track for this 2-year-old. Maiden special weight will kick off with one of two for Chad Brown. Andy, here is Dover Dreams.
This one finished ahead of the other Chad Brown runner, Saffron Moon, first time they met. 6.5, and like the other one, stretching out. This one's an Arrogate. Paid a lot of money. You would think, as an Arrogate, should improve stretching out.
Here's the 2 Sea Pines, another one stretching out.
Ran in one of those restricted claiming rate maiden special weight races for horses bought or sold for under $45,000 and did a little running, taking some money.
She was very green first time out. Let's see how she acts today. Here's the 3 Annihilate.
They tried the turf first time out, and we'll see. I mean, the Dam was actually a pretty good horse, mostly route, so maybe this horse will run better on the turf.
Here's that first-time starter,
Dirty.
Nest.
Yeah, I think you're making a mistake. You're taking a super short price. I mean, maybe there's just no talent in here and this horse will win, but this horse was working with a couple of horses that did not run well for Todd Pletcher, and the stats for the Pletcher barn are too poor for me with these kind of firsters to take a short price.
And the other one for Chad Brown, here is the 6 Saffron Moon.
I'm betting on Saffron Moon in this race. Has been working favorably with the other Chad Brown runner, and I think will improve stretching out from the first race. I think this one is interesting as the sort of oddly the longest shot on the board.
Has actually been outworking her stablemate, Dover Dreams, in the mornings, too. As you can follow along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all of the races on today's show. You can also play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program, and it is some really good New York racing today. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit Naira.com/Showdown to get started. The number 1, Dover Dreams, we saw her being just a little bit obstinate out there with Javier Castellano in the saddle. She is the half to Wavell Avenue Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner.
Yeah, now I want to say that Wavell Avenue may have broken her maiden going longer
and off
the turf
too.
race. Yeah, so she could go longer. She was just better going shorter, and you see the sire Arrogate, so you would think that Arrogate should improve with more distance, and so perhaps she will get better. They paid a lot of money for her. She didn't really get bet in her first start, and she didn't really run.
Do you know what I found about the Arrogates, though, is that, and you can kind of see it from her, they're a smaller, lighter frame. And he was not a big, burly horse.
No.
But looking at the offspring, and there was the first winner for Arrogate was for Mark Cassie in Saratoga. We saw her come back and run yesterday, too. It's taken them a while to get going, and they don't strike you physically as ones that really want to go longer.
Well, I mean, it'll be interesting. You know, we have not seen an enormous amount of success from the stallions from that barn, so we'll see what he does. He was obviously a tremendous racehorse.
Absolutely.
I prefer the other one, Saffron Moon, and we both hit on the fact that this horse has been working favorably with the one horse and is a much bigger price. There was a couple lengths between them last time, but I'm hoping there's some improvement for this one. Also didn't get bet, particularly first time out, though, with a slightly shorter price. But I'm going to hone on these two horses for this barn, stretching out in their second starts, but I prefer the number 6 on the outside, Saffron Moon.
2-year-old fillies getting those warm-ups in as we check in again with Richie.
Yeah, as we watch these fillies go onto the training track to go behind the starting 8, the mile and a 16 starts up in the chute. I'm in agreement about the 6 Saffron Moon. I'm seeing a filly from a physical perspective that should really relish the mile and a 16th. I loved her warm-up. She just got a big, strong gallop on her, covers a lot of ground, gets an outside post, should gallop into the race, and I think she's a very generous price at 7-1, as good as she looks on the racetrack. And out of all of these fillies, the one that I think will appreciate the mile and a 16th the most, the 3-horse Annihilate is another one that I think is probably getting on the right surface. They started her long on the turf, but I'm seeing a dirt filly. I'm not seeing a turf filly from a physical perspective, and she is by a mare that won the Indiana Oaks, which is on dirt. So I think Annihilate, I'm going to use the 6, but I'm going to use the 3 underneath her as well. Then just getting back to the 4 Nest quickly, talking about, you know, her gait moves in the morning. You know, every horse has to break to the satisfaction of the official starter here at the New York Racing Association tracks before they're allowed to start. So she has broken well enough that she's okay to start. That's why we're getting an okay card from the starting gate. So I didn't want to paint the picture that she's so slow away. It's just that a lot of times they'll give a horse the okay card if they're just proficient, not particularly fast away from the starting gate, Acacia.
all about that schooling, that preparation. Richie, thank you. Ness, the first-time starter. She's also the half-sister to Dr. Jack, who we'll see in the Bourbon Trail later on today.
Yeah, who's left the Pletcher barn. Actually went to Steve Asmussen. I think it's an interesting point that Richie's bringing up. A lot of times I think people mistake horses that are sluggish out of the gate for breaking slowly. There are plenty of horses that break with the field, and then they just sort of take themselves out of the races. And I think people will say, oh, that horse broke 2 lengths slow. Well, no. To me, at least, watching, it's did you break with the field?
Yeah.
And they'll break with the field, but then they just show no interest in staying with the pack after that. And I think there's a big difference because obviously a horse that breaks 2 lengths behind the field or even a length beyond the field is sort of spotting that amount of ground. But a horse that doesn't sluggish, sometimes that's just the way they run. They're very sluggish early and they get going much later.
You can school them, practice breaking from the gate in the morning, as Richie was talking about, that preparation. Sometimes it doesn't always carry to the afternoon, though, and hard to simulate that actual race-like setting.
No question about it. It's, you know, even if they're experienced, but especially with 2-year-olds, who knows what happens when the game. You talk to trainers in their first race. What do they say to you when they like a first-time starting 2-year-old? I hope he or she breaks.
Absolutely. And then it's up to them from then on. Into the gate they go from the opener at beautiful Belmont Park, the 2-year-old fillies, as we get ready for the live racing action to start here. We send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial, with the call.
And they're off. That was a bobbling beginning. Unseating the rider there was number 6, Saffron Moon. So we have a loose horse there. Saffron Moon is a loose horse at the back of the pack. Up front and out for the lead is Annihilate. Annihilate is in front with Nest on the outside running in second, then Sea Pines and Dover Dreams. They are heads apart, third and fourth, as these 2-year-old maiden fillies go up the back stretch. And the leader is Annihilate in front, 3/4 of a length. Nest, the first-time starters on the outside in second. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Dover Dreams down at the rail in third, and then it is Sea Pines. They continue along here with Annihilate, showing the way here by a full length, now by a length and a quarter. Nest is second by a neck. Dover Dreams is down at the rail, and Sea Pines trails as they go around the far turn after a half in 48 and 1/5 seconds. And it is Annihilate who leads here by a half length, with Nest getting closer now on the outside in second. Almost 2 lengths to Dover Dreams, who's asked to pick it up from third. And farther back is Sea Pines. The field now coming for the top of the stretch. It's Annihilate on the inside and Nest on the outside, and the two of them are right together with Dover Dreams in third and farther back Sea Pines in fourth, 3/4 up in 1:12 and 3. Less than 3/16 to the finish, and it is Nest who has taken over. It's Nest in front and drawing away here in the stretch. Dover Dreams moving up on the outside into second. It will be the first-time starter, Nest, to a breaker maiden, first time out, going 1 mile and a 16th. Then it was Dover Dreams, followed by Annihilate.
Well, it was that first-time starter, number 4, Nest, the filly by Curlin, to break her maiden on debut. But obviously, Andy, the race did change at the start as the number 6, Saffron Moon, dropped her rider at the break.
Right, I'm looking at it now. I think the actual outrider may have just caught up and caught the number 6 after the finish line, so that's a good sign. Did see him finish, but Nest, I ran to the money. Hard to know what happened. The 6 was in here, but it didn't matter. The number 4 Nest took all the money and galloped away to victory in this race, leaving the others behind to an easy victory. Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher getting the money.
Big filly by Curlin certainly relished the distance. She finished up easily. Second-time starter Dover Dreams. It did check in for second, as we'll take a look at the break. Keeping our eyes on the outside, it was the number 6 who lost Manny Franco. They parted ways. She stumbled.
Ooh, she stumbled badly. And she stumbled after the start. I feel like she took a stride and then she stumbled, and Manny went over the front. Hopefully Manny's okay. We'll give you an update when we get that. I did see the outrider coming back with the number 6 horse, who I'm sure many of you saw finish the race, and that's important. But Manny appears to be okay. There's Manny getting a disappointed Manny Franco, but most importantly, he is okay, and that's what we care about the most.
Absolutely. took a ride back, just not the way he had initially planned. And you see the athleticism of these jockeys too. He was able to curl into a ball, avoid being stepped on, which is a scary moment at the start. Is there Saffron Moon, the number 6, with the outrider. We have such a tremendous team of outriders too to help horses or riders in trouble, loose horse out on track, and they're what make a safe and functioning racetrack possible.
And the great news for people like me is I get a chance to lose another $100.
We'll see Saffron Moon next time. However,
2 to 1 for me to get even.
It was the number 4 Nest, the favorite to get the job done on debut. Todd Pletcher, the trainer, with Irad Ortiz in the saddle, the full sister to Grade 1 winner Idol. We'll bring you prices and reactions after this break. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
Has won the Del Mar Futurity. It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes. Holiday with a front.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bet, so you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. At Parx in Pennsylvania, they are 3 races in, and we're excited for all of that action. You can join Naira Bets and play it all and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at nairabets.com to get that $200 deposit match. Looks like a beautiful day and a great crowd. Pennsylvania Derby Days. We welcome in Liza Hendricks live with us at Parx this afternoon. And Liza, we have such a great atmosphere, so much star power to look forward to on today's card.
Thanks, Acacia. It is a beautiful sunny day here at Parx. We're right outside of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, and it is Pennsylvania Derby Day, Pennsylvania's biggest day of racing. We have a great crowd and atmosphere here today. We did get some rain earlier in the week, but it has dried out a little, and the track conditions are fast and good. Later today, we will have a square-off in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby between Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon. We also have another Grade 1 before that in the Grade 1 Cotillion with Clairiere. And we'll also have Jackie's Warrior before that race in the Grade 2 Gallant Bob. And of course, Caravel, the Pennsylvania bred, in the Turf Monster.
Liza, thank you. Liza will be with us throughout the afternoon. And here's a look, Andy, at the Park Saturday stake schedule, jam-packed. And Liza mentioned some of the big horses we have to look forward to.
Yeah, I know. There's obviously a lot of good races there. It seems like everybody's scurried away to run in the Park's Dirt Mile as opposed to running in the Kelso against Life is Good. See how that works out. Obviously, the Gallant Bob's got Jackie's Word. We're hoping to see him in the Vosburg, but he'll run there instead.
Well, we continue on with the live racing here, as we'll have Parks for you a little bit later on. But race 2 at Churchill is our next order of business. 6 furlongs on the main track. It is a race for non-winners of 2 in life. $20,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, currently 6-5 on the number 5, Flash of Promise, turning back in distance for Robertino Diodoro. But the number 1, O-Dog, kicks off the post parade.
That's a big win back in Fairgrounds. This is the first start in almost 8 months.
Back to the main track and back to sprinting as well. Here's the 2, Mahomes Money.
Yeah, I actually think this horse is very dangerous near and appears to be the controlling speed, at least on paper.
Blinkers on today, too. Here's the 3, Farzin.
Yeah, Farzin's got just 2 dirt starts, I'm sorry, and they're not very good.
Big price on the board. Here's one at 9-2, Hoist the Mainsail.
A horse that's been mostly running on the turf in the better races recently, but does have some good efforts on the turf, synthetic.
Big warm-up for your favorite. Here's Flash of Promise.
Yeah, I'm coming in from Canterbury for Robertino Diodoro. I'm not in love with the races this horse ran out of town. I actually prefer the 2 at a better price.
Number 6, Oxon is next.
Yeah, Oxon is going to have to improve off of his efforts.
He's getting some attention at 5-1, coming in from Ellis Park. And here's the 7, Cipriano.
I can say the same thing about him, a horse that's second off a long... Geez, this horse was off for over 2 years and did run on the turf last time.
Blinkers off today, too. As it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting, and not surprising, it is the number 5, Flash of Promise, 5-2 on the morning line, currently 6-5 on the board for Robertino Diodoro, owned and trained by that Diodoro barn. If you want to bet the Twin Spires Market Mover or anybody coming up in this race, go to twinspires.com or download the Twin Spires app today. The only win, Andy, for this horse, too, was when he was placed first through a disqualification. Trying to beat the favorite in here?
No, I mean, listen, I don't have a big problem with this horse.
Sure.
He can obviously win. I just think there's better value in betting the number 2, Mahomes Money, who I don't think is significantly less likely to win. You know, it's a question of how do you rate this horse in the Canterbury races. I think you make a very good point about the fact that his only win was via disqualification. It says he was bothered late. I did not watch the race. Maybe he would have won anyway. But he's got one figure that sticks out like a sore thumb, that 73 last time. It doesn't hold up under scrutiny, if you ask me. His last race going a mile, ran 3rd, but he's been short prices in a lot of races and failed to get it done. And I think his chief competition is as good as he is and has a tactical advantage.
There's a look at the number 2, Mahomes Money, turning back to the main track, and some dirtied up form, I think, with some of those recent races.
I agree. I think his recent races are better than they look on paper. And as opposed to those races, at least on paper, he's supposed to be able to control. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen, but he is supposed to be able to control. He is faster early than these horses. And last time on the turf, I really don't care what happened. He's not a turf horse. So I don't understand why. You know, I get why the Phi is favored, but I thought he would be a narrow second choice.
Number 4, Hoist the Mainsail, turning back in distance. For me, at a shorter price, he was a little bit tough to make.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say his last dry track dirt race when he was still with Ken McPeak was good enough to be effective here going a mile in a conditional 20,000 claimers. So I don't think he's impossible. I thought he was the 3rd likeliest winner.
When you're comparing speed figures, maybe for people watching that are not as used to using those figures as a guide, you mentioned one that maybe doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Obviously, they're a great tool to use, but there's other factors that go into handicapping, too.
Well, right. But, yes, there are many. And, you know, I believe in speed figures implicitly, but I agree. There are many things to look at. Race shape, how the races the horse has been running, you know, were they under favorable conditions or not. But as far as Flash of Promise, the reason I said about the race 2 back, you look at that one figure, it's so much higher than the other ones. I always try to look those figures up. And if you look at Formulator, you can look at the prior races or subsequent races, the horse out of that race, and it doesn't hold up at that figure at 73. I'm sure it's accurate for the final time.
Sure.
It just doesn't hold up for the quality of the field.
Was that race an outlier, so to speak? And looks like that might be the case. The 1-0 Dog off of a big layoff hasn't run since February for Steve Margolis.
To be fair, the maiden win 3 races back was actually competitive with these horses. I didn't look up layoff stats for Steve Margolis, so I don't know. But in this field, I don't think any horse should be dismissed. He is just a 1-number horse. His other 2 dirt races are way too slow to be competitive.
3-5 now on the favorite. Flash of Promise for Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen off in a very dangerous team. We'll see if they run to the money as they go into the gate for the second at Churchill Downs. Here's track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Farzin, Oxon, and Cipriano. They're in the gate, and they're off. Oxon, good beginning. So to Mahomes Money toward the inside. Flash of Promise is there, and so is Hoist the Mainsail up close and racing third. Oxon is back into fourth. Cipriano backs out of there to settle fifth. O-Dog in sixth, and Farzin is the trailer in seventh. Down the backstretch they go. Flash of Promise is the leader, and Mahomes Money toward the inside is keeping pace. These two head and head for the lead. Oxon outside of Hoist the Mainsail. They're third and fourth together, are onto the far turn now, and Flash of Promise takes over. Flash of Promise takes the lead round the far turn run, leads by half a length. Mahomes Money's working harder to keep up second toward the rail. Hoist the Mainsail's not far behind, neither is Oxon. O-Dog's in behind that first flight. Cipriano's winding up with a wide sweep, 4-5 wide there. At the top of the stretch, Flash of Promise set down for the drive, fully extended though. Hoist the Mainsail's trying to get by. O-Dog's got a shot, and Cipriano down the center of the track at the mid-stretch marker. Flash of Promise is still there length and a half. O-Dog finishing with interest though. Flash of Promise leads down to a length. O-Dog on the outside runs up into second, trying to catch Flash of Promise, but Flash of Promise holds on. Barely. O-Dog was second. Hoist the Mainsail and Cipriano.
The favorite, Flash of Promise, able to hold off a late run from the layoff runner, O-Dog, as an interesting, some pace dynamics early on in the race. Andy, David Cohen not afraid to be aggressive with the favorite, though.
Yeah, well, when there was absolutely no aggression shown by the 2, Mahomes Money, it was getting nothing regardless. But he was virtually eased in this race. But when that rider showed no interest in being aggressive in the front end, I give Cohen credit. He was aggressive with the favorite and got the money.
5-1-7-4 looks under the line in race 2 at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont Park in the opener. It was the 2-year-old fillies and first-time starter Nest getting her picture taken on debut. The 6 Saffron Moon did lose her rider, Manny Franco, after the start, but luckily both horse and rider were okay, and a short-priced winner to kick things off at Belmont Park.
Yep, Nest gets it done relatively impressively. Looking forward to comparing that time of 1:33 and 4. Keep in mind, these are 2-year-old firsters going a mile 16 first time out. You're not likely to see blistering times. Comparing that time going forward, not sure what she beat, but she did it impressively.
Winning at first try as we go to Richie for more.
Here with Irad Ortiz, Nest was so impressive here. Irad, you told me you had an opportunity to work this filly before she ever ran.
Yeah, she worked last week from the gate. She was really nice. I really like him, and they like the filly too. Thought do a great job. First time going mile 16, that was the only question, but the way she did it, you know, we know she can do it, and hopefully she can move forward from this race.
I mean, I could see how happy you are with it. You think she's a stakes filly.
I mean, honestly, in the morning I work against a colt, and she was really good. She opened up in the gallop out. We know she's probably bred for the distance. We was hoping this, but I mean, she got talent. She showed some talent in the morning, and we was waiting on the afternoon if she can do the same that she does in the morning, in the afternoon, and look like she had no problem with that.
Well, speaking of talent, you ride a very talented colt coming up in the Kelso. Life is Good. You watched his races. What's the game plan going in?
Well, I mean, it's look like a fast horse. Last time he went 7-18, 21-44 against Jackie's Warrior. He's a really nice horse. He do everything. I mean, I watch all the replays. I watch Mike Smith, the way he ride him, and I just try to find out the way the horse wants to run, and look pretty easy. So let's see. Today he went 1 mile. He went to 1:16 before in the San Felipe. So look the horse in the morning. He looks ready. So we expect a really good race from him.
Best of luck in going forward. And I think with Life is Good's case, maybe just be a really good passenger instead of a pilot.
Got a big smile from my rider Ortiz after that. Looking forward to seeing Life is Good coming up in just a little while in the Grade 2 Kelso. Richie, thank you. As we take a look at the field for race number 2. Races 2 and 11 off the turf today. The rest of the races scheduled for the grass will be run on turf, but race 2 to be run on the main track. This is a $35,000 claiming race, so you do have a few scratches given that surface switch. We'll talk more, though, about the second race from Belmont Park. Arad Ortiz looking to sweep the early double as he is a live mountain here. Stay with us for more live racing on America's Day at the Races after this.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo, Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with two-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The second race at Belmont is coming up next as we check in with Richard Migliori for a paddock report.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Just a couple horses that stood out from a physical perspective, starting with the 8, My First Grammy. He was entered main track only, this race being off the turf. They got exactly what they wanted. This horse is extra sharp. He was really on his toes, bouncing around, and made a real nice impression on the racetrack. The 12, Rocco Strong, first-time gelding. Talked to Carlos Martin about that, and he said the gelding seems to have really helped him. His last 2 works were better than his previous works before he was gelded, carrying a bit less weight. The 11, FF Rocket asked Rob Atras about entering a main track only because he won on turf, and he said, well, he just didn't think he was going to be able to secure a good rider. You know, running him on the grass. This way he can enter a main track only without a rider and see how the scratches shook out, and then potentially not even run him. So he was able to secure, obviously, a good rider now. And Rob's still here saddling these horses before he heads down to Parks to saddle Maracuja, Acacia.
We'll take a nice drive, about what'd you say, hour and a half away?
I want to know what's farther drive from Richie. The drive to Parks from here or the drive to Richie's house?
I think Richie's house may be further.
I think it might be too.
For him, it's worth it going up to the beautiful farm. He says it's the same. He says it's the same.
He's a jockey. What does he know?
Arad Ortiz, meanwhile, looking to sweep the early double. Andy, he's on the 1A Striking Speed, who will kick off the post parade.
Yeah, Striking Speed. Striking Speed is the worst to beat in here. He's got to refine that good form he once had. Can he refine it?
2-1 right now on the board for Rob Atras. Of course, as Richie mentioned, big day coming up with Maracuja. As we take a look at the number 4, first off the claim for Linda Rice, Sean BC.
Yeah, this is a horse. They're taking a shot staying in off the claim, but his dirt races just don't look competitive.
He's 4-1 right now on the board off a bit of a layoff since the end of June. We go next to the 7 Unleveraged, trying the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, this horse actually ran okay off the long layoff for Michelle Nevin, and they're just taking a shot. Why not at this point with him? You take a shot in these races, and if he can handle the dirt, stay here all winter.
Yeah, actually has more of a dirt pedigree on the bottom side, too. Here's the 8, My First Grammy.
Yeah, My First Grammy, a dead rail last time at Monmouth, the Killer Field at Saratoga before that. This horse fits, and it is a very fair price. This horse, to me, should be the clear-cut second choice.
9-2 right now on the board. Next is the 11, FF Rocket. Jose Lascano picking up the mount.
I'm not sure why Rob Atras didn't go to the turf with this horse. This horse ran fine in the turf, beat Frontman, who was going to be a horse to take money in this race, and at least not put him in his MTO because it was a reasonable field last time, but he really didn't do any running.
Rob with 2 chances in here, as we mentioned, striking speed. The other one for the barn. Here's Carlos Martin's charge, though, Rocco Strong.
Well, Carlos Martin is a trainer that's been known to really like his horses. So he must be telling everyone this horse is going to win, because can you explain to me how this horse is 7-2 and not 20-1?
Yeah.
What? How can he pop? Where is? What is? How is he 7-2 in this race? I know it's an off the turf race and it's early, but I imagine even David Aragona made this horse 12-1 as an MTO.
And he's flabbergasted.
Can anybody explain logically how this horse is not at least 10-1 right now?
He is a new gelding.
Okay. All right. Building that 60 buyer when he beat Sono Grotto back at Aqueduct.
Well, the cross-country pick 5 today. It's a good one. It's always fun, this wager. Features racing from Belmont Park, Churchill Downs, and Parks. Play all 3 tracks in one 50-cent bet by looking for XCP5 in the wagering menu in your online betting account. For free past performances and more information, visit NYRA.com/cross-country. Love those wagers, Andy, as it's really fun to get several tracks in the mix. You have the 2 Grade 1s from Parks, along with the Gallant Bob, Athenia here at Belmont, and the Harrods Creek from Churchill.
I agree. Now, you're looking at the Gallant Bob. You're going to have a 1-5 or 1-9 shot. Jackie's Word, I imagine the majority of people are singling. The Athenia, you lean heavily on Pocket Square. I do think the other Chad Brown runner in that race, not impossible. Miss Tehran. And I guess you have to decide what you're doing. King Fury, to me, I could lean on him. Maybe you spread in the other races. You're trying to beat Hot Rod Charlie. I thought the Cotillion was open. But you have bookend heavy favorites in that sequence.
Here's a look at the 1A striking speed back at the 2nd at Belmont. Irad Ortiz aboard for Rob Atras, and currently 8-5 as this one faced, I think it's fair to say, significantly tougher last time out.
He did. I don't know, that crowded 5.5 furlongs. I didn't really see it, to be honest. Broke kind of a step slow in the race, dropped off a little bit, then took himself back into the race. It just seemed like he basically was eased in there when he wasn't competitive, and better horse or not, obviously, grade 1 quality, major grade stakes quality horses that ran 1-2 in there. We'll see. I mean, this race 2 back. Wilsing for Wine won here the other day in a nice allowance race. Our Last Buck's a very nice New York bred. Very nice racehorse. Why is he dropping off of that performance last time like this? Maybe they're just being reasonable. He is a 4-year-old gelding going into the 5-year-old year. They're right where he can win. He's the worst to beat, but he is a little tough to completely trust, and I picked him.
Broke his maiden for 30 as he's 8-5 right now. Richie, what are you seeing from the favorite?
Well, I like the way he warmed up. I thought he looked terrific on the racetrack. And I asked Rob Atras about the last race, and we both were in agreement. He probably comes out of the toughest non-winners of one in the history of New York racing, at least. And he just said he kind of got swept off his feet, and he got out-footed so quickly. And he's a horse that wants to be involved. He says he's better when he's on the pace. He's better when he's clear. Well, he's got a great post for that. He's got, I think, a much better pace scenario and a much better competition scenario than last time, because, as Acacia likes to say, clean faces win races, and I think he'll be out there in the clear, if not on the lead, certainly very close. And like Rob said, he's just a better horse when he's involved. That he came out of the race fine. He just kind of quit when he got out-footed so quickly by superior talent, horses that were just faster than him. So I think striking speed is very well met here. And just getting back to, it is 99 miles from Parks to Belmont or Belmont to Parks, and it's 96 miles from my house to Belmont. So 3 miles difference, pretty close, although once you get out of the city, you're not dealing with any traffic. So it's probably a little easier ride for me, particularly when I'm homebound.
I'm just impressed that Richie got the 3 right, the 96 to 99. So I'm kind of impressed by that whole thing. That Richie
After your comment, he was probably on his phone looking
Richie,
up the mileage.
I was more thinking about the time that we were late to a Dead show many years ago, and I with a friend who drove 90 down to Philly. I think we made about an hour, but I hear you. Pretty good though, pretty close.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
impressive.
even. Absolutely, absolutely.
Richie's is a much more bucolic trip.
That's very true.
Country.
Beautiful scenic spot.
I don't think My First Grammy should be ignored in this race,
I agree.
Acacia. You know, this horse, dead rail last time at Monmouth, killer field 2 races back. His races 3, 4, 5 back are good. Now, he's not going to beat the 1A if the 1A runs his races from 2 and 3 back in all likelihood. But, I mean, I don't listen, I picked the 1A on top. I picked the 1A8. I think you have to at least acknowledge that the 1A ran horrifically badly last time, better horses or not, and he's taking a significant drop off of that effort. So I don't think you can totally discount the possibility the 1A is just not capable of running anywhere nearly, even if he runs competitively, not as well as he did in the past.
Yeah.
And that makes the number 8, My First Grammy, a significant player in this race. And 7-2, at least now he's a shorter price than the mighty Rocco Strong. I got a text. Rocco Strong working very well since he's been gelded.
Inside information.
Well, I think that information was out there when we saw him at 7-2.
The price
I don't think that many
on.
people named Rocco. Unless not a lot of people named Rocco are sending it in on him.
You know, I never get an Acacia.
No, Acacia's not a horse name. Someone's going to name a horse now, Acacia. I got somebody, there was a horse, Andy didn't pick me, or Andy never picks me or something once.
Kirk Wyckoff had Mr. Annoying.
Mr. Annoying, that's true. He was annoying. He was entered about 4 times and scratched. Just be on the shelf.
Well, we have, how about the number 11, FF Rocket, who's
Mr.
another main
Connecticut.
track only. Mr. Connecticut, yes, he's Miguel's namesake, though. Right. But because of me, I guess. But FF Rocket is taking attention. He's 4-1. You mentioned how good he was on the turf 2 back. He's a curious one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just seems like his turf race was the best race he's ever run. It was from a speed figure standpoint. And Rob's a sharp guy. I know that Rob doesn't have great numbers off the claim with turf horses, but we have a big turf program here, and I'm sure Rob wants to get more turf horses, and he's got a lot of dirt horses. I understand leaving him in when the race comes off, and he's not impossible to win this race, but I don't understand entering him as an MTO. I'd actually love to ask Rob why he did that, because he obviously is interested really in running him in the dirt.
We'll see how he handles it today. There goes Rocco Strong. Race 2 ready to go here at beautiful Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
In the gate. And the rough. Rocco Strong is out for the early lead, along with Striking Speed, and Rocco Strong. And the 2 of them hook up early here. They've got 3 lengths. On My First Grammy, who is next in 3rd. Unleveraged moves up on the outside, gaining a spot into 4th. FF Rocket is in 5th. Xi'an BC trails in 6th. And it is Striking Speed who steps away now here to lead by 3 lengths. Rocco Strong in pursuit in 2nd. The quarter was sharp, 22 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Striking Speed now in front by 4. Rocco Strong is in 2nd, followed on the outside by My First Grammy, next in 3rd. Then down at the rail is FF Rocket. Right alongside is Unleveraged. Then farther back, it is Xi'an BC. And now they're heading into the far turn. The half was 45-3. Striking Speed by a length and a half as Rocco Strong gets closer in 2nd. FF Rocket advances down at the rail. And on the outside is My First Grammy, followed by Unleveraged. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. Here is Rocco Strong. FF Rocket is down at the rail. And gaining ground on the outside is My First Grammy, so it's 3 of them across as Striking Speed has dropped completely out of it. And they're moving for the 8th pole. It is FF Rocket down at the rail. My First Grammy on the outside in 2nd. It's between those 2. Down on the inside is FF Rocket. And on the outside, here is My First Grammy, but it is FF Rocket half length. My First Grammy was 2nd. Big break. Back to Rocco Strong and Unleveraged.
FF Rocket Rob Atras keen to run this one on the main track as a main track only, and that's why.
Yeah, no, he got the money in here. The 1A, as we talked about, I mean, he ran off in a fast pace, but he stopped before the top of the stretch, and Lezcano came through on the rail. Ramon Vasquez was in the four-path. Probably made the difference in the final finish. Ended up being a pretty fast race when you compare it to the last race, suggesting that figure won't be stakes-worthy, but FF Rocket gets the job done, and Rob was absolutely right to be intent to run this horse in the dirt.
Number 11, FF Rocket with the win. And you did see the chiclets come down after the break. It seemed like the chiclet, which is in the saddle towel for the horses, fell out for the 1A striking speed. So that would mean that it would be incorrect, which is why the names on the bottom of your screen would come down.
No, I would assume you're right about that. It's a good point because obviously anyone who saw the early part of the race, it didn't include the 1A. It does happen occasionally.
At Churchill Downs, leaving the paddock for race number 3 now. This is an interesting race, Andy. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs on the main track. You have a few horses that at one point seemed like they were going to be the next coming. 6-5 to the outside on Cousteau, who hasn't run since June of 2020 in that maiden special weight, where he ran behind a little horse named Jackie's Warrior.
As well as the second place finisher at the Ride of a Lifetime was a pretty darn good horse as well for Nacho Correas. I don't know what to do. I mean, with this horse getting bet again like this, they took the horse from Todd Pletcher, gave it to Rudy Brissett. I would think if they were really high on the horse and not knocking Rudy Brissett, but they normally leave them with Todd Pletcher. And the other thing is, the two horses inside of him, the 6 and 7, they both run too well for any horse to be 6-5 in here.
Here's the post parade, starting with first-time starter, Gulfstream Way.
Taking a little money for James Baker as a half to 4 horses that couldn't run. The dam was trained by Jimmy Jerkins.
Here's the 2, Sprinkle Head.
Trainer changed since the first 2 starts, been off since July.
Colt by Mshuish. Here's at the 3, Hear Me Song.
Found a tough spot. That's why he's 26-1.
Big price on the board. Looking at the 4, Emperador. At one time, seemed TV was very promising.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is his dirt races were okay, and so were his turf races. He's not without a chance here. Chad Brown originally had him, but he'd have a lot of chances for Chad.
The half-brother to Violence. Here's first-time starter, Elite Power.
Couple of unraced horses. The Dam was a very good horse. She was actually second in Kentucky Oaks.
Multiple graded stakes
That's why
winner.
she cost a lot.
Yeah, here's Cool Quest.
This horse, to me, I think this horse is the horse to beat. Cool Quest. Got a lot of speed, been running against better horses.
Face very talented Ducali, 2 starts back. Here's Reccarino.
I don't think Reccarino's impossible either for Jack Sisterson. I think this one's dangerous as well in an overlay at 8-1.
And your favorite, Cousteau to the outside.
I understand he's working like a killer and he's taking all this money and he absolutely, obviously could win this race and be a story like that at even money against Jackie's Warrior. And the fact that he was out so long after that meant he had a real injury. But he had a real injury, and my guess was he was working very well before his first race to be even money. And I'm sure Jackie's Warrior obviously surprised some people, but it's a Steve Asmussen first-time starter. They rarely surprise people, so somebody knew he could run, I'm sure. And this horse took a lot of money. I don't know. He might win, but it just feels to me like there's better value with the 6 and 7 at better prices.
The half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner, Paris Lights, as it's fun to look back on some of those maiden races and see what those horses have gone on to do. Of course, we'll see Jackie's Warrior running at Parks today, and what a tremendous talent he's been, finding what he loves to do in those sprint distances. I'm a fan.
Yeah, no, I am too. You know, I mean, it's always good to, you like to see people be rewarded for doing the right thing, and they realized he wasn't a Triple Crown horse very quickly, and they've done the right thing and been rewarded for it.
Looking forward to seeing him in the Gallant Bob, as we'll see the horse that finished 5th in that maiden race behind Jackie's Warrior, Cousteau, in just a few moments. But with the Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. 6-5 right now on Cousteau. Colt by Into Mischief for Windstar Farm. They bred this one as well. And as you mentioned, sometimes some of the horses that are maybe getting older, they can't compete on some of the tougher circus, will be transferred to a trainer such as Rodolphe Brisset. And as he says, he has such a great working relationship with the team and finding the right place where these horses fit.
No, yeah, and I don't mean there's a knock on him, but I imagine if they really, WinStar really liked this horse, they would have kept him with Todd. And maybe I'm wrong, you know. Obviously, I'm wrong. They obviously really like the horse, and he's working well. I'm not going to be surprised when he wins this race. I'm just not taking 6-5 on him off a 15-month layoff where he obviously had a serious issue. I get it. He's working very well. He'll probably get it done. I just think the 6 and 7 are okay. Now, listen, if the 8 is the horse he was, the reason they bet him first time, he's probably going to beat them. But at 4-1 and 8-1, I'm betting to win. I'm betting exactas.
Here's the 6 Cool Quest. Now, he did run 4th, beaten 2 lengths on the turf last time at Saratoga, but he faced very good horses on the main track as well. And actually, we talked about Beyer speed figures. He ran even better speed figures on the dirt versus that turf track.
Yeah, I don't think he ran a battle on the turf, but he's a dirt horse. And those were fast races he was in. I think this horse is okay. He's just been in tough spots. Now, maybe he's found a killer in the 8 that he just won't be able to beat. But I'm skeptical, and I'm gonna bet on this horse. My Churchill opinion has been mostly awful. But I'm sticking with it, and I'm betting this horse in boxing 6-7.
Well, Cool Quest, that was in the paddock, his last race. His last 2, actually, at Saratoga. And looking at my notes from last time out, he was really vocal. He was still kind of unprofessional. But he seems like he's handling himself well on track today. He's a little bit energetic, but all in all, not bad. And I thought he could go either way as far as surface. I think he's very intriguing in this spot. Meanwhile, we saw a big warm-up from the 7, Raccarino, with blinkers on. You think he'll be aggressive?
We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, he has some speed. He's pretty quick. He's not quite as fast as Cool Quest, but it's pretty close. So I expect to see him forward in here. I mean, a lot depends on the 7. I mean, let's be honest. Obviously, the 7's working quickly. Horses that get bet like that first time out, that work like that, they usually have speed. So he, too, could be engaged in the pace, assuming he runs. And he's betting bet like they expect him to run, long layoff or not.
Even money right now. The 5 Elite Power. Juddmonte owns this one, purchased as a yearling for $900,000, just now getting to the races, but out of that very good man, Broadway's Alibi.
Yeah, as you said, we said second to the Kentucky Oaks. 2 unraced foals. There's a 2-year gap between them. They paid a lot of money, but this one is taking absolutely no money whatsoever. And with that pedigree, if the horse ends up being good, it'll probably be stretching out.
I would think so, especially by Curlin. This is the first foal to race. It looked like there were 2 older that never made it to the racetrack. So we'll see if the dam is actually a good producer as well.
And not that Bill Mott doesn't have horses in Kentucky, but this kind of purchase price and pedigree, wouldn't you think if they really liked this horse, they would have been with Bill Mott in New York?
For sure. That's home base. That's home base. Not that you don't see the outfit be successful out of town, but you do look to see the home base. As the #1 Gulfstream Way, you mentioned this one taking some sneaky money, though 7-1 on the board.
When you consider the 6-7 and the money the 8's taking, it's amazing this horse is 7-1. This horse could be 20-1. Now, it does show a couple of workouts, so maybe there's some workout reports that this horse is doing well. But, I mean, this is a horse that could be a huge price in this field, in the 7-1. In a lot of ways, that's really as significant money as anybody in here.
The 3 older siblings all winless on the racetrack, but a 2-year-old that did just win recently sprinting on the dirt. So we'll see how that does transfer. Maybe this first-time starter live with Miguel Mena in the saddle. They approach the starting gate here. Pretty interesting board. Even money on Cousteau to the outside. Many of the others offering a bit of value. Beautiful sunny day at Churchill Downs. The #5 first-time starter, Elite Power, walking just a little bit into the gate. He goes, called by Curlin for Bill Mott. It's a nice maiden special weight race coming up next. Here's Travis Stone with the rest of the load and call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Slow beginning for Hear My Song. Cool Quest Bounces out near the top. Cousteau showing speed from the outside. Gulfstream Way speed from the inside. Sprinklehead splits them, but they're all chasing Cool Quest, who opens up to lead by 2. Cousteau up for clear second now. Sprinklehead is racing third. Gulfstream Way toward the inside fourth. Race Reno up to grab fifth. Elite Power right there to sixth. 3 lengths back Imperador. 8 lengths back to Hear My Song. Heading for the far turn, 21 seconds flat. Fast and furious for Cool Quest, leading by 2 lengths. Cousteau is hard on the chase from second, and now it's 3 back to Sprinklehead under pressure third. Race Sereno rolls up on the outside, and Gulfstream Way comes through toward the rail. Elite Power's a bit green down inside. Then it's Imperador and Hear My Song at the top of the stretch. Cool Quest turning for home in front. Cousteau's running greenly and is fully extended in second, but is still second nonetheless to Cool Quest, who's got another gear. Cool Quest opening up by 5, now by 6, now by 7. Cousteau with no answer late for Cool Quest, who ran them off their feet and is under the wire, the 8-length winner. And Hear My Song came up to grab second. Cousteau and Imperador.
Number 6, Cool Quest. You heard Travis Stone. He ran them off their feet, and he certainly did, Andy. It looks like Cousteau would have had an opportunity to go by him, and he just couldn't.
Yeah, even with the big run-up, 21 is pretty quick on that course, about as fast as you'll see. And Cool Quest, as we talked about beforehand, had been some very tough maiden races and also not able to control on the front end the way he could today. So fast pace or not, and I love the fact that Julien Leparoux just let him do what he wants to do, which is roll on the front end. Obviously, Cousteau is talented, but first of all, he's chasing that kind of pace and turning his head in the stretch. There are issues.
Yep.
You knew that with the layoff, and it just hasn't worked out. He's obviously got to be a frustrating horse for WinStar because he clearly has talent, but he's not able to show it as much in the afternoon.
He was getting out pretty badly there in the stretch. Saw him with his head cocked, giving jockey Tyler Gaffalione a tough time there as he tried to run down the number 6 Cool Quest, but just couldn't. Love this. Comes back with his ears up, proud of himself, and another nice winner for trainer Brian Lynch.
Yeah, Brian's got that classic Causeway coming up as well.
Congratulations.
In the Breeders' Fraternity. Looking forward to him.
Looking
I'd
forward
love
to
to see
seeing
Brian Lynch on the Triple Crown Trail.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be great?
Couldn't agree more.
Awesome.
Brian Lynch with the win. Julien Leparoux in the saddle. Congratulations to the Connections. Bring you prices and more live racing after this and still to come. Life is good in the Kelso. Stepping stone onto the Breeders' Cup at Dirt Mile.
As she comes to the run-happy finish line, run-up jog.
But it is all happy soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. At Churchill Downs in race number 3, it went to the 6, Cool Quest, who just went to the lead and never looked back in a very fast pace.
Yeah, no, Cool Quest, that was a fast pace, but he crushed the field in there. The long shot, I believe, was To Hear My Song, getting up for second down on the inside at 54-1, staying on the inside.
After a slow break from that one, too, the favorite 6-5 on Cousteau, lugging out there in the stretch, tried to get by, just could not. He'll have to settle for third today.
Tough situation to come back and chase a horse like Cool Quest that sets that kind of pace and just keeps on running. You know, I mean, you had to be very good to be Cool Quest today, the way he ran.
Back at Belmont Park, it's time for the third coming up next as we take a look at the field here. 6 furlongs on the main track, which is our next order of business. This one a scheduled dirt race. Currently the number 5, 7 Lilies. First off the claim for Rob Atras is 2-1. 13 minutes away as we head down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. The two-horse Notorious Flirt coming off a layoff, hasn't been seen since February running at Aqueduct. He looks really good in the paddock. I will say I do think this race will help him get to be 100% fit. He looks fit, but I also think that the race will propel him to where he'll be at his best. I like what I'm seeing from him, but I do think he can look just maybe a touch fitter. The 3-horse Quick Flash, he might have won the paddock appearance award. I mean, this is a horse that I've been familiar with, spent a lot of time with John Kimmel's barn. He's just grown up so much over the last year and filled out. I was talking with John about him, and he said, he just really felt like he never liked the Saratoga main track. He just didn't train the same up there. He didn't run the same up there. And he says he's doing really well right now. And I tell you, from a physical perspective, I really like what I'm seeing from him. The 4 Quick Return, he was being saddled by Tom Morley, deputizing for Fausto Gutierrez, and it seems like everything that Tom puts a saddle on lately is running well, so he might be an assist here. Horse looks good, though, all kidding aside, making a really nice impression, and I like what I see from him. And the horse that rivaled Quick Flash for the paddock appearance pick would be the 5, 7 Lilies, who makes a lot of sense on paper, as well as just really looking good in the flesh here. Sometimes it's a little hard to discern when you're looking at gray horses to see that kind of luster to their coat and that rich hydrated look, but with these 2 horses, the 3 Quick Flash and the 5, 7 Lilies, they could not look any better.
All right, Richie, thank you. 2-1 right now on the number 5, 7 Lilies. Irad Ortiz looking for another one today. We'll have the third race for you in a few minutes. We'll talk more about it. Stay with us. Well, we're going to take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races. More when we come back.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley. Just imagine.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport.
And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you, as always, by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. And you can play all the best races on your Naira Bets account. Get a $20 bonus just for betting. Bet $100 each at Belmont and Parks today and earn a $20 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Make sure you opt in on the app or online. Visit nairabets.com for promotion details and to opt in. We get ready now for this New York bred allowance here in race 3, sprinting on the main track, 2-1 currently on the number 5, 7 Lilies, as Rob Atras looks for another victory on today's card as well. Think he's still here? Or you think he headed over to Parks yet?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Richie. Richie's really much more on top of that stuff than I am.
Horse is leaving the tunnel for the third at Belmont Park. And Andy, we'll kick off the post parade with the number 1, Looking for Trouble.
Yeah, I like Looking for Trouble as potentially the speed to wire the field from the inside. Last time in a race that completely fell apart, the last 2 times turf. He's got races that give him a chance.
Here's the 2, Notorious Flirt off the layoff.
He's got races that make him a real player in this race, and Linda Rice's horses run reasonably well off layoffs. He's a definite player in this race, and likely his odds will come considerably down.
Number 3, Quick Flash, coming up next in the post parade.
I've seen enough of Quick Flash. At best, he seems to run second with 6 seconds and 14 starts.
That's been very good, picking up checks along the way. Gray by Flashback. Here's the number 4, Quick Return.
Yeah, Quick Return is interesting off the claim for Faustus Gutierrez. I think he's an interesting horse. He hasn't had much success off the claim, but he's a dangerous trainer, and I think he's very usable.
5-1 on the board right now with Javier Castellano in the saddle. Here's the favorite, 7 Lilies.
Yeah, I mean, 7 Lilies is a pace-dependent horse. Now, we'll see how quick the pace is. The track's been very fair for closers, which should help him. It's Rob Atras. Layoff, 60 to 180 days. He's got some good stats. Next
will be the 6, On Our Way Boys.
Yeah, this is a horse who potentially has early speed, but he's hard to make on his form.
Won an off-the-turf maiden last time out at Saratoga. And here's the 7, Him She Kisses.
Yeah, this is a tough horse to make coming off a claim.
Second last time out in a non-winners of 3 condition behind Montauk Daddy. That's the field for the third at Belmont. As we take a look back at the 1, Looking for Trouble, that's what I always say about you, Andy.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking for trouble. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock last night. How much trouble am I going to get into? I think if you look at him right away, you go, oh, he stinks, right? 3 terrible races since the layoff. Well, 2 of the races were on the turf, and I'm not convinced that he's particularly a turf horse. They're also against significantly better horses. Last time out was a race that completely fell apart, and he was involved in a contentious pace, so I don't really hold it that much against him. And I like him getting back on a dry track. You look at his last dry track dirt race, he's involved in the pace that day, and he ran a respectable third behind Perfect Munnings, who's a nice horse who won it with Todd Pletcher late in the meet at Saratoga. Ran a 74 buyer, and that was early in his 3-year-old year. He could build on that, and he could be competitive in this spot. I thought he was an interesting horse that would be a square price.
Manny Franco going to be aboard. A nice price at 6-1, finding some value in that dirtied up form. As the number 5, 7 Lilies is first off the claim for Rob Atras, and off a bit of a freshening since that early June last start.
Yeah, Rob Atras, 60 to 180 days, 2 months to 6 months effectively. Off the claim in the dirt, he's 5 for 16, 214 ROI. So with a limited sample, he's done well with this move. They obviously need to give this horse time. They didn't bring him to Saratoga. It's been almost 4 months since the claim. He's got races that will beat this field. He is a horse, though, that's a bit pace-dependent. So is he going to get some pace? He's getting bet like they must love him.
2-1 on this horse right now as the number 2, Notorious Flirt. Heard Richie with some comments about him, just maybe could be a little bit more tucked up off the layoff. We haven't seen him since mid-February at Aqueduct.
But he does have plenty of races fast enough to compete in here, and he's faced some reasonable New York bred fields, including Prince of Pharaohs, who was impressive winning yesterday. His lone figure that sticks out was his last one, and I think over time that figure is not proven to be one to be predictive going forward. But he still has races fast enough. Linda's, I looked up 5 to 9 month layoffs for Linda because this horse has been off 7 months effectively. She's 18 for 99, 18% with a $1.89 ROI, which suggests the horses are at least running their odds, if not running a little better than him, because it's well above the takeout. So I don't have any reason to believe this horse won't be ready off a layoff. I think he's contentious. And like the 5, he's pace dependent. The problem is he's got 11 starts with just the 1 win and 4 thirds.
Another one who's been good at picking up some checks. So take a look at the number 4, Quick Return. You mentioned this one in the post parade as potentially being an intriguing prospect in here. First off the claim for Fausto Gutierrez.
Yeah, I mean, the one problem I have is I don't trust that figure of his last race to be predictive going forward. That race came up awfully fast. Now, it was a fast race. Do I really trust it? But I think he's an interesting horse. Now, listen, Jimmy Ferraro has him. Good trainer. But Fausto Gutierrez, another good trainer, got a high win percentage with a limited number of starters. Hasn't been successful off the claim. He's just 1 for 10 in the dirt over the last few years. But doesn't mean he can't do well with this horse going forward. He's another horse who has a chance in here.
He's 4-1 right now on the board. For more on this horse, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, I think in a race that you can pretty much make a case for almost everybody. I think this is as contentious a race as we're going to see all day as far as how competitive it is. Quick Return looks fantastic on the racetrack. Makes a lot of sense. Fausto Gutierrez winning at 26% on the year. And no, this isn't an indictment on Jimmy Ferraro, who's done a terrific job. It's never an indictment when I say, horses going to a different barn if they improve, because sometimes a trainer just does something a little bit different and it agrees with a particular horse, or a horse responds to something different. So we've seen a lot of horses go from good barns to other good barns and improve or not improve. It's just what particular horses take to, but I think Quick Return looks terrific. I like the fact that this is a horse that really kind of put it together over the summer, kind of learned how to be a racehorse, was competitive from just off the pace or on the pace, so he's a bit versatile, and I think he makes a lot of sense. So I like Quick Flash just inside of him because, again, in a race that I can make a case for almost everybody, Quick Flash to me is, in that mix of horses, and he won me over from his physical appearance. I love the way he warmed up. I thought he was very strong and aggressive. I know that John would like to see him forwardly placed, not fighting for the lead, but certainly come out running and establish some position. The problem with Quick Flash is he has that 1 win, 6 seconds. I never like to see that. I want to see a horse that likes to run by horses, not run with horses. So that's a concern for me, but from a physical perspective, I landed on the 3 Quick Flash because I could have went in a lot of different directions this race, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. Wide open race for sure, and intriguing runners in this spot as the number 5 is still 2-1. But the 7 Him She Kisses, you mentioned this, Andy. This horse is taking money.
Yeah, I have no idea why, to be honest with you. I guess they're looking at the last race where he finished second when Linda Rice still had him. I mean, he was kind of a suck-up second in that race. It seems like the 2 good figures he earned were both off the turf races going 5.5 furlongs. And it seems like wet tracks is the only times that he's run is decent enough figures that fit. Listen, I'm wrong a lot, and I'll be wrong if this horse is any ways competitive here.
8-1 on the morning line, consistently around that 5-6-1 level. As you landed on the 1. The top pick?
Yeah, I'm hoping this horse can control on the front end. It's not clear. There could be some speed from the 6. This is a bit of, it's not a stab. I just think this horse is potentially better than the recent races. And the last time this horse ran on a dry dirt track, he ran well in a race to make him competitive here. So I'm hoping he can control and sort of turn the tables. I think there's some questions about some of the others. I'm not in love with them. I didn't make a huge bet, but I did bet him.
Owned and bred by Buck Butler, who we met on the show.
Love that.
In the spring, which was awesome.
That was great.
Yeah,
that was on a showcase day.
I think he had a nice 2-year-old.
Yeah, he won the first race. Yeah. That was great. A name we've seen with the New York Breds for a long time as an owner and breeder.
Another one owned and bred by Mr. Butler wishing him the best of luck with Looking for Trouble. Richie going with the 3, Quick Flash. Into the starting gate they go for the 3rd at Belmont Park. The next race after this will be our first graded stake of the day, the Kelso. We are just 1 race away from seeing Life is Good and the rest of that cast in the mile try in the historic Kelso, named for one of the most incredible racehorses to ever walk this earth.
Amazing horse, 5-time horse of the year. That'll never happen again.
Yeah, they just don't make them like that. Here's race 3 at Belmont Park. In the meantime, John Imbriel with the call.
And they're in the gate. Here's the riders off number 1, Looking for Trouble inside the gate. Now back on. And they're off. And Looking for Trouble broke well from that inside post position and is going out for the lead. On our way, boys. Moves into second. Him She Kisses up on the outside is next and third. Then Quick Return in the red blinkers runs in fourth. Notorious Flirt down at the rail in fifth. At the back are the Grays, Quick Flash, and 7 Lilies. The leader is Looking for Trouble in front here by a half length. On Our Way, boys on the outside and second in the opening quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds. The front two have a little more than 2 lengths on Quick Return in third, then a gap of 3 to 7 Lilies, who's down on the inside in fourth. Alongside is Him She Kisses. Farther back, it's Quick Flash, and Notorious Flirt has dropped back to last. And the field is at the top of the stretch. It's Looking for Trouble on the inside, On Our Way, boys on the outside, with Quick Return into third, and 7 Lilies gaining ground towards the rail as they come for the 8th pole. Looking for Trouble, trying to hold off Quick Return. It's Looking for Trouble, Quick Return on the outside. It is still Looking for Trouble and Quick Return. The two of them come on to the finish here, and it is Quick Return by a neck. Looking for Trouble was second. 7 Lilies and Quick Flash.
Number 4, Quick Return off the claim for Fausto Gutierrez, of course, known as the trainer of Latruska. Turns out he can claim horses as well.
And, you know, give Javier credit. He got this horse into good position. You know, there was a fair pace, but not a particularly fast one. And I got everything I wanted from the one Looking for Trouble. Manny, was getting a little tired of getting thrown around the gate after this early start today. Manny gave Looking for Trouble everything you could want from him, 7-1. I'll take it every time. He had no excuse to lose. He was a nice price, but the 4 just beat him fair and square in this race. And, you know, the 5 horse ran well in here, 7 Lilies with Irad, but he was a little pace compromised, and that's when you get horses that have to come from that far back, and I think that's the difference between he and the 4. The 4 was in position to be able to run the 1 down, and I'm not blaming Irad in any way. 7 Lilies is a horse that's just slow early, whereas Javier was able to get position. I wish he didn't, and I wish Looking for Trouble held on, but 7-1 was a good price, but he had no excuse to lose.
Yeah, it was a great call at a nice price. Manny Franco doing everything right and trying to get him to take them every step of the way. It was the number 4, though, Quick Return off the claim under Javier Castellano to get the win. We'll bring you prices and some more live racing after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us here on Fox Sports 2.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, and Colonel Liam, and graded stakes winners like Rushy, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Sun shining, people smiling at Churchill Downs. And the fourth race beneath the Twin Spires is coming up next. We're going a mile and a 16th on the main track in this allowance optional claiming for fillies and mares. Significant scratch, Andy, of Sally's Curlin. That's unfortunate. That means we have Chitara and Saracosa taking most of the money.
But I'm looking forward to seeing these two horses run because both of their last races were very, very solid.
Chitara 8-5. The Chilean bred will kick off the post break.
As you were saying to me off camera, this horse has gone a mile and a quarter down in Chile, so we know she can get a distance. She's been very good in her last two starts.
One at Colonial going 7 furlongs last time out. Here's the two Teenage Kicks.
Yeah, this horse is more of a turf horse, and even so would have to improve.
Did win that off the turf race at Ellis Park, but against a short field. Here's the 3 East End Council.
She's a frustrating horse, I'm sure, because she's capable of running well enough to be competitive, but she lacks consistency. But she's no worse than the third likeliest winner.
Final Cut is next.
Final Cut just seems to be off, not good enough on paper.
Scratch the 5, and now 3-2. Here's the 6, Saracosa.
Saracosa got a very good setup last time. As you can see, it was a very quick pace, also a very fast track, but that race fell apart. She finished ahead of Paris Lights, but then again, Paris Lights ran here the other day, and she didn't do any running whatsoever, but she's got plenty of other races to back it up. I'm surprised she's favored, though. I thought the 1 would be a real fight. I thought the 1 would be about even money in this race.
I thought
and I think
so,
she
too.
should be, honestly.
Well, speaking of the number 1, Chitara, she is the Twin Spires market mover, taking the most support late in the betting. If you want to bet the Twin Spires market mover or anybody in this race coming up, go to twinspires.com or download the Twin Spires app today. Nacho Correas, of course, very well accustomed to getting these horses from Chile and having them be successful here in the United States. And this one had certainly had 2, I think, foundation races at Colonial Downs in her last 2 starts.
Nacho Correas was the original trainer of Festine, who ran before your time, was a very good horse, but when he ran in South America, when Nacho was first training, Ron McAnally had him here. He actually had a huge win here on a Belmont Day in Nassau County. He's a terrific trainer. He won the Breeders' Cup Distaff a couple of years ago, right? She's good, and she seems to be improving. I mean, I know Frank's Rocket has been a little bit disappointing this year, but she's still a very good racehorse, and she was able to beat her in that race and outgun her. I mean, who's going to be able to run with her early in this race?
She has the speed. She's stretching out inside post under Jimmy Graham. I think she's going to go.
Yeah, I'm not knocking the 6. The 6 is okay, but now the 6 is facing a rival that, let's say, is at least competitive with her, who has a tactical advantage on her. The last time she ran, she got a wicked pace to close into, which, and I'm not saying she doesn't have other races that are good, and she's obviously a talented horse, but Saracosa is coming off a race that in a lot of ways was dropped in her lap. She still had to run it, but she got the right dynamics. Now, her chief rival has a pace advantage on her. So not only is the one of comparable talent, but she has the dynamics in her favor. I think Chitara should be favored in this race, and she's way the horse to beat.
Into the gate they go for the 4th at Churchill Downs. We send it up to Travis Stone for the call. It's a good one coming up.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Istan Council. Teenage Kicks is also there. Chitara for that inside post bounces out near the top 2, and she will take the field into the clubhouse turn. Chitara for that inside post, saving ground and opening up. Teenage Kicks comes on to be second. Istan Council settles well third outside. Final Cuts away 4th. Stretch running Saracosa settles in at the back in 5th, 5 lengths off pace making Chitara, who heads to the back stretch run. Ears moving back and forth, cruising along up top. Teenage Kicks, no pressure yet, sitting in second. Istan Council cruising along in the clear while third. So too is Final Cut, moved to the outside from 4th, and Saracosa continues on at the back of the pack in 5th, only about 5 lengths behind though with 5 furlongs to go. And a composed opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Chitara is the leader with 4 furlongs to go. Now Istan Council's making progress outside of Teenage Kicks. They're moving up together, second and third. Final Cut moves back to the inside for the run round the far turn. 3 lengths farther back is Saracosa, asked to pick it up just a bit with 3 furlongs left. So round the far turn, Chitara still the leader. Istan Council cranks up the pressure, and Istan Council grabs the lead right outside the corner. quarter pole. Chitara has to fight back toward the rail. Saracosa takes over third. Top of the stretch now. Istan Council puts away Chitara. Now Saracosa trying to close in late. There's 1 furlong to go. Istan Council still there. Chitara's trying to re-rally. Saracosa continues to make progress. Here comes Saracosa now. Istan Council's trying to hold. Saracosa continues to close. These two to the finish. Istan Council, Saracosa, photo. Istan Council, good Bob might have held. Saracosa might have run out of racetrack. Chitara third. Final cut was fourth.
Looks like the inside runner, number 3, Istan Council, finally able to break through and get the win today under Sophie Doyle.
Yeah, congratulations to Sophie Doyle getting this big win here with Istan Council. Connections as well. She chased Chitara. It was an honest pace. Chitara had absolutely nothing. I mean, she was trouble keeping up with this horse into the stretch here. No excuse for her. She just couldn't get the distance. Saracosa, the race fell apart enough for her to make her run. She kind of hung a bit in the stretch, though it does seem tough to close outside at Churchill. We saw that a lot in the spring, summer, and maybe we're seeing it a lot in the sprawl, too.
Number 3, Istan Council with the win, 3-6-1 in the 4th at Churchill Downs. Now, as mentioned, we are going to have a lot of coverage of Parks this afternoon with some terrific races. That does include the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby coming up a little bit later on. Terrific matchup between Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon. All of that action coming up on America's Day at the races, as Midnight Bourbon will be piloted by Ricardo Santana Jr., who's standing by with our Liza Hendricks at Parks. Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Ricardo. Ricardo, you have some exciting rides coming up on the card, including Midnight Bourbon in the Pennsylvania Derby. How is he coming into the race?
He's working good. You know, he was in Saratoga when Saratoga finished, and Scott Blasi and Steve are doing a good job with him and the Gallo boy. The horse is training good, and we have a lot of confidence in him today.
And you also get back aboard Clairiere after riding her in her first 2 starts. Do you ride her in the mornings?
I racing, but no. I had a long time don't work her because she was in Saratoga and I was in Kentucky. But she's training good. The kid that breeds the filly, he said that she's training good. So I have a lot of confidence in her too.
And you ride Silver State in the Dirt Mile coming up. How do you expect that race to set up?
Well, it's few speed, and I'm going to see how he break and go from there with him. He's a horse that he's a really high class. You can do anything with him, and I'm really excited today.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Acacia, some exciting rides for Ricardo coming up.
Absolutely, Liza. Thank you. Silver State, who went on an absolute tear, winning the prestigious Met Mile and then third last time out in the Whitney.
He's the horse to beat in that race. I was a little interested in another horse in that race, West Willpower.
Yeah,
it's a potential upsetter.
I agree. Well, looking forward to that. Of course, Ricardo will have that big mount on Midnight Bourbon a little bit later on. We'll have more from Parks coming up this afternoon as we get ready for the first graded stake of the day at beautiful Belmont Park. It will be the Grade 2 Kelso coming up next, which is our America's Best Racing race of the week. A mile on the main track, and we have quite a big field, as you mentioned, at Parks in the Dirt Mile there. And the mile here in the Kelso, Life is Good, is 1-9, Andy.
Yeah, and he should be 1-9. He literally can't lose the race on paper, but I'm still looking forward to seeing him run.
He will be a fun one to watch. He was terrific against Jackie's Warrior last time out, tasting his first defeat. We'll talk more about the Kelso after this break. There's a look at Life is Good, your heavy favorite. First graded stake from Belmont after this on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
Coming up alongside of Ticonderoga, Good Samaritan won it.
And Good Samaritan has gone on by very easily.
Good Samaritan in his dirt debut, and he's gone by them all. Good Samaritan has won the Jim Dandy.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's time for the Grade 2 Kelso, and named for one of the greatest racehorses to ever run. 5-time Horse of the Year, 5-time winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Andy.
I used to park out there going to Aqueduct.
Did
Not
you?
that many years ago, yep. A little bit later than this one in 1964, his 4th of 5 Gold Cups. And he was an incredible horse. And keep in mind, this race at Aqueduct, they started it at the 7 furlong chute.
Yeah.
So they went 7 furlongs, and they went on a lap around the 1.125 oval. And, yeah, you know, you'll never have a horse to win Horse of the Year 3 times, probably. And to win it 5 times in a row, incredible. You know, I was around for Forgo. I missed Kelso. And all they talked about, as much as people loved Forgo, was they compared him to Kelso. And he was an amazing racehorse, Kelso. And sorry to have missed him, but he left an incredible legacy.
Certainly did, as we pay tribute to him. The mighty Kelso, the Grade 2. It's now a mile here on the main track. We'll be going. Life is Good, stretching out a little bit after he ran 7 furlongs last time. And he looks like a horse that wants to go a little bit longer. The plan ultimately for him, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping they'd stretch and run in the Woodward and go to the Breeders' Cup Classic, because I think he's that good. I mean, listen, he ran a mile and a 16th in the 2nd and 3rd starts and ran huge races in those days. He beat Medina Spirit in both of them and went on to win the Kentucky Derby. I can't say enough good. You know, I've said this before, but you really have to compare his effort in the Jerkins to the 2 Grade 1s for older horses before it, with Yalpon winning the Forgo, with Gamine winning the Ballerina. They went around 45.75, the half mile. He went, I think, 44.16. So he went a conservative 9 to 10 lengths faster. That's how far in front of those 2 horses he would have been if they all ran the same times. And he still finished. It was a faster race than those races. He set a faster pace. It's really a remarkable race. And Jackie's Warrior is a tremendous horse who had recency in his favor. He showed he could rate in there, which was a huge feather in his cap. But Life is Good just finished behind Jackie's Warrior. To me, he didn't lose the race. I thought he ran a winning race. And you learn so much about horses in defeat. And I think we saw the kind of quality of a horse he is. This is a special racehorse to be appreciated, in my opinion.
Can't wait to see what he has today as we head down to the paddock and check in with Richie for this Kelso paddock report. Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And I agree with Andy. I think this is a special racehorse, and you feel privileged to be able to watch these kind of horses compete. He looks great here in the paddock. You know, he came off a bit of a layoff in Saratoga. He was a little bit on edge. Sometimes when horses are fresh, they just got a little more pent-up energy. He's got that energy today, but you could see it's a lot more contained, a lot more controlled. He could not look any better. And I'm just looking for a big performance from the 2. Life is Good. The 5 horse on the outside made a really nice impression here in the paddock. Doubly blessed, just really making a nice impression. Big, stout horse, strong horse, gets a good outside draw, be able to kind of see what's going on inside of him. But to me, this race is about watching what potentially could be a very special horse, and in my estimation, one of the better horses we've seen recently in Life is Good.
He certainly is a special talent. Richie, thank you. 1-9 on Life is Good. Now, early on, Andy, we had seen that propensity of his to drift. Now, he was given a significant layoff, moved to the barn of Todd Pletcher. He came back wearing, last time, a Houghton bit, which we've talked about quite a bit, for a little bit more control. And we saw Mike Smith keeping him outside, but it seems like that hasn't been as much of an issue back this year with him.
Yeah, I mean, good news is we don't have one of those big infield screens here. Oh, we do?
True.
Well, it's not quite as big.
It is not as big.
Isn't that one of the excuses for him drifting out? Some horses do that. Yeah. I mean, some very good horses do. Is it an indication there may be an issue? I don't know. We had an issue before his last race. He drifted a bit in there. I know there were people I read being critical of Mike Smith in their last race. I didn't get it. I don't understand the knee-jerk reaction, and people may laugh and say I criticize riders as much as I do. I compliment them about 50 times as much as I criticize them, contrary to popular belief, and I don't get at all what people are criticizing Mike Smith for. He drifted out a few paths. He's that kind of horse. Some horses are like that.
He has the tendency to do that, Mike, having ridden him earlier on when he was doing it so aggressively. Yep. And you have to imagine that would be in the back of his mind. Well, for more on that, though, with the man that trains him, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Here with Todd Pletcher, trainer of Life is Good. Last time, he was a bit keen, a little fresh off the layoff. He kind of cleared off, and it seemed at one point that Mike Smith might have had the opportunity to drop over, take the track away from Jackie's Warrior. He has been a horse in the past, showed a little propensity to drift out. Do you think that contributed to him not dropping over?
I think he was thinking about that. You know, the one thing the horse apparently never did before in the mornings was get out, and he certainly never even hinted that he would get out with us. So, we'll see how it goes today. But I think that was part of what was in Mike's head.
Yeah, I mean, in watching him train in the morning, he hasn't shown any of that.
None at all.
And what have you seen from him since the race? Like in the paddock here, he looks like he's very contained, a lot of energy, but he's just very focused.
Yeah, I love the way he's saddled. He behaved very well. His 2 breezes were quite impressive in between the races. So, he ran a monster race off the layoff. Always concerned you coming back in 4 weeks after that. But everything he's indicated us in the mornings, he's as good as ever.
Any instructions for Irad?
Well, I just thought he's got to play it on the break a little bit, and he's a horse that has a lot of natural speed. We don't want to let him do too much, but at the same time, he's a little bit one that you don't want to take a huge hold of at the same time.
Todd, thanks very much. Best of luck. Back to you guys for the post parade.
Richie, thank you. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher with Life is Good. And you brought up an interesting parallel with another Todd Pletcher trainee, Andy.
Well, I think it's comparable to Uncle Mo, who came back off a long layoff, similar layoff, to lose the eventual Breeders' Cup Mile winner Caleb's Posse by a nose. Then he came back in the Kelso and ran a 118 Beyer.
We'll kick off the post parade, though, starting with Fort Peck for Robertino Diodoro.
He ran an incredible race last time off the claim for Diodoro. Obviously, the competition gets steeper, but he ran last time.
He really did. Here's your favorite, Life is Good.
I don't, right now, I don't think I love any horse that's running more than this horse. he so impressed me in defeat. I fall in love with horses that run as valiantly as he did and then lose.
Made him a man, so to speak. Here's the 3. Chance It, third in the Grade 1 4-go.
He's in good form for Safi Joseph, who struggled up in Saratoga, but he was also with the pace in a race where the pace completely held together, a slow pace.
He's grown up a lot, certainly, as a 4-year-old. Here's the number 5, Doubly Blessed.
I'm hoping Doubly Blessed is happy to head back to Belmont or downstate where he ran better races, and I made a cold 2-5 exacta. Put it this way, if it were a 3-horse race, I'd be happy to take $6 to $7 on the number 5, Doubly Blessed. And I consider it a 3-horse race behind Life is Good.
You can join Naira Bets today. Play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. We'll take a look at the number 3, Chance It, who is a very distant second choice, getting that warm up from Manny Franco. And he's the type of horse he paddles like we saw with Vekoma last year in the Met Mile. He has a little bit of that funny way of going, and that's just Chance It, how he's always been. But he won his only start going a mile.
Yeah, he did. No, I don't worry about the distance so much. He obviously should be able to handle it. I just feel like his last race is dressed up by the dynamics of the race, and I just. he's probably the second likeliest, the likeliest horse to be second in this race, or you could say the second likeliest winner. I just feel as though a clear favorite. And this race was essentially a merry-go-round race, and obviously Doubly Blessed, who ran horrendously in here. He was farther back, but he was also very wide, and I just think he took him out of the flow of the race. And I'm thinking at Belmont Park, he can get back to his better efforts, and I believe that can beat Chance-It in here. So I think is the second, not the favorite exacta. I think it's value. Who retired?
Yopan. Yopan announced he's retiring on to his next career. He's got that Grade 1 victory in the Forgo after being bit down the stretch.
Well, he will retire on a high note.
Yes, he certainly will. Kept focus. Ricardo Santana kept focus in that absolutely unbelievable battle in the Grade 1 Forgo. That was part of an extravaganza of Grade 1 stakes action on Run Happy Travers Day up in Saratoga. The number 3, Chance-It, looking to get a graded stakes win of his own today. As we go to the outside to the number 5, Doubly Blessed. This was a horse that was also proficient going a little bit longer too. Doing well at Belmont Park, and we just saw what he did in the Forgo last
Right, time. I agree. You look at his mile races; they're very solid. I mean, look at the Beyer speed figures he's running. They're in the high 90s, and they're good enough. And you know, there's some moisture in the track when he ran those bigger numbers, but he ran good numbers on fast tracks as well. And he finished behind Locally Owned, who we saw, upset the stake last week for Tom Morley. So I think he's a very reasonable alternative as the other horse for second. Listen, Fort Peck ran very well last time out, but I just, you want to see it against tougher, but he did run well in his last race, around 2 turns at Saratoga. One thing, I think forward horses did well at Saratoga, but they particularly did well in the 2-turn races, which were absolutely dominated. The 2-turn dirt races dominated by horses on the front end and forwardly placed throughout the meet. Very rarely were horses making up significant ground.
Water gets deeper today as horses warming up on track. We check in again with Richie.
Yeah, and watching these horses warm up is kind of an interesting warm up for the 2 Life is Good. Fairly light warm up, a lot of jogging, not a lot of galloping, more just kind of keeping them quiet with the pony. I'd like to when I was riding, I liked to get a gallop into a horse. I always felt like motion relieves tension, let them kind of expel a little bit of that nervous energy and then settle. But Irad kept him next to the pony, and they did a lot of jogging, very little cantering. But he is fast, probably not wanting to set him off too much. Getting back to his habit of wanting to drift out, or as in the case in the San Felipe earlier in the year, bear out badly in the stretch. I know they talked a great deal about that he was looking at the infield board, and I just think that was kind of a poor excuse for how bad he was bearing out. If you watch the head-on of that San Felipe, he's well past the wire, and there's no board to look at, and he ran all the way to the outside fence. When horses bear out like that, there's usually an underlying problem. It doesn't have to be anything serious, but something that's nagging a horse, and they're running away from that problem. And a horse's flight mechanism sometimes is to run to the right or bear out. Now, I didn't see that in any of his training since he's gotten to New York. And again, in the back in the Alan Jerkins, I think Mike might have still had it in his head that he wanted to do that. So let me not get in a fight with him, kind of leave him out here a little bit. But horses change, and obviously you have to change with them and evolve with them. I don't think that's an issue anymore, and I just don't think that looking at the infield board holds a whole lot of water, guys.
I don't think anybody did.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. But it is good. It is a fair point what Richie said, watching the head-on, watching the training. And Todd Pletcher even commented on it, that he's never done that in the workouts. And he was given the time to address whatever issues were beneath the surface and also to mature, too.
Yeah, no, maybe they're the issues that led to him end up being put on the shelf were what was causing that to drift out. It's not like he drifted that badly. Mike just kept him a few passes off the rail.
Yeah, last time.
I'm just... To say that's the reason he lost, I suppose if somebody wants to come up with that, I'm not that guy.
He was beaten by a very good horse.
Yeah, sometimes it's also harder for horses to rally inside of you. And riders want to stay off the rail and make a guy come get brave inside. It's a lot easier for horses to get that momentum making the outside move. The horse lost in an incredible performance. You're going to knock that it was the rider that got him beat. It feels to me like a stretch, Richie.
Well, again, getting back to the Alan Jerkins guys, and I understand what you're saying, Andy, about a horse rallying inside, but when you have a horse like Jackie's Warrior, who is a phenomenal talent himself, if you can drop over on him, he's going to get hit with kickback in the face. And if that backs him off a half a length, that's less than the margin he was defeated. I mean, more than the margin he was defeated. So I just think when you have an opportunity to take it away from a horse like that and maybe put him at a slight disadvantage or make him a bit uncomfortable, when you lose by a head, those things make a big difference.
He was beaten a neck last time out. Life is Good, tasting the first defeat of his career. He's 1-9 today, looking to pick up another graded stakes victory here in the Kelso. Life is Good, a tremendous talent. Can't wait to see him run today. They load into the gate for the Kelso. Very short price and 1-9. You're going to do a 2-5 exacta, you said, Andy, to try to find some value?
I bet the 2-5. It's not paying a lot. I think it's $3 for a dollar, but that could be $3.80 or $3.90 for a dollar. But yes, I want to beat the 2-3 exacta.
All right.
Like I said, I think getting $6 or so on the 5 versus the other 2, I think that seems like a decent play to me, and I'll take my chances that Life is Good handles this field.
The Grade 2 Kelso coming up next. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a good start for Life is Good, who is going right out for the early lead. Chance It is second here in the early going, and the front 2 have almost 3 lengths on Fort Peck, who is next in third, and Doubly Blessed is at the back. And it is the big favorite, Life is Good, taking the field up the backstretch and leading here by a length. Chance It runs in second. Fort Peck down at the rail in third, and alongside is Doubly Blessed, the opening quarter mile, 23 and 2/5 seconds. Life is Good in control here, now being pulled up there. Number 3, Chance It, is being pulled up and is at the back of the pack and is out of the race. It is Life is Good with the lead here by a length over Fort Peck, with Doubly Blessed racing in third. And the field goes around the far turn. The half one in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Life is Good, the leader here by a full length. Fort Peck is in second by 4, and Doubly Blessed is next in third. And now the field is coming for the top of the stretch, with Life is Good, the 3-year-old, leading Fort Peck by a little more than a length. And Doubly Blessed is third. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. Life is Good still in command here. And Life is Good now asks for a bit more here by Erod Ortiz Jr., and he is responding. Life is Good has opened up a 5-length lead. And then it is Fort Peck and Doubly Blessed. Life is Good back in the winner's circle in his Belmont debut. He wins the Grade 2 Kelso and won it by almost 5. The mile went in 1 minute, 34 and 1/5 seconds.
Life is Good gets the victory in the Grade 2 Kelso. We did see Manny Franco pull up the number 3 Chance It. He galloped him to the far turn and pulled him up there. We will give you updates as we have them, but the number 2 Life is Good, a tremendous talent who has the propensity to drift.
He did drift, and he went back towards the inside after drifting at this point, and he finished the race up on the inside, which I thought was kind of interesting. But he did drift on the turn with Irad. Whether or not it was Irad doing it, Irad is not the kind of rider that's going to have horses flaunt their speed. So with the tepid pace, it probably doesn't come up as fast a race as we've seen this horse run. The trace track is pretty quick. So the reality of this race is it's not as fast as his last race, I don't think. We'll wait for speed figures. But he obviously controlled. He's just too good for these horses.
2-1-5 in the Kelso. Life is Good. Irad Ortiz wrapped up on him late, too, knowing that there's bigger fish to fry down the line. Here's trainer Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, on the phone. WinStar Farm had to be happy with that performance in China Horse Club as well. Here's another look You can kind of see it here, too, that he's wanting to get out just a little bit. But once Irad Ortiz wraps up on him, he finishes up straight and true. He's just the type of horse that has the tendency to do that. It's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, some horses are quirky. Yep. Sometimes they do different things during races than they do in the morning. I think, though, Todd has to be happy the way he finished up straight, like you said, down there. It's not he didn't run straight last time, he drifted, but he did the same drifting on the turn here. Whether by design or not, I don't know.
Irad Ortiz with the victory aboard the number 2. Life is Good. Next step looks like would be the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Todd Pletcher getting a good look, as Todd has had success in the Kelso in the past, but I'm sure a big just sigh of relief with a horse like this too. You want him to win this race. You know that he's supposed to, and it's just getting him around there, getting the job done.
Yep. No, I agree.
Number 2, Life is Good with the win, as trained by Todd Pletcher. Looks like he's still keen to go around a little bit more under Irad Ortiz, bringing him back. Let's go to Richie for more.
Here again with Hall of Fame conditioner Todd Pletcher. Todd, he seemed very settled and relaxed down the backstretch around the turn, waiting for Irad to ask him. How good is that feeling that for you to see him not so keen?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, you know, it actually surprised me he was able to get him to go in 23-2 and 46-2. He looked like he was doing it very comfortably, and finished up full of run and galloped out great. It was a really impressive effort, I thought.
Yeah, he really showed a little bit more of a dimension of that relaxing and kind of his ears flicking back and forth. Is that something you've seen from him in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, he breezes tremendously and he gallops out even better. So, you know, I mean, he certainly trains like a horse that'll run 2 turns, no problem, but also a brilliant miler as well.
Well, those are the horses that make sires that have the brilliant mile speed. Now, will you go now to the Breeders' Cup Mile with him? You
know, I'll talk to all the connections, and that's kind of what we had talked about. You know, I mean, I think he's a horse that's good enough to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. The question is, you know, with that long break he had, is he just have enough seasoning against these horses that have been running so much?
Well, he's phenomenally talented. Todd, congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
Guys, he looks like he enjoyed his paid public workout.
Coming back full of energy, Richie, is the number 2. Life is Good. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile could be the next stop for the tremendously talented Into Mischief. And I think Todd Pletcher knows a thing or two about creating stallions.
It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable, the number of stallions he's created.
Grade 2 Kelso in the books. As we turn the page and go back to Churchill Downs, we have the 5th race coming up next. It's for the 2-year-old fillies. A maiden claiming here for $20,000, 6 furlongs on the main track. Currently the number 4, Cha, is 2-1. We'll kick it off, though, with the 1, Blessed Life.
Has not been competitive in 2 starts. Was a short price last time, though, because of the entry mate who finished 2nd.
Number 2, Baja Fog, 1 of 2 for Wesley Ward.
Another horse that hasn't been particularly competitive, but does take a drop for Wesley Ward.
Blinkers coming off as well. Here's the 3, Dawson Springs, turning back.
Yeah, Dawson Springs is taking a big drop, so for that reason you can't completely ignore Freddie Keneally. He has good numbers on the maiden special, maiden claimer drop down, but is yet to lift a hoof.
Here's the favorite, Cha, for Wesley Ward.
Well, a first time in the dirt for this one. Wesley has decent numbers. Maiden claiming races, synthetic to dirt. In sprints, he's 4 for 8 for what it's worth.
David Flores aboard as well. Here's the 5, Giddy Goots.
This one is taking no money after doing no running first time out.
American Reality is next.
American Reality goes out for Tom Amos, who's harassing me on my phone. So he's obviously not paying attention to training his horse. He's more worried about sending me nasty texts.
It continues.
Forgetting that I was on TV while he was doing it.
Or maybe he knew. Here's the 7, Freudian. We'll come back to that one. Here's Grandma B.
I think Freudian's dangerous in here with the 10-pound bug rider. Grandma B seems like a long shot.
Number 9, Lace Revolution is next.
I guess would have to improve, but also drops down. A big price, though.
And the number 10, Jerusalema.
Little interesting, Brendan Walsh dropping down. Didn't take much money, though, in the debut, but another one is dropping. Isn't the 3 a ridiculous price at 22-1 dropping down? It's not. I mean, this horse was running 30 buyers. Well, the 2 is running 30-something buyers, and it's 4-1.
I agree.
That's my long shot idea here.
I like it. TwinSpires Bet Back offer. You can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the TwinSpires app today or visit twinspires.com to get started. Looking at the 8-5 favorite, Cha, David Flores, of course, former jockey, full-time, now Wesley Ward's assistant, and he'll still jump on some of the difficult ones, and you can see her energy on track. And we saw David ride a couple mounts, I think, in Saratoga this summer, too.
Yeah, you never know with Wesley. He named so many riders to get replaced last minute by Hall of Famers that it's
true.
a little bit confusing at times. But, I don't know. You look at the pedigree on this horse. It's actually an okay family, but it's kind of more European.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I mean, obviously didn't pay a lot of money for this horse, but it is a maiden claiming race. Who knows? Wesley Ward, he ships everywhere. Shipped this one to Canada. I wouldn't take 8-5. Won't be surprised when he wins.
The one Blessed Life going in 7-1. Drop down for Brad Cox.
I don't see it. For instance, why is this horse 7-1 and the 3 horse is 22-1?
That one's a big price.
The 3 at the value, I'm just going to stick with it. I bet a little to win on the 3. I think it's a crazy value, crazy price, 23-1 right now.
I like it. Into the gate they go. We've got some big prices. 2-year-old fillies. Everybody looking for the first win of their career in this maiden claiming race. Baja Fog Cha, the favorite for Wesley Ward. Baja Fog, the other one for the barn, goes in. We send it up to Travis Stone for the call of the 5th at Churchill.
Waiting for Lace Revolution and Jerusalem. They're in the gate. And they're off. Grandma B, good beginning. So too is Dawson Springs, and Blessed Life comes through toward the rail. And here comes Cha. Cha racing through the pack. Up the challenge for the top spot. So down the backstretch they go. And here's Cha to the front. Cha takes the lead. Dawson Springs runs in second. American Reality is third. Jerusalem advancing outside from fourth. Blessed Life is fifth. Grandma B 6th. Baja Fog 7th. Freudian is 8th. Checking early there was Lace Revolution in 9th. The trailer, Giddy Goots. Onto the far turn 22, flat for that opening quarter. Cha's in front. Cha the leader by a neck. Dawson Springs hustled along toward the rail second. Jerusalem coming on 3 wide, cruising up the challenge. Blessed Life is right in behind, racing fourth. And Freudian flies up on the far outside from 5th. And then it's Baja Fog and Grandma B. Off the turn, Dawson Springs cut the corner. Dawson Springs turning for home in front. Cha's trying to stick with that one. Blessed Life pops outside. Freudian continues to close. Jerusalem, Baja Fog, 1 furlong to go. Dawson Springs, tenuous lead. Blessed Life to the attack. Freudian continues to fly on the far outside. 100 yards to go. Blessed Life comes away with the lead. On the outside, Freudian at the rail. Dawson Springs on the wire. Blessed Life got it. Blessed Life works out a good trip to score by a length and a half. Freudian and Dawson Springs, Baja Fog 4th.
Blessed Life on the drop down, gets the win to break her maiden. Great call on the 3, Andy, with Dawson Springs. I thought she was going to take them every step of the way.
No, listen, if I bet horses like that, went down to 16-1 at those prices, you'll make plenty of money in this game, but not able to have Blessed Life, who hadn't done a stitch of running in her 2 races. They were maiden special weight races, but one was an off-the-turf 5-horse field, and they were both 5-horse fields. Well, she got a perfect trip, but she ran today, but she hadn't done her first 2, and ran down Dawson Springs. I think Freudian got to pick up her second, but I did have a 7-3 exact. I did not have a 1-3.
So close, but some good calls. That's some nice prices. Freudian getting up for second. Also on the drop down for Brian Lynch, 1-7-3 in race 5 at Churchill Downs. The number 1 Blessed Life filly by Hardspun gets the first win of her career. When we come back, though, we'll kick off our coverage of Parks with the Parks Dirt Mile. Who else could add their name to that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile field and maybe have to take on Life is Good? We'll talk more about it after this quick timeout on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us for more live racing after this break.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performing. You for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on a jam-packed Saturday of live racing. Here at Belmont, we got a chance to see a very talented horse in Life is Good. He picked up another win, now making him 4 for 5 in his short career. Life is Good, getting his picture taken in an impressive win in the Kelso.
No, this was a nice effort by him. He was just had an overmatched field in here, and Irad got him to settle down and relax in the backstretch. I like it when he flaunts his speed, but that's the kind of guy I am. But he's a brilliant racehorse. I'm a big fan, and I'm looking forward to him going forward. I still wish he was pointing towards the Classic. I think he's every bit as talented as any horse in the country.
So talented. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile potentially next for him. $2.10 winner. Number 1, Fort Peck in second at Churchill Downs. We owe you some prices as far as race number 5 does go. It went to the number 1, Blessed Life, on the drop down for trainer Brad Cox.
Yep, got a perfect trip, and this horse showed up today, got back to Kentucky, better than the last 2 races, and got the job done. The perfect trip over Freudian and Dawson Springs.
Blessed Life, $17.40 winner under Martin Garcia, the favorite Cha. Nowhere to be found in the stretch. 173 there at Churchill Downs for those 2-year-old fillies, getting the first win of their career. It'll be time soon for our coverage at Parks. We have the Parks Dirt Mile coming up next. We'll talk more about it after this quick time out. We're still jam-packed with a lot of exciting action to come on America's Day at the Races.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we continue on this Saturday afternoon at Belmont Park. The 5th race is coming up next. This one is on the turf. Sprinting, going 6 furlongs here in this nice allowance optional claiming, and a pretty wide open board right now.
Absolutely. Obviously, the board suggests right now that people are afraid that Miss J. McKay, who's always been one of my favorite horses, might need one off a layoff. And for those looking at her last race, I know she tried to stretch to a mile. She was completely blocked behind horses during the stretch run that day. I really like this filly, but she has to run her a good race off a layoff because it's not an easy field.
Be her first start for the new connections as she was purchased at the Keeneland November breeding stock sale after that last start.
It's weird because according to what I have in my form, though, two of the two listed, or that maybe they just didn't change in the form. They were owning. Matacat was listed before as an owner.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and so was Wonder Stables.
All right.
That's strange.
Well, we'll see. As makes her first start for the new barn for Christophe Clement, who does have 2 in here. We go down to the paddock. We check in with Richie for a paddock report.
I like what I'm seeing from the 4, Miss J. McKay. She looks fit to me. She's kind of a leaner, leaner kind of filly to begin with, and she looks very fit to me. Couldn't look any better. As a matter of fact, both of Christophe's fillies, the 4, Miss J. McKay, and the 5-2 Sexy, making a really nice impression in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing from both of them. Christophe, particularly with his European background, I think is very proficient at getting horses ready off the layoff, and this filly's making a really nice impression here. And I love the name. I was a big Jim McKay fan, and she certainly was one of the reasons they created the Maryland Million. He was coming back from Breeders' Cup when he said, why couldn't we do this for Maryland bred? So this is a Maryland bred daughter of the Hangover Kid, a Lemon Drop Kid sire. The 6-horse Time Limit making a really nice impression, too. This horse could be, certainly be a part of the pace, but this Mike Maker trainee making a really nice impression. Horse that won me over in the paddock, though, is the John Kimmel trainee, number 10, Gotta Go Mo. I think the outside draw really helps her. I think there's got to be some give in the ground because of the rain we've had earlier in the week. And she's not a heavy filly. She's kind of a lighter frame filly. And she's naturally fast, but the outside post gives her the opportunity to get into the race the right way. And she really looks good here in the paddock, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. 3 Diamonds Farm. We were just talking about Kirk Wyckoff's support of the first annual mini golf tournament this summer at Saratoga.
No, Kirk is a good man, absolutely, and he crushed up there. And of course, his 3 Diamonds. They had a very, very good meet at Saratoga along with the other Maker horses, but this horse is in tremendous form. Time Limit
has a lot of speed as well as she gets back to the grass. There's a look at the 5-2 Sexy. As we turn the page, go back to Parks. We get ready for race 7 at Parks. It'll be the Parks Dirt Mile, and currently we have a 1-5 favorite at Parks as they are running a bit behind versus the scheduled post time for the Parks Dirt Mile, but the heavy favorite, Andy, at the moment is Silver State.
I don't know who is taking 1-5 on this horse, honestly. He's a very good horse. I don't want to knock him. Obviously, he found a tougher field last time he could handle in the Whitney, and that is no embarrassment. Knicks Go and Maxfield are 2 of the better older horses in the country. And this horse had a tremendous run, winning 6 races in a row, and you can't knock him. He won the prestigious Met Mile. He won the Oaklawn Handicap. Great job with them. But I will say about this horse, he is a horse that got one perfect trip after another, and he never really ran such fast figures. And from a buyer figure standpoint, his races are really no faster than the race that West Will Power ran last time out. And West Will Power's 8-1, and he's 1-5. Is Silver State a more likely winner than West Will Power? Of course he is, but he's not that significant a more likely winner.
Short price. Let's go to Liza Hendricks at Parks.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, the number 6 Silver State looks great in here today. Steve Asmussen, his trainer, opted to run him here rather than the Kelso that we just saw at Belmont because he wanted jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride him. And we heard from Ricardo earlier about him. I really like him in here today. And this is also an opportunity for him to run a 2-turn mile in preparation for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which is also over 2 turns at Del Mar this year, Acacia.
Liza, thank you. 2-5 on Silver State. There's Steve Asmussen in the paddock. He's a very short price. And one thing to note, too, Andy, is that this is a 2-turn dirt mile versus a 1-turn mile. And the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile this year, 2 turns.
Right, and trainers will tell you they're running here because it's 2 turns the mile at Del Mar, the Breeders' Cup, when really they just didn't want to run against. At least Steve, at least Eliza said, Steve admitted he didn't want to run against Life is Good.
I like it. Steve even beat Life is Good last time with Jackie's Warrior. Steve Asmussen with the unbelievable Saratoga 5 Grade 1 victories that he had this summer. You can play the best races with Naira Bets today and get a $20 bonus just for betting. That sounds like a good deal. Bet $100 each at Belmont Park and Parks today and earn a $20 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com for promotion details and to opt in.
He had 5 Grade 1 wins in the last 8 days of racing.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable. That was incredible. Older and younger.
Back at Belmont Park, we have the post parade ready for the 5th race here on the turf. Again, just races 2 and 11 off the turf today as we're dealing with a good turf course this afternoon. We'll kick things off with Todd Pletcher's runner, Union Gables, back to grass today.
Well, in fairness to her, she got her form back together and she ran her best figure yet on the dirt last time, but she's run well enough on the turf to not say she's not impossible.
Definitely prefer her going shorter as well. Here's the 3 Kissing Frogs turning back.
My recommendation, get her back to the Gulfstream turf course as quickly as possible because she ran too well down there to run as poorly as she's run subsequent.
Miss J. McKay off the layoff, 5-2.
I don't think there's any argument she's the best horse in this race if she runs her best race. The question is how confident you are she'll do it off the layoff.
She has to deal with that layoff from October. The other one for the Clement Barn, though, is the 5, Too Sexy.
And she overcame a slow pace to get close at least last time out, so I don't think it's impossible, but she is a horse that seems to prefer a second-place finish.
Number 6, Time Limit. She's in no hurry to get out on track.
She's in such good form that she even ran a very good race in the dirt last time, and she's a much, much better turf horse. Finishing on a talented, motivated seller, she is clearly the chief competition of the favorite.
She has a lot of early speed as well. Neil Drysdale has the 7 Royal Address. We haven't seen her since April.
She's cutting back in distance, but she tried the same distance at Santa Anita in February and was absolutely no factor whatsoever.
9-1 right now on the board as she comes out of 2 graded stakes tries. Here's the 8, Tipple.
Tipple's got some races that give her a chance to get a piece, and she's second off a layoff and caught behind a slow pace last time.
And she loves this Belmont Park turf course going this niche 6 furlong distance as well. Next will be the number 10, Gotta Go Mo.
She was the one who was involved in that super slow pace last time, and I think it was a contributing factor to her defeat as a heavy favorite. I'd like to see Ramon Vasquez be aggressive with her. I don't know if she's good enough to win this race, but I don't think she's good enough to win it if they're not aggressive. I'd like to see him clear Time Limit and try to wire the field. She may not be good enough, but I don't see how she stalks Time Limit, puts that one away, and holds off any closers.
How will the pace shake out in this turf sprint? For more on this field, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Casey. Before we talk about this field, just getting back to the Kelso, the last race, Chance It was pulled off, van back to his barn. It appeared that it could be a hind end injury. He walked onto the van under his own power, and he was being taken back to his own barn for further evaluation. So if we get any updates on that, I certainly will let you know. Getting back to the horses in this race, the 3-horse Kissin' Frogs. First time sprinting on the turf. I like what I saw from her on the track. She looked completely like 2 different horses, from the horse in the paddock to the horse on the racetrack. She kind of puffed up, got her stride, really kind of got elevated, a little bit more bounce in her step, and I just think she really, really woke up on the racetrack. And every time I see the name Kissin' Frogs, I'm just thankful that my wife was willing to take a chance and kiss a frog. On the outside, though, my pick will be the 10, Gotta Go Mo. I like what I'm seeing from this filly. I know that she had come out of a very difficult race at Monmouth where she set screamingly fast fractions, and John Kimmel said it took him a long time to get her back to where he needed her to be. He kind of had a baby her into the last race. He feels like she's coming into this in better order and fitter, and I like what I see from a physical perspective from number 10, Gotta Go Mo, who will be my top selection.
6-1 on Gotta Go Mo. Richie, thank you. She was part of that pace last time out. I know we were ones that loved her last time, Andy, and got beat ahead behind Strong Odor. But here's a look at the number 4, Miss J. McKay. She comes out, and you brought this up. She really did have a trip in the Sands Point last time out.
Well, it's John Velasquez's fault. He had her in a good spot behind horses, and she's stretching out. And I'm not saying she would have won that race, but whatever chance she had, it was just completely, horses were backing up in her face in there, so she had no chance. She's run very, very well in her races, and she's just faster than these horses based on her last 2 sprint efforts on the turf.
Turning back in distance, first time for the new barn here in New York as we head back over to Parks. The Parks Dirt Mile will get into the post parade, starting with the number 2, West Willpower.
West Willpower is my top choice in this race. I really think this horse has a chance to upset. Lost to the very talented Code of Honors. Trying the Woodward next time.
Forza
Dioro. I know he disappointed the Woodward in the Jockey Club, but he's a player.
Number 3, Mind Control. How will he navigate the 2-turn mile?
Well, his 1-2-turn race was a disaster in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile 3 years ago. His other mile races, though, were okay. He was second, but they were 1-turn miles.
Here's the 4, Thorny Tail.
Yeah, Thorny Tail would be an upsetter. And here he's in good form, and he's a good local horse. He should be forward in here for sure.
Rock on Luke is next at Big Price.
Yeah. He has the speed, though. We'll see how fast they are with Thorny Tail. He may be faster than that one early. With the scratch of the 1, he should be able to clear.
We saw they're going quickly through the post parade. 6 and 7 Warriors charge. Here's the 8 Informative, scratched out of the Kelso today.
Well, he pulled a big upset, 3 starts back. We'll see if he can do it again. You know, I don't want. It's not that I think that Silver State is not the horse to beat. He is way the horse to beat in here, and he's got a terrific resume. But it's not like he's ever run any particularly fast races, and he has a horse in the 2 who ran a couple of fast races and has met some good horses recently. So I don't think he's meeting a bunch of slouches here. What?
I'm sorry, the pony is taking a bathroom break in the middle of the post parade. Anyway, number 2.
And we're showing it.
I can't contain myself.
You can't blame that on our director, Mitchell Lightis. I'd like to, but you can't.
Number 2, West Willpower. Luis Saez in town at Parks will be aboard. I thought that this guy was very intriguing, given the company that he's kept, how well he has run too, and showing, I thought, last time out, the 2-turn mile and an 1/8 at Saratoga. We'll find him. That's a look at the number 4, Thorny Tail. How did you expect with the pace? You have horses that are bigger prices, Thorny Tail, Rock on Luke, as far as setting the pace. We'll come back to the Parks Dirt Mile. Bear with us here as we're going back and forth between these 2 tracks as they're stepping onto the turf for the 5th at Belmont 6 furlong turf sprint. Where did you land, Andy?
I landed on the 4, Miss J. McKay. And I'm a fan of hers, and I hope she runs well. I know she's a family horse for you as well, but I know you're a fan of her anyway, and even before she went to the Clement barn. She's a very, very nice filly. Once again, the layoff. Listen, I don't discount Time Limit. She's in great form. I'm not going to be shocked when she runs, and Miss J. McKay may well need a race. You know, I'm sorry it's taken her this long to get back to the races because she's missed a lot of opportunities, but there will be a couple more good spots for Christophe to get her in. I hope she runs a good race because she's just a really, really good horse. You know, those races, she was unlucky. I think Christophe beat her with She's My Type in Saratoga, the Coronation Cup. She just got a better trip than her. She came through in traffic, and Joelle just great job. Rosario rode the winner, navigated the traffic. She swung wide in there. I mean, he wasn't blaming Jose Ortiz. She just didn't get as good a trip.
She is a very cool horse. Ran well in the bog at Kentucky Downs back in September as well.
She beat Kamari.
Yeah, she did. Very nice horse. There she is, Miss J. McKay. It's a competitive turf sprint, though, going 6 furlongs. Our first turf race of the day, as it looks like the Parks Dirt Mile will go shortly after the 5th race at Belmont Park. Post time for the 5th as the number 6 Time Limit could be a big pace presence in this 5th race at Belmont. They load into the starting gate, 6 furlongs on the grass, and we send it up to John Imbrial for the call of the 5th at Big Sandy.
Waiting for Too Sexy, Royal Address, and Gotta Go Mo. Manny Franco off number 7, Royal Address behind the gate. Royal Address will go in riderless. And Manny Franco now getting back aboard. Too Sexy moves in, waiting on the final horse, number 10, Gotta Go Mo. And they're in. And they're off. Gotta Go Mo goes right out for the early lead. Quickly challenged by Time Limit. Time Limit now takes the lead. Gotta Go Mo runs in second. Miss J. McKay advances in between horses from third. And then it is Royal Address, who is next in fourth, followed by Too Sexy in fifth. Kissing Frogs, the gray, is down on the inside in sixth. And at the back are Tipple and Union Gables. The leader here is Time Limit by a half length. On the outside is Gotta Go Mo running in second through a quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around the far turn, it's Time Limit on the inside. And on the outside is Gotta Go Mo. Sitting just off them is J. McKay, who is down at the rail. And on the outside it is Royal Address in fourth, followed by Too Sexy in fifth, half in 46 and 2 as the field comes into the stretch. It is Time Limit closest to the rail. Gotta Go Mo now draws alongside. Too Sexy is kicking in on the outside along with Royal Address. So it's 4 of them across the track with a 16th to the finish. And here is Too Sexy to take over and win it. Too Sexy by 2. Royal Address was second, Photo for third.
Too Sexy with the win at Belmont. They are in the gate. Here's Chris Griffin at Parks.
A very awkward start from Mind Control and also a slow start for Silver State at the back of the field. Rock On Luke gets the first call. We'll take him into the first turn. Crosses right over. West Willpower just had to check ever so slightly. There is in second. Mind Control now regroups, has taken that second spot and now gets passed by Warriors Charge. It'll be Rock On Luke, Warriors Charge, then West Willpower and Mind Control in fourth as they sort themselves out. Thorny Tail is off the lead this afternoon. It's going to settle into fifth, Informative, and after the start, Silver State can see them all. 7 off the lead. Rock On Luke to the backstretch. 23 and 2, a quick opening quarter mile. Rock On Luke and Paco Lopez, they're up by 3/4 of a length. Warriors Charge gets closer. West Willpower saving ground to the inside as Thorny Tail starts to split rivals. Going to be wide as Mind Control. Second to last, Informative. Silver State has still got a lot of ground to make up with less than a half mile to go. 47 flat for a half mile time. They slowed it down. It's Rock On Luke into the far turn. Warriors Charge now gets closer within a half length of that leader. Mind Control starts to launch a rally. West Willpower, Thorny Tail, they're dropping back. Silver State starts to get it in gear, and here comes Silver State coming after these leaders. It's within 3.5 of the lead. Warriors Charge puts a nose in front. To the inside is Rock On Luke. Mind Control is in pursuit. Silver State is ready to pounce, and Silver State is now coming after these leaders. It's Mind Control for a final 1/8 of a mile, but Silver State is right up on the outside. Mind Control and Silver State. Silver State puts a head in front. Inside the final 16th, Silver State leaving no doubt. Mind Control not done. Silver State, Mind Control comes up. Back Mind Control. Mind Control, I think, came back and won. Silver State there in a photo. Warriors Charge and Thorny Tail. It's a photo in 1 minute 36 and 2.
The Parks Dirt Mile. It looked like Silver State had it completely won, and Mind Control coming back on the inside, Andy.
Greg Wolf jinxed him on the set, actually. It was worth the wait. They ran it pretty late. And listen, Silver State got completely left, was way out of position. For the first time in his life, he didn't get a perfect trip, and he really ran. I mean, he ran well. But Mind Control, who the one time, the 2-turn race, he hadn't run well. Todd Pletcher shipped him down there. Obviously not going to run against Life is Good here. How about this coming back to win here? I mean, Silver State, did he pull himself up on the lead there? This was crazy. I mean, he was home free, and I think he lost.
I think the 3 Mind Control
absolutely
got it on the inside coming back. Warriors Charge, the 7 checking in for third. Silver State Terrible start for him out of the gate awkwardly, and he's a very big horse as well, a lot of size to him. He had to come from off of it. You see how covered in dirt he is, and what a performance from Mind Control today.
Yeah, I mean that was stunning.
Yeah.
Because this race was over. I mean, Silver State had won, and I'm impressed that Silver State was even able to get back in the race. To be honest with you, considering his break and what bad position it had him in, probably don't want to be down on the inside at Parks, and they were staying off the rail except for one horse. But Mind Control coming back here, wow, not expected that.
Here's another look as this is the point where it looks like Silver State is just going to cruise right on by. He's got it won. It seems to me, I was wondering, did he start to lug in a little bit?
It seemed like he was lugging in a little bit. It did seem like he was, yeah.
Ricardo Santana having to ease up him on a little, and that's all that John Velasquez needed on Mind Control to get him up the inside, navigating 2 turns for the first time in quite a while. And what an hour or so for Todd Pletcher.
Well, it's not bad to be Todd Pletcher. He's a pretty darn good trainer.
Life is good in the Kelso, and now Mind Control in an absolute thriller in the Parks Dirt Mile. 3-6-7-5. As we head over to Churchill Downs, there was an interesting state of affairs at Churchill, as it seemed they brought the entire field back into the paddock where the one on your mark had a shoe repair. I've never seen that happen before. Well, they'll bring the whole field back in once they're out on track or have riders up. So riders up once again. On your mark has a new shoe set, always an attending blacksmith in the paddock, and currently even money on the number 2, Cowan, making his first start since trying the Alcoa Sprint in Dubai last time out.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously the horse to beat in even money right now. It's been quite an eventful day so far for us.
Yes, it has been. Well, I'm glad to be going through this crazy turn of events with you, Andy.
I can't think of anyone better to be spending it than you.
6-5 on Cowan, well beaten that day. Brian Hernandez will be aboard this afternoon as he makes his first start since March for Steve Asmussen, and horses head out as we are just about to post. On your mark, feeling a little bit rambunctious. Please don't throw another shoe on your mark.
Yeah, On Your Mark's had a lot of chances. Has run some figures that are decent, not impossible, turf to dirt.
Here's Cowan, first start since that Alcoa Sprint.
He's the horse to beat in this race, but he's traveled a lot. And I mean, I wouldn't bet him even money, but I can see why he's the horse to beat. He's run some good races, but he's got competition.
Lightly raced horse for Brendan Walsh next. Here's Critical Threat.
I bet him last time. I saw enough. Probably wouldn't.
That was at Saratoga in that starter allowance. You didn't bet Jake Rocks that day?
No,
He's third.
No, I know, but he was short priced. I only bet him he's a big price.
Here's Tiberius Mercurius.
I do love Jake Rocks. Tries a dirt for the first time. You know, he's actually a half to a very good dirt horse named Tigaloo. You know that. I don't tell you. You know everything.
17-1 on that horse. Here's Abundant for Randy Morse.
I have to bet this horse is 13-1, and I'll use him with a favorite in the Exacta. Goes turf to dirt. He's got a couple of figures that put him in the hunt. I thought he was an interesting option.
Edge to Edge is next.
Not impossible. Had a lot of chances, but he's got 3 wins. You know, his figures hold up.
Second time on the main track for the 8, Spankhurst.
Looks a little bit over his head.
And the number 9, Rockstar Row.
Ooh, there's even another horse in here. Sorry, Rockstar Row. Let me turn my page. Been off for 5 months since the last race, primarily a turf horse. No turf course, they're trying the dirt.
Trying on the dirt, where he ran third behind Mandaloon, in fact, on the main track back in October. Well, it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting. The Market Mover is the 3, Critical Threat, in fact. 8-1 on the morning line, 7-1 right now on the board. If you want to bet the Twin Spires Market Mover or anybody else in this race, go to twinspires.com or download the app today. Make sure to check that out. Critical Threat at 7-1. What do you make about him second off the layoff, Andy?
I tried him last time. He really didn't run a step, and he actually got a perfect trip in there. I thought his maiden race was better than it looks. Listen, he's second off a layoff. If you like him, maybe you'll take a shot.
8-1 on the board, 4-5 on Cowan, as this is an interesting horse. Broke his maiden at Churchill, first time out sprinting. We saw him running second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. They tried the Alcoa Sprint in Dubai. He's caught by Cantharos, and he's back stateside now.
Yeah, I mean, he's traveled a lot, but he's run some decent races. Is he really a sprinter? Is this a race that's sort of a springboard for him to some bigger races? I wouldn't be surprised, but you know, it's that barn. He's going to take a lot of money. I won't be surprised when he wins. He's obviously run some decent races, but how good is he really?
We could potentially find out today as you see the prices from Belmont. Upset with the other one from the Christophe Clement barn. Too Sexy picking up the victory. $13.20 winner. Royal Address, who was acting up behind the gate, checking in for second. Back at Churchill Downs, though, 4-5 favorite right now. Anybody else you're intrigued by?
Yeah, I'm interested in the 6 a little bit in this race. Talking about Abundant. Take a look at him, okay? He hadn't run. Something went wrong at Oaklawn because he ran poorly. So he comes off a 6-month to 5.5, basically a 5-month layoff. And they ran him on the turf. Doesn't it just feel like a prep? He needed a race. You go back, his 2 prior races, 75 and 80 Beyer. This horse ran an 80 Beyer 3 races back at Churchill. I think that puts him in the mix.
Going
second off,
furlongs.
going to the right surface. I don't see why this horse is impossible in here at a price. He's 20 to 1 almost, you know.
He's a big price right now on the board, and sometimes you can find those horses with some dirtied up form to find that value. That's always the key, especially when you have a very short price, 3 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, 3 to 5, okay. He hasn't run since March at Maidan. Obviously had no chance in that sprint. He ran fine in that Saudi Derby. I don't know who they were, but he ran okay. And he ran fine, you know, in turf races and dirt races. He's no superstar. He was improving. And now he's going 5.5 furlongs off the layoff. And he really doesn't have any speed. I mean, can he win? Of course. 3 to 5. These are just not horses I'm going to play. They can win, but I'm not going to play them.
Well, I think we're getting close to post time for the 6th at Churchill Downs. It looks like the horses are behind the gate and will hopefully be loading in soon.
What are they waiting for?
What's that?
What are they waiting for?
It is the start of the Derby City 6. So maybe we'll get ready here. Pick 6 kicking off here at Churchill Downs. That's my guess. Hopefully nobody else had any equipment issues, as we did have that delay back in the paddock with the one on your mark needing that shoe repair. There they go towards the starting gate.
You were supposed to be done about a half hour ago. I'm supposed to be done now. But that's okay. I'm happy to spend more time with you. And Greg's very happy over there. Greg's on the set. He's enjoying himself over there.
He's watching the show like a viewer would with some inside information.
He's a little embarrassed after he said that Silver State was home. He sort of slinked off the set after he declared Silver State home.
He's hiding behind our monitor now.
When mind control surged back to victory.
Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with us today as well, as we have still some more exciting stakes action to come.
I hope I hope their half of the show is as exciting as ours has been, because we've had plenty good stuff going on here. Seriously.
Keeping us on our toes, that's for sure.
No question about it. Yeah.
Well, race 6 coming up next. Fast main track at Churchill Downs. Cowan is 4 to 5 in his first race back stateside since trying the Al-Quoz Sprint. Andy has some interest in the number 6, Abundant. Still a nice price at 12 to 1. He went down a bit. You moved the board.
Yeah, moving that board at Churchill.
An allowance race
I'm sure
at
that's
Churchill.
Have they been listening to my Churchill opinion so far?
5.5 furlongs. We go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Tiberius Mercurius and Rockstar Row. They're in the gate. And they're off. Edge to Edge and Cowan, and on your mark. Those 3 fastest out of there. Here comes Rockstar Row for that outside post to race up and join them. So too Critical Threat. Tiberius Mercurius is there. Spankhurst is as well. No room for Abundant, who got checked out to last. Tight pack heading for the far turn. Cowan's in front. Edge to Edge right alongside second. These 2 go head in head with Spankhurst coming up to grab third. Rockstar Row is wide while fourth. On your mark, down inside fifth with Critical Threat in sixth. Abundance up into 7th. Tiberius Mercurius is now the trailer. 22-2 was the opening quarter. Edge to Edge and Cowan shoulder to shoulder by the quarter pole. Cowan down inside. Edge to Edge right alongside. These 2 inseparable with 3/16 to go. Farther back, Abundant trying to get on track late with Spankhurst and Rockstar Row. Final 16th. Cowan's determined. Edge to Edge is Pesky. These two head and head for the lead. Cowan down inside of Edge to Edge. Edge to Edge. Cowan overpowers his stubborn foe Edge to Edge late to win it. Rockstar Row was third. Spankhurst was fourth.
He had to work for it, but the number 2, Cowan, gets the victory game inside Edge to Edge.
Yeah, came back on. I don't know if it's winning like a 3-to-5 shot should. Somehow, give a lot of credit to Brian Hernandez. He was in the lead with a horse that has no speed. Kind of helped that one of the 2 speeds was back in last, the 6 Abundant, but gets the job done at 3-to-5.
2-7 under the wire there at Churchill Downs, and we'll bring you prices shortly. And I think that's it for us.
It's been fun.
It's been fun. It's been a lot going on. Stay tuned. Greg Wolf and Jonathan Kinchin coming up next.
Just know where to go, doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low, always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro, jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part, this ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Here we are in the paddock for race 6 at beautiful Belmont Park. We've got New York bred colts going 6 furlongs and a nice group of young horses here, really acting well, doing everything right. And we'll start talking about the 4-horse first. First-time starter, Tap and the Bank. Speaking with 2 of the ownership group here, Jason English and Mike Wolf, and they said this colt's fast, and I tell you what, he looks fast, guys. He's got a real great look to him. Son of a central banker, got a great balance to him, and really focused. Sometimes you see first-time starters, and they're not as clued into what's going on. This guy has an intensity about him, and usually horses with that kind of demeanor, as he just started acting up because the one horse acted up a little bit, and very often with young horses, it's like dominoes. One reacts to something, and the rest of them react to something. We just had an issue here. The 7-horse Kuzmin just slipped behind while he's being saddled and kind of fell down in the saddling stall. So we'll get a little report on him. He's up and walking around. But usually when they hear noise, horses react to that, and young horses kind of feeding off each other's energy. But I like what I'm seeing from the 4, Tap into Bank. The 5-horse, Thrill of It, a $1,000 yearling purchase. Spoke with Tanya Terranova. She bought this colt and said she could just see a horse that was going to need to grow up a lot. And I got to tell you what, this horse grew into a nice individual. He is handsome, well put together, and what you see as a yearling is not always what you get as a 2-year-old. They change a lot, just like kids. They grow up and develop at different stages. Tanya said that she bought the sales topper out of that sale, and she also bought the least expensive horse out of that sale, that being Thrill of It, for $1,000. So let's go to the outside. 2 first-time starters from very high-profile connections, starting with the 8 Overstep, Son of Into Mischief, $360,000 yearling purchase. Todd Pletcher looks very fit, looks together, like what I'm seeing from him. But the horse that won me over completely in the paddock was the 9 Asymmetric, Son of Upstart, trained by Chad Brown, bred by Newtown Anner Stud. This horse is out of a mare that has produced 7 winners, so it's a winning family. There's precocity there. And this horse has got a balanced look to him that I look for, a horse that'll make you kind of sit up and take notice of him. I really like what I'm seeing from the 9 Asymmetric, guys.
Mig, thanks. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen here on the desk. We're going to take you the rest of the way as we're 8 minutes away from this 6th race coming up. It kicks off this Pick 6 on our Saturday program. Great to see you back in New York.
It's good to be back. It was, it's not as hot as Saratoga, but for whatever reason, I'm still sweating. So we'll figure it out.
It's a common theme with you. Pressure's on today. We got some big races this afternoon, and we just saw a monster, I don't know if it was a monster upset. It looked like we had Silver State home in that race at Parks. He got beat after getting some issues out of the gate in their mind control with that win. A lot more coming up from Parks, including Jackie's Warriors. Still ahead.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for 2nd or 3rd on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, program brought to you where you can play all the action. Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get involved. Pick 6 on this Saturday card here in Elmont, New York is coming up in this New York bred maiden special weight. And that right there is Overstep for Todd Pletcher. First-time starter, expensive Son of Into Mischief for Poli Stable, St. Elias Stable, and a flashy Drill coming into this debut as well.
Yeah, it has been working well according to the clockers who get to see these horses, you know, practice, exercise in the morning. And it's usually a good indicator for horses that have some talent. And look, it's Todd. You get Irad here. And Rapoli and St. Elias with another 2-year-old. What more do you need to see? And nothing really else in the race jumps out and grabs you either. It seems like the Chad Brown runner, the 9, seems a little bit cold on the board. Klarovich Stables and Chad showing up at 5-1 and as a first-time starter. Probably a little bit of a hint there as well that maybe this horse might need a race.
Although this one did catch the eye of Mig down in the paddock. Be Javier Castellano aboard Asymmetric, Son of Upstart, for his debut. But yeah, all the money on this guy right here. And how many good 2-year-olds has Todd Pletcher, as usual,
but it seems like back to what we're expecting from the Todd Pletcher barn this year with all these talented 2-year-olds.
Right, a bunch of them. I could think of like 5 off the top of my head at Saratoga that were outstanding. The thing about this race is that, you know, even if the 8 Overstep is not one of his freaky monster types, he just has to be better than the other horses that are in this race. And a lot of times that's what happens in these 2-year-old races. You don't have to be an Uncle Mo or some monster who just runs off the screen first time out. You just got to be better than the ones you're in there with.
Exactly. And right now this horse getting bet like he is by far the best of this bunch in here coming up. We're going to have our post parade here in a minute. We hear the call to post behind us. Even money on potentially another really talented 2-year-old for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Here's the big long shot, my last mission to kick things off for Juan Vasquez.
Yeah, 26 to 1, draws the rail. Not ideal, in my opinion, for first-time starters to be stuck down on the inside.
Drossel DM. Charlie Baker's second-time starter was 46 to 1 first time out.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. 46 to 1 at Saratoga first time out. Makes me wonder if this horse has much talent.
Brad Cox with a Central Banker first-timer tapping the bank.
Yeah, I thought this horse was interesting. Obviously stays up here with Brad's New York contingent because it is a New York bred.
And here's the $1,000 purchase Mig talked about. Thrill of it for John Terranova.
Yeah, this horse worked on the turf a few times at Saratoga, runs on the dirt first out. When I see that, it makes me think they're trying to figure out what this horse wants to do.
Silver Samurai hit back-to-back seconds, showed speed in both. One of them at Saratoga in the slop. This is start number 4.
Yeah, this horse has taken money, shown speed, but doesn't really finish the races.
Even money favorite, the son of Into Mischief for Pletcher.
We talked about it. You see those Silks, Rapoli stables, also with St. Elias.
And here's the Klarovich Stables runner for Chad Brown, son of Upstart with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, you got to love what Mig says about how the horse looks physically. The tote board is telling me a slightly different story.
All right, we'll get back to this one. Again, it kicks off the pick 6 on our Saturday card as we head back to Parks on their big day for the Grade 3 Greenwood Cup. 1.5 miles. And here's forewarned for Uriah St. Louis.
Yeah, Uriah always shows up and can make some noise in these big races.
Next door, Math Wizard, who was a big upset winner of the Pennsylvania Derby 2 years ago at 31 to 1. That vaulted him into the Classic, where he was a very distant 5th. Now Saffie Joseph trying to turn him into a distance horse.
Back to the scene of the crime. This horse has not won since the Pennsylvania Derby.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on board. Moretti, who's proven at going longer, won the Birdstone last year at Saratoga at 1 3/4 miles.
Yeah, this horse is always dangerous, has some tactical speed, and seems to be working well pointing towards this race.
Jamie Ness sends out Magic Michael, 4-year-old by Dramedy.
Jamie Ness having an unbelievable meet currently at Parks, 35%. That's pretty high.
Horse 6 for 7 at the track, by the way. Sugar Ray 2, 7-2, Kendrick Carmouche.
It's the king of Parks,
Indeed.
Kendrick Carmouche.
Won a lot of races in Parks during his time. Looking at Roses, 16 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, they probably thought this was a clever name, hoping they were going to run in the Derby. Didn't work out.
No, it did not. Sheer Flattery has speed. We know that. 12-time winner.
Yeah, this horse has been running extremely good numbers the last 3 races. Is dangerous in here.
Seafoam, who we got to know pretty well at Saratoga. Back-to-back wins at the meet, including for Michelle Giangiulio.
Yeah, 10 Strike Racing claimed this horse, got Michelle her first win, and then comes back to Parks where 10 Strike has had so much success.
And Last Samurai, 15 to 1 outside. Dallas Stewart moving turf to dirt.
Yeah, this feels like maybe a distance play. Hasn't done much running on the dirt in the past and isn't really particularly that fast on the turf either.
All right, so that's your field. Grade 3 Greenwood Cup. On a tremendous day of action that includes, of course, the Pennsylvania Derby, which we will have live. Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, going at it again. The very talented up-and-coming Speaker's Corner. They're all going to do battle in that $1 million race coming up. But it's back to Belmont, pick 6 coming up, and now odds on the Todd Pletcher runner. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, I tell you, this is a good-looking group. They got a little bit upset in the paddock when the 7-horse Kuzman actually reared up and fell over backwards. He appeared to be okay physically. He was a late scratch because of that. They'll always err on the side of caution, take a horse out, walked off out of the paddock with no issues whatsoever. But it did set a bunch of these colts off, including the 4, Tap and the bank. And I like Tapping the Bank. I like what I saw from him in the paddock. I like what I saw from him on the track. And he just appears to be a fast horse. He's got that look of a quick kind of horse. And I think he's going to be a horse that they're going to have to catch. So I'm going to go with the 4, Tapping the Bank. The 8, Overstep. Big aggressive warm-up from Irad Ortiz Jr. You know, he's taking the money. He's a son of Into Mischief. He cost $360,000 as a yearling. So, you know, he's checking all the boxes. And the money's showing, and usually the money's meaningful with young horses that don't have proven form. So there's not going to be any surprise to me when Overstep runs to the money he's taking, but I'm looking elsewhere, and that's why I'm going with the 4, Tapping the Bank. And I still like the 9, Asymmetrical, who really got a nice warm-up. Some horses don't always tip their hand in the morning. He's got the look, though, this horse. When I look at horses, the first thing I want to see is a particular balance, and then you could start picking apart the rest of the stuff. This horse has got the balance. He's well named Asymmetric. I like him a lot. So for me, it's 4, 9, 8, guys.
He must have looked good going through the sales ring. Upstart stands for $10,000. This horse sold for $150,000.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I had learned as a horse player is look at the multiple of the stud fee as it pertains to the sales price. And a lot of times you can get some hints there. You know, if a $150,000 Tapit stud fee and the horse goes for $75,000, there's not a real good indicator that horse has a lot of talent. But like you mentioned, $10,000 going up to over 100 is definitely a good indicator.
Parks on the right-hand side of your screen as we're getting set to load up here at Belmont. Going to bring you that Grade 3 Greenwood Cup at 1.5 miles on the main track coming up. It is Moretti for Todd Pletcher, the 3-horse, with Luis Saez, the 2-1 favorite. Still, I got to say, Math Wizard made a tremendous appearance in that race. See if he can get the distance. But first things first, pick 6 here at Belmont. And now 3-5 on this Todd Pletcher runner, Overstep, the 8.
Yeah, the money came in late for this horse, but I think it's interesting. The 4, Tapping the Bank. I'm glad to hear that Richie liked that one. I thought those were the only 2 those are the only 2 that I used in my pick 6 that I'm hoping still exists in the next minute and 30 seconds.
Good luck to everyone getting involved. 3 is in. There's Tapping the Bank for trainer Brad Cox. But a first-timer that many appear to be leaning on, this one right here in the multi-race sequence, pick 6, this Rapoli runner.
Look, I think this horse, it's going to be all about the break. I think if this horse breaks well and ends up on top, like so many Todd Pletcher first-time starters do, going to be tough to beat. Breaks a step slow, I think he could be up against it.
See how it plays out. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick off our Saturday pick 6 from Belmont.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 9, Asymmetric. And Asymmetric is the early trailer. Out for the lead is Silver Samurai with the favorite Overstep racing on the outside in second. My Last Mission down at the rail runs in third. Tapping the Bank is next in fourth, followed by Drossel Diem in fifth. Right alongside is Thrill of It, and Asymmetric is the trailer in seventh as they go around the far turn. It's Silver Samurai challenged here by Overstep. The 2 of them are heads apart. The quarter 22 and 4. Just off them, Tapping the Bank runs in third. Then it's a break of a little more than 2. My Last Mission is down at the rail. Drossel Diem's in between horses. Thrill of It is on the outside, and Asymmetric is being asked for more at the back of the pack. The field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. And here is Overstep now to take over. Overstep is in front and draws away here. Overstep opening up on this field. Overstep, the favorite first-time starter, winning in a big way. Asymmetric, who was last, has come on to get second, but no threat to this winner. Overstep. Irad Ortiz Jr. with his 3rd win today. Asymmetric was second, and Thrill of It finished 3rd.
Big effort first time out from the New York bred Overstep. We go straight to Parks. Grade 3 Greenwood Cup. Todd Pletcher with the favorite here as well, with Moretti, the 3.
All in line. All set for the Greenwood Cup. And they're off. Sugar Ray 2 has got some speed. There's Math Wizard down towards the inside. Sheer Flattery and Seafoam. Seafoam wants the front. Joel Rosario and Seafoam, they'll take command, and they move quick. They're quickly up by 2. Taking back to second will be Sheer Flattery. Then comes Sugar Ray 2, settled into third, looking at Roses. Math Wizard's going to track in 5th. Moretti, Last Samurai, towards the back of the field, Forewarned, and Magic Michael. So they move into that turn and get set to come by us the first time. Trying to back off that pace now is Seafoam. Seafoam is up by a length and a half, is comfortable up top. Sheer Flattery, Ruben Silvera, they're going to track in second. Down to the inside is Sugar Ray 2. Moretti has gotten closer, is now taken 4th. Touch wide is going to be Last Samurai. Inside of that, rival comes looking at Roses. Math Wizard, the 2019 Pennsylvania Derby winner. Saving ground to the inside, the 2 at the back, Forewarned, and Magic Michael. They passed us for that first time. 50 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and they work into that turn. Seafoam is going to try and take them all the way, is up by 3/4 of a length. Sheer Flattery with mild pressure to the outside in second. Then Moretti, who's taken third, outside of Sugar Ray 2, who saves ground. Math Wizard looking at Roses, and Last Samurai, they follow that move as they move to the backstretch one more time. Then Magic Michael, Forewarned, at the back of the field. Seafoam is up by a length and a half. Sheer Flattery is now called upon from second. Moving through to the inside, Sugar Ray 2. They haven't changed the running order much. Moretti is out in the center of the racetrack, looking at Roses in between horses. Last Samurai wide. Math Wizard's going to need somewhere to go. Magic Michael, Forewarned, can see them all. Now being asked for full effort here is Seafoam up top with less than a half-mile to go. Sheer Flattery is ready to pounce to the outside, and here comes Sheer Flattery ready to take the lead. Following that move comes looking at Roses. Moretti got past, is now in 4th. Also dropping back comes Sugar Ray 2. Sheer Flattery is put in a nose in front of Seafoam, but Seafoam's not done. Looking at Roses is making up ground, and looking at Roses is coming up on the outside, 3 wide. They've got less than a quarter mile to go. Sheer Flattery is your leader. Looking at Roses, Last Samurai is launching a wide rally as well. Seafoam trying to hang in there. It's Sheer Flattery who's got the lead. Looking at Roses, Magic Michael also with a late push, and Last Samurai. Sheer Flattery, Last Samurai, Magic Michael from the back. They approach the 16th pole. Last Samurai's got the lead. Magic Michael with one final charge. Magic Michael wins the Greenwood Cup. Last Samurai there for second. Sheer Flattery looking at Roses in 2 minutes, 32 seconds flat.
You got to root for this horse. Magic Michael up for the win. 7 for 8 in his career with a runner-up finish in his only defeat here at Parks.
He likes it at Parks, maybe more than Kendrick Carmouche likes it at Parks. Very impressive. It's funny with these horses. You'll see a horse that gets to try that added distance for the first time, and it really just seems to fit into what they want to do. This horse was really leveling off late. Very, very impressive late kick, going 1.5 miles for the first time.
Yeah, Last Samurai getting back to the dirt as well. Impressive there and a tough beat, but 4.97, Magic Michael the win. As we go to Churchill, late pick 5. Begins in this race. Coming up, a maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint. Here's High Speed Rail, trained by Ben Colebrook.
Yeah, you better have some high speed from the rail. Ben Colebrook only 7% with first-time starters.
Dam produced a 6-time winner who was actually second to Rachel Alexandra in her career. Here's Devil's Glen, Mike Maker.
Yeah, this horse didn't run particularly fast, on debut. Was 10-1 that day. Maybe will improve second time out for Mike Maker.
Coffee with Alex. Brandon Walsh, first-time starter, been working, well, the most recent work was Ellis.
Yeah, and the thing with Brendan Walsh, he's not necessarily known for first-time starters on the dirt. But that's kind of started to change a little bit since Maxfield.
Here's Silent Disco, huge price, John Ortiz.
Yes, this is a horse that's not taking much money at all for a trainer that does actually okay, 12% with first-time starters.
This horse taking all the money here. Was 5-1 morning line. It's Brad Cox's first time out, a gun runner at even money.
A little bit green here. You can see Martin trying to kind of straighten him out there, but he is taking a ton of money.
Hoist the Gold, start number 3. Last out, he was a distant second behind the very talented Jack Christopher for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this horse ran well against Jack Christopher. Got a nice speed figure that day. Was close to a pace that was pretty honest. I think this horse is live in here.
Stablemates for Steve Asmussen here next door to each other. Beezy, the 7.
Yeah, don't worry that Joe Talamo's up. Ricardo's out of town.
And Fast Lane, Quality Road, first-timer.
I would think this is probably the Asmussen horse of the two that I would be leaning on. Brian Hernandez gets the mount.
And this Shug McGahee first-time starter has been working bullets for the debut.
Yeah, it has been. A lot of that has been at Fairhill. This horse is being ridden by Corey Lannery. Let's see how quickly Corey can get to his favorite spot on the racetrack, the rail.
Dam 1 routing on the turf. This is the first foal for Cloudy. You could play all the action and take advantage of that bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs today and tomorrow. You'll get your money back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited every Monday. That's every Friday through Sunday. Download the TwinSpires app today or go to twinspires.com to get involved. So we say it all the time on this program, especially these 2-year-old races. Pay attention to the tote board. The tote board right now telling you this horse is a serious runner for Brad Cox, son of gun runner, first time out.
Yeah, and these gun runners obviously have had a ton of success at the start of his young stallion career. But like you said, when the money comes like this on a Brad Cox first-time starter, the word's usually out. In the morning when these guys and gals send their horses out to work, they usually have some kind of identifying mark on their saddle towel to let them know whose barn they're in. And so well, the word gets out pretty quickly if a horse is working well in the morning, and it appears that Cyber Knife is one of those horses.
Gun runner off to just a sensational start with his 2-year-olds, and here's another one potentially will be unleashed for Brad Cox. 6-5 favoritism here. If you look beyond these and you're putting together a pick 5 in here, who would you want coverage from?
Like beyond this race, or beyond in this race?
In this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely want to have the 7, the Dallas Stewart, the 6, Hoist the Gold, the Dallas Stewart runner who's run so well. He ran well on debut. Well enough on debut, and then came right back against a really talented horse in Jack Christopher and ran well. I would think that those two would make me feel comfortable enough, depending on how you feel about the rest of the sequence.
Did you see, I don't know, I had a different opinion. The grade 3 Dogwood, Caribbean Caper comes in undefeated. The numbers I'm looking at with her, she is not a standout in that field.
Well, yeah.
She's the one to beat, no question, deserves to be favored, but she's very short price.
You know, the numbers I looked at, she's pretty quick. She's pretty fast away from there. You know, I think she's one you could potentially lean on. It's tricky, though. A lot of times those horses get ignored because she was earning those numbers and those efforts were taking place at Ellis. Now they're at Churchill. I think sometimes that can be ignored a little bit. I did think the 3 Little Tootsie, who's scratched, I thought that horse had a chance for Tom Amoss. But, yeah, I think the 2 Caribbean Caper should be tough.
This rail runner, Dan produced another runner. I mentioned the horse who was second to Rachel Alexandra, 6-time winner. Also produced a first out winner sprinting at 5 furlongs at Gulfstream. Huge price from the inside, but it's Brad Cox's Cyberknife, the 5 heavy favorite to start the late pick 5 here at Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Cloudy with a good beginning. Hoist the Gold is there. Coffee with Alex fires through toward the inside, out of the chute, down to the main track, and Hoist the Gold comes away and opens up to lead by 3/4 of a length. Cloudy's on the chase from second. Cyberknife advances up to grab third. Coffee with Alex tucked away fourth and toward the rail. Devil's Glen is fifth. High Speed Rail 6, Fast Lane 7th. BZ 8th by 4. Silent Disco's at the back, out sprinted so far 12 lengths top to bottom. They chase Hoist the Gold onto the far turn, who whipped that opening quarter in 21-2. Hoist the Gold leading the way. Cyberknife takes over second and is cranking up the pressure now. Here comes Cyberknife after Hoist the Gold. These two round the far turn together. Cloudy couldn't keep up back in third. Coffee with Alex down inside fourth. Devil's Glen is fifth. The rest are far behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Hoist the Gold cut the corner. Cyberknife veers in. They bump right outside the 3/16. And it's Cyberknife on the wrong lead with a short lead. Hoist the Gold battles on toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. Cyberknife trying to hang in there. Hoist the Gold is tough down toward the inside, but is second as they come for the wire. Cyberknife hoists the Gold with one final try. Cyberknife won it. Cyberknife the winner. Hoist the Gold was second. A long way back to Coffee with Alex. Then it was either Fast Lane or Cloudy.
Word out on this first-time starter. There was some bumping in the stretch. The 5 coming in on the 6, Hoist the Gold a little bit. As we take a look at the finish.
Yeah, and this is a good example of horses on the wrong lead. Cyberknife on the outside on the wrong lead. Just from a visual standpoint, you can tell that one looks a little bit kind of, I would say, goofier than the horse to the inside. You're just leading with the left leg. And it's an indication of a horse that's green, who doesn't really understand exactly what the rider's asking him to do, to switch legs, to have that. Basically, when you're running through the airport and you're carrying your suitcase, you got to switch hands because your right arm gets tired. Mine doesn't because it's so strong, but
I got to switch leads about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I'm sure yours gets tired out there, Wolfie. But and this is a situation where I think when they bumped into each other, that's why this horse is just being goofy on the wrong lead.
So you don't think there's anything there that?
I don't think they're going to change it. I wouldn't say they're not going to look at it, but I don't think there's a change there.
Cyberknife, first time out, crossing the wire first. We'll tell you the result when we come back if it remains official. 5-6, 3-8 goes off at 6-5. Son of Gunrunner. We'll be back.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Richard Migliori with you. We have an inquiry here in this first leg of this late pick 5 as we thought Stewart's going to be taking a look here at Cyberknife coming in on the 6, hoist the gold in the stretch.
Yeah, you know, the thing about this, you know, look, I've kind of given up guessing on these things because when I think I'm right, I'm wrong. When I think I'm wrong, I'm right. And basically, I don't know what's going on. There is a bump, and it's a significant bump, and it was not a large margin of victory. However, the 6 had every opportunity to pass on the inside, and I don't know if the stewards are going to take that into consideration. Remember, if you're just watching racing with us, the jurisdictions are different. It's not the same rules everywhere. The rules in New York versus Kentucky are different. Obviously, this race taking place in Kentucky.
That look from behind is very incriminating on Cyberknife.
It's a bump, but in my opinion, the 6 had every opportunity, had almost 1/8 of a mile to pass, and never did. It's just weird because I'm sure Richie and Gary and others see it differently than someone like maybe me and Andy might see it. I see it from a better standpoint.
That can take something out of you, though.
The best horse won, the 5, and I hate when bettors get punished when they were on the right horse.
You can't say, though, that the bump may not have taken some
100%.
starch out of the 6.
100%. I agree with that completely. You can never play that. The what-if game is really tricky because there's that rule of did it cost the horse a place, and you never really know. We're just guessing. Sure, maybe. You know, I wouldn't be offended if they took down the 5, but the horse was best.
So waiting game here as the stewards have a decision to make. Cyberknife, if you did happen to see that view from behind. Cyberknife did get a good little cut into Hoist the Gold from behind. And they have made a change. DQ made. Hoist the Gold put up as the winner. He went off at 5-2 in the end in here. New order of finish, 6-5, 3-8. So the horse who caused that infraction placed behind the 6, who he interfered with, and winds up second.
Like I said, not offended by it. There's some changes or no changes that are offensive to me as a horse player and a fan of the game. This one's not offensive at all. It is what it is. The 5 was best, Cyberknife, but there was a significant foul. I think situations like this just make me wish the rule was I either want it to be a foul is a foul, or we just figure the rest out. We figure it out in the steward's office the next morning and find the riders rather than punishing the
state to state. Yeah, it's different in every jurisdiction. Back at Parks in the Greenwood Cup, Magic Michael. Talk about a horse for course. 7 for 8 at Parks with a runner-up finish.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is one of the situations, a classic situation where when you have these horses that are trying something completely different for the first time, it could be the thing that kind of wakes them up and makes them, I don't want to say an elite horse, but really puts them into gives them an opportunity to succeed in these stakes types races, and that's what happened with Magic Michael.
Just getting up and showing some grit and determination to do it over Last Samurai. He was moving back to dirt for Dallas Stewart. So Dallas Stewart a tough defeat there, 23-1, but then gets put up for a win back at Churchill with a DQ. So things balance out.
Oh, it's a tough game. 1 second you're disappointed. The next second you're getting something in your favor.
4-9-7. Grade 3 Turf Monster is next at Parks. 5 furlongs on the grass. We're going to back to Belmont, though, after a short timeout. And the late pick 5 is next. 1 1/8 on the turf. Price Talk. Taking a ton of money right now for Anthony Dutrow. We'll be back.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubawi, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubawi and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Dimmitt. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on NYRA Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on NYRA Bets and the NYRA Bets app.
Good to have you with us back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you by NYRA Bets. Get signed up started. Go to NYRABets.com. Download the app to get involved. The late pick 5 coming up next here in Elmont, New York. 1 1/8 over the inner turf, an allowance optional claiming field. And a lot of money right now on Price Talk, who comes in off a win, claimed out of that race, now with Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, Price Talk ran well that day. I know there's a little bit of buzz running around the racetrack that Price Talk was in for 50. I think there was quite a few claims for Price Talk that day. And Anthony Dutra ultimately wins the shake, and he shows up here and should be live in this spot, as well as a 7 flop shot for Chad Brown, who shows back up off of a little bit of a break.
Yeah, there he is. So this horse, he hasn't run since June of last summer, and he only got 1 start in the States, and then he had to go to the bench, unfortunately, for Chad Brown. But he put him in a grade 2 in his debut, highly regarded, instilled regard, his stablemate, able to beat him that day. This barn, typically, we're not worried about off the bench. Do you have reservations?
No. First layoff for Chad in his career, 27%. And I would imagine that number's even improved. This is his entire career, 27%. But as he's become Chad Brown, now I think that his owners are a little bit more patient with him and making decisions. I think flop shot will be tough to beat in here, but I wouldn't discount the 3 Price Talk as well, who I think will run well for Anthony Dutra.
Or how about the 2? We just saw Dylan Davis get a leg up on Shamrocket for Todd Pletcher. 2-1 on the morning line. He was actually the morning line favorite in this race. Let's go back to June 11th. And a victory here at Belmont, going 1.25 miles on the inner turf.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, I think, the 1.25 miles. You look at his other races. He's been going longer distances, and today he's just going 1 1/8 miles. It feels like Shamrocket is a type of horse that appreciates more ground. Now, from a number standpoint, he's not necessarily a standout, and now he's going a distance I think might be a little bit sharp for him. Now, he'll be finishing when they turn for home, but I do think that the other 2 make a little bit more sense at this distance.
He's faced some tough company. Cross Border, Gufo, does have a win at 1 mile. Late last year at Gulfstream. Ran decent in defeat in a state-bred stake at Tampa at 1 1/8 miles. You just think his better races, he's better going longer, you think?
I think he's probably better going longer. And I do feel like the 3 Price Talk or the 7 flop shot are probably set up to run a really nice race. I'm not going to be shocked if Shamrocket wins. I just think that from a betting proposition, it's 7-2 on the board right now. I think they're betting his record. I think they're betting his name. They're betting his trainer. They're betting his speed figures. But I think they're making a mistake not paying attention to the difference in distance, which I think is somewhat significant at this level.
Coming through the tunnel, and we're going to have our post parade here in a moment. Journeyman, big price will kick things off. Tom Morley off the claim. Tom Morley having a dream meet right now. He has started just sensational, including a victory over Lone Rock earlier in the meet.
Yeah, and these silks right here that are seeing on TV for Flying P Stable needs to try to work out a trip from the inside. Is going to need to run a little bit faster.
Shamrocket, Todd Pletcher, we just talked about, a 2-time winner on the turf here at Belmont.
Yeah, look, this horse is talented. I just think that he's probably better going a little bit longer.
Price Talk opened up as the favorite. He's at 5-2, slight second choice right now. Here he comes, Son of Kitten's Joy.
Yeah, a talented horse who's switching barns from Jorge Abreu to Anthony Dutra, a horse that ran for 50 at Saratoga. Lots of claims for Price Talk.
Cross the wire 4 times in front in his 7 starts. DQ'd, though, out of that debut. Winning factor, 9-1 with Manny Franco.
Yeah, this is a horse that I could see winning this race as well. A little bit more of a little bit of a better price here on the 4 winning factor, but does have to improve just a little bit.
Welcome to those that just rejoined us here on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. In progress with a post parade here for this 7th at Belmont for the start of the late pick 5 as we look at Opry for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, another one that last time was close up to a slow pace, a little bit of a downgrade for me, but does have some back numbers.
Here is the favorite, those familiar silks of Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, and I've not seen this horse in the afternoon since June of last year.
This horse was well meant first time for Chad Brown in a stake, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, and now he comes back in an allowance race off a very long break. Not a concern for Chad Brown's barn.
Group 3 winner in France, the 7. Here's the 10, Zarkalani, Christophe Clement.
Yeah, this horse took a little bit of money, was closing into a slow pace. Another one coming in off a significant break.
He was 5-1 against the eventual ARC winner in a Group 1 in France a couple of years ago. And then Angeles Warrior on the outside, Junior Alvarado, on a 3-time winner on the turf at 22-1.
Yeah, so look, I picked this horse, but it's not that I don't think that the 3 and the 7 are more likely winners. I just think this horse has a ton of value, and I wanted to put the Neon 12 up on the screen so that people could maybe use this horse underneath.
Okay.
You don't see it, huh?
No, I absolutely. That horse is way too big a price.
Yeah, just too big of a price. And like I said, the 3 and the 7 are likely the winners of this race. I just think the 12 offers a little bit of value.
Inner turf, though, outside post. That could be awfully tough here. Not drawn particularly well either, as we are 2 minutes away from the 7th here at Belmont. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Greg. And let's start with the 2-horse Sham Rocket, horse that's drawn towards the inside. It's a mile and a furlong on the inner turf. Fairly short run to the first turn. Inside position is very important. Now, we saw earlier the first turf race, a lot of kickback, a lot of peel on the turf course. You know, we had a lot of rain earlier in the week, and you see a lot of clumps of turf coming up. So a lot of these races, I think it's going to be about what horses handle it, and what horses have shown that they've handled less than pristine ground in the past. Sham Rocket, I think, fits that bill. I like his inside draw. I like the way he looks from a physical perspective. The 4-horse Winning Factor, I really like the way this horse looked. Very well turned out for trainer Dave Donk. He had a hood on in the paddock, and Dave brings a lot of his horses to the paddock with a hood. Some will keep it on to race. It muffles sound. He took the hood off. This horse was just as resplendent in the coat, and it's not always easy to distinguish that with gray horses, but he had a rich, hydrated look to his coat. Really liked what I saw there. The 5 Opry, another horse really well turned out, son of Declaration of War, trained by Todd Pletcher, who's having a stellar day. Really like what's happening with Todd's horses today. The 10-horse Zarkalani. I thought this horse at first was washed out in the paddock, but in fact, it appeared to me that they hosed him down, because by the time he got to the track, he was dry, cool as a cucumber, and warmed up really nicely on the racetrack. He's got to overcome a tough draw in my estimation, but I liked what I saw from the 10 Zarkalani. And the 12 Angelus Warrior came to the paddock with rubber bands on his hocks. They don't allow that in New York. They were cut off, so that was a late equipment change in the paddock.
All right, Mick, thanks. We're back at Parks. And a look at this field for the Grade 3 Turf Monster Beer Can Man. Mark Glatt comes in off a win at Del Mar.
Yeah, this horse ran well. It was a flat 5 furlongs. Remember, this race is at flat 5 at Saratoga. Been running 5.5. I think this horse is live as well.
89-1. Next door, Amblin, man, ran in the Parks Dash a Grade 3. Had the lead in the stretch 2 back and got caught, ran 5th.
Yeah, I mean, way to take a shot.
Caratori, Brian Lynch, big number in the Troy last start.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well in the Troy. This horse has been working well. This is the main competition for a horse I really like in here.
Fire Crow, Ron Moquette.
Yeah, another one who's got some tactical speed. I think having speed in these turf sprints is very important.
99-1 West Fork, tough to make a case for.
I agree with you, Wolfie.
8-5, Caravel, Graham Motion.
Yeah, I said I thought she was going to win the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. I still feel that way. I hope she lives up to that in this race.
She looks so good. That's Saratoga in that caress. Here's Battle Station for Danny Velasquez, 5-time winner on the grass.
Hey, Kendrick really knows this horse. He knows Parks. He's going to have to get a tad bit faster with this group.
Hollywood Talent, Juan Vasquez, a 4-time winner on turf, over $200,000 in earnings.
Yeah, this is another one I think just going to have to get faster. Does have a couple of back numbers that fit.
And the speedy Admiral Abe, it's been speed on dirt of late, has never won on the grass in 5 tries.
Yeah, 0 for 5 on the grass, but is drawn outside and is very fast.
All right, we'll get back to that race when we're done here at Belmont. Starting the late pick 5 here again. You see that pool, $383,000. Just a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. And a tremendous card, the Grade 3 Athenia still to come, where Chad Brown has probably the 2 to beat, but certainly the odds-on favorite to beat in that race as well. But right here, we'll see if he can get it done with Flop Shot off the long layoff. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And the rough. There's Winning Factor, the gray, going out for the lead. Opry is right there. And on the outside, it is Flop Shot. Opry goes on with it to grab the lead. Winning Factor down at the rail in second. Flop Shot is next in third. And Journeyman in the pink silks runs in fourth. Angelus Warrior up on the outside into fifth. Price Talk is in sixth. Zarkalani is next to last. And the trailer is Sham Rocket in eighth. As the field races up the backstretch, it's Opry down at the rail, leading here by a neck. Flop Shot on the outside in second. The opening quarter mile over the good turf in 24-1. Journeyman sits off them in third and now moves up a spot. Down at the rail is Winning Factor, who's running in fourth. Alongside is Angelus Warrior in fifth, 2.5 lengths. Back to the trio. of Price Talk, Shamrocket at the rail, and on the outside, Zarkalani. Half mile in 48 seconds. Opry is the leader here. It's Opry by a length, with Flop Shot giving chase in second as they approach the far turn. Long Shot Journeyman is next in third. Winning Factor down on the inside in fourth, and Angelus Warrior is alongside. It is Opry holding on to the lead here over Flop Shot. Opry by a long neck. Flop Shot right there on the outside in second. Now draws right alongside. So it is Flop Shot and Opry, the two of them right together, coming to the top of the stretch. Journeyman is third. Then Winning Factor down on the inside is Price Talk and Angelus Warrior. And the field is coming down for the 8th pole. Here is Flop Shot now to take over the lead with Price Talk coming on now. Price Talk with a lot to say about the finish here. Here is Price Talk to take over. It is Price Talk in front, and Price Talk will be the winner over Flop Shot. Shamrocket came on to get third.
Price Talk runs down Flop Shot. This horse in incredible form right now, wins off the claim for Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, look, this is a horse that I think a lot of people paid attention to when the horse was entered for 50 up at Saratoga. Got the job done that day. And then it's nothing against Jorge Abreu. I just think sometimes when good horses switch barns, they have different programs, they have different trainers that try different things, and sometimes they can move up, even off of a good trainer. It doesn't have to be, you know, a good trainer claiming off a bad trainer. It can be two good guys trading barns, basically.
So Price Talk the win at 3-1, 3-7-2 finish. We're back at Parks for the Grade 3 Turf Monster, and a filly tackling the boys who you think is a monster in Caravel. You think she's going to win the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint?
I think she's talented enough to do so. I think she's run races that suggest that she could do so, and I'm hopeful that she will do so. I think she's very, very talented, very fast.
She was in a Group 1 against the boys up in Woodbine last year. That was at 6 furlongs. She was 1-2. She got beat. She ran third in that race. 5 furlongs seems like it's more her game.
Yeah, I think the 6 up there, and it's a long stretch, and there's a lot going on there that I think that could probably didn't help her out. I think she will appreciate the 5 a lot more.
She is the 8 filly in here. Again, tackling the boys in this spot. In this Grade 3 at 5 furlongs on the grass. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
The Pennsylvania-bred Admiral Abe to the outside. All in line. All set for the Turf Monster. And they're off. Broken a perfect line. Karatari has asked for speed. There's Fire Crow, and Fire Crow emerges from in between horses. Has got a neck advantage. Karatari to the inside. Admiral Abe is up in the early mix. At the rail, Beer Can Man, 6 of them lined up across the course. Amblin Man is in that mix as well. Caravel is in behind them. Then West Fork. Going to be wide. Hollywood Talent. Battle Station can see them all. They get set to move into the far turn, and they're moving quickly up front. Fire Crow and Admiral Abe 22-3 for that opening quarter mile, and Admiral Abe has put a nose in front of Fire Crow. Caravel is now in third. Beer Can Man is looking for room as Karatari has dropped out of it. Top of the lane, Admiral Abe and Fire Crow. They've been at it. Admiral Abe kicks for home. Fire Crow's got a battle on back. Caravel with late ground to make up in Hollywood Talent. Admiral Abe for a final 1/8 of a mile. Here comes Hollywood Talent. Fire Crow's not done to the inside. 16th to go. Hollywood Talent is coming after Admiral Abe. Hollywood Talent wins the Turf Monster. Hollywood Talent, Beer Can Man flew on late. Also looked like something equipment-wise there with the 1. Admiral Abe, Fire Crow, 59-2 in the...
Hollywood Talent, 5th win on turf, getting this one late. Rolling by Admiral Abe, and Chris Griffin talking about potentially an equipment issue with Beer Can Man. I didn't hear the rest of it.
Yeah, look, they ran out in front, and a lot of times when...
Yeah, you could see that equipment falling off Beer Can Man. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, just look, I didn't think the 11 Hollywood Talent could win this race. has a back number that made a little bit of sense, but it's what happens when they fly out in front of you and they're really running. It looked like the time doesn't look particularly fast, but it looked like they were running out in front. They hooked up.
8th race is great. 3 Dogwood 3-year-old fillies going 7/8 of a mile. We're going to see the undefeated Caribbean Caper in a moment. Here's Copelia, long shot, Phil Bauer.
Yeah, like you said, long shot. Phil Bauer had an unbelievable Saratoga meet for a guy that doesn't have a ton of horses in training.
Caribbean Caper, she has not yet lost. Perfect 4 for 4 for Alstall.
People love those ones when you look at the past performances indicating wins, but she's actually running fast speed figures.
Malloy, she's at 10-1 for Wayne Catalano.
Yeah, look, she ran okay last time trying to close into Caribbean Caper. The pace wasn't fast. She was wide and far back.
She's a mystery, shortening up in distance. A little intriguing here with Miguel Mena.
Yeah, she is cutting back, but she's going to need to get faster.
Patty H, 9-2, a 40 claiming win, but she got a big number in it, and that's why she shows up here.
She did, but that number kind of came out of nowhere. Sometimes when a number just pops up, you wonder how good, if the race is actually that good.
And I'm intrigued by this Canterbury Shipper. She's got very big numbers. She's won back-to-back starts, and she has speed.
She does. She has speed. She's drawn well towards the outside. I do think she's up against it as well.
Major class test, no question. And Caribbean Caper is, without question, the one to beat. Undefeated, putting that perfect record on the line. But the market mover, she's a mystery. The 5 here at 5-1.
Yeah, the market mover is the 5. She's a mystery. She's the type of horse that does have some tactical speed going longer. Is going to be cutting back. She ran the Iowa Oaks. And a lot of times those cutbacks, especially going 7 furlongs when there's horses, when there is some speed in there, they do offer a little bit of value. And they are playing this horse. They're betting her right into the teeth of the 2-5 shot. If you want to bet this market mover or any other horse in the race, go to twinspires.com.
By the way, quickly, we're going to get the price in a moment, but back at Parks, Ricardo Santana Jr. on a 99-1 shot. We don't know how big that price was yet.
I think that's just what the tote board stops at 99.
Maybe a lot bigger than that.
Could be higher. Ricardo.
Mentioned several times how great he rode those turf sprints at Saratoga this summer and delivers a monster upset on this card at Parks.
That was the start of the pick 5, and it is a mandatory payout today, if I'm not mistaken. So don't throw your tickets away if you had this one, because there's a chance. Doubt it on a big day like this with that carryover. There's a chance that you only need 4 out of 5.
Meanwhile, this race at Churchill, it's been won. Last year was 4 Graces. Kofefe won it before. She became just a superstar. Caribbean Caper, at least the resume she's putting together, suggests maybe she is a potential superstar. She's not yet lost. This was back at Ellis in the Audubon Oaks in a stakes victory.
Yeah, look, it's the races were taking place at Ellis Park, obviously in the summer meets. The highlights of the summer are at Del Mar and Saratoga. It's where the big races are. But Ellis Park has really stepped up as of late. And they have a really nice little summer meet. And so, although the numbers, that she's earning fast speed figures. So a lot of people will say, well, who is she beating? I kind of don't care. She's beating the clock in a fast way, and that's what speed figures do. They equalize it. You don't have to guess how fast someone ran. The speed figure tells you, and there's lots of different speed figures. Wolfie, I know you look at a set, I look at 2 or 3 different ones, and it's a great indicator, an equalizer of how these horses are actually running.
Yeah, in that race, so she beat someone, a filly by the name of Magic Quest, who would actually come into that race winning back-to-back starts, both solid 82 buyers in her victories, and she won that race pretty convincingly. We'll see if she can do it again. I can't believe she's 2-5 in this race.
Yeah, it's a little bit short. But there's, from a speed figure standpoint, there's nothing that really jumps out that's that close to her. And I said they love undefeated horses. When I say they, I'm referring to bettors in general. They like undefeated horses. And, she's too short for me, but I do think she's going to win the race.
1-5 now. Caribbean Caper putting that perfect record on the line. And she does have the victory. In fact, a couple at 7 furlongs where you could make the argument maybe she's at her best. She ran the biggest figure of her career at 7/8 last time out. Malloy, the 4 who was in that race, get a look at the crowd there at Churchill, was no match for her in that start. So tough to see how she turns the tables this afternoon.
Well, yeah, I agree with your point there. I will say in Malloy's favor, and if you're just wanting to be contrarian in this race and look for something other than the 1-5 shot. Malloy was trying to close in a Caribbean Caper who was close to a pace that was not fast. So the fact that Malloy was far back trying to make up ground, it's not a good trip. And so maybe you could bet her off of that. I still just don't see how she beats her here.
There she is. She also gets back to a track where she's run the best figure of her career and where she last won here at Churchill, and that was at this distance at 7/8, where she's 2 for 3. But Caribbean Caper, 4 for 4, and a very short price at 1-5 for Al Stahl and Columbine Stable. Let's go upstairs to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Patty H with a good beginning. So too Malloy. Those two fastest out. Gopelia from the inside post races up as well. So they sort themselves out heading for the main track, and Patty H to go head-to-head with Gopelia. Someone Said So joins them on the outside in third, and Caribbean Caper comes away on hold and behind while fourth. She's a mystery fifth by 5, and Malloy is the early trailer down the backstretch run. Gopelia and Patty H going head-to-head with Someone Said So, stalking them to the outside in third. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 2 seconds. Caribbean Caper's been angled off the rail now and is fourth with 3 lengths to make up as they round the far turn. A margin of 4 from there to She's a Mystery, and Malloy's at the back. 3 furlongs left. Someone Said So coming with a challenge for Patty H. Gopelia tries to keep up toward the rail. Caribbean Caper looms on their outside, 3 wide and coming on. Farther back, Malloy and She's a Mystery. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Caribbean Caper's looking for the lead, and she takes charge off the turn. Caribbean Caper opening up by 2 now. Someone Said So back into second. Patty H gives way. Malloy is late on the scene. There's 1 furlong to go. Caribbean Caper now by 4. Someone Said So trying to hold second from Malloy, but Caribbean Caper dazzles in the dogwood, a perfect 5 for 5, winning by 5 in the end. Someone Said So was second, Malloy was third, and She's a Mystery finished fourth.
5 for 5, yeah, as Travis Stone mentioned, and she gets the 7/8 in 122 and 2 as well.
Yeah, she's good. So, look, if you were trying to get cute there and beat her in this spot, she's talented and she's doing it fast, like you mentioned. You mentioned the time there. Her speed figure suggests that's the case, and she proved that she can do it wherever she shows up. Gets it done at Churchill as well. This is her, if I'm not mistaken, 4th racetrack to win at.
Indeed. Long way back to that Canterbury shipper who winds up second, but this was all about Caribbean Caper. Now 5 for 5, Al Stahl has got a talented daughter of Speightstown, winner of the Grade 3 Dogwood. We'll be back.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo. Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and maybe the most talented sprinter in the entire country. Jackie's Warrior getting set to do battle next in the Gallant Bob. We just had one of the biggest upsets we may have ever seen on this program. Hollywood Talent is going to return $219 for the win here under Ricardo Santana Jr. in the Grade 3 Turf Monster.
Yeah, 108-1. And the funniest part about it is that in the 9th race, the Turf Monster, you see a horse that's 108-1 win. And then in the 10th race, you're going to see the opposite, a horse that's 1-9 win.
Maybe even shorter than that. Yeah, Jackie's Warrior is taking all the attention. How about this, though? And how about Ricardo Santana Jr. guiding this horse? There was some talent in this field, including a horse you feel going into this you thought could potentially be the best turf sprinter in the country.
Yeah, keyword going into this. This is the second race for her away from her original trainer, and she's not really doing her thing. Now, I trust Graham Motion. I'd imagine that he'll get it sorted out one way or the other, but no, she has not run particularly well since switching barn.
Well, we're going to see maybe the best in the country coming up next in the Gallant Bob, and this is a filly who's making a case. She could be one of the best 3-year-old, if not the best 3-year-old filly sprinters in the country right now. Caribbean Caper, 5 for 5 for Al Stahl.
Yeah, look, she ran well. We'll see what Bella Sophia does
against
here at
older
Belmont.
horses tomorrow.
Right, against older horses tomorrow. Because I think right now she's the leader in the clubhouse for that title that you mentioned as the best 3-year-old dirt sprinter, but she is talented indeed, Caribbean Caper.
$2.80 for the win. Tremendous day of action, and it's seeing the stars on some occasions step up. Well, obviously we had a huge upset there in a race that we thought had Breeders' Cup implications, but we're going to see one of the best sprinters we have seen potentially in a long time. Jackie's Warrior go back to work, do his thing, who we got to see, of course, this summer at Saratoga. And then we have the Pennsylvania Derby as well. Very important race in this 3-year-old division. We bring in Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, who, of course, won this race in the past. Gary, very much looking forward to the big race coming up. And not just the established stars reuniting in here in Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon. There's some up-and-comers in this race as well.
Yeah, there is, and one of the horses that is truly getting my attention is Speaker's Corner. We saw Life is Good come back today, stretching out a little bit from his comeback race, and he was impressive. And I love the 7/8 of his comeback after 10 months off. As a 2-year-old, had his 2 starts, and he was phenomenal. I love the connections. Billy Mott, he's patient. Godolphin, they're patient with Billy Mott. This colt is bred to run all day long. He won sprinting. He showed good early speed. He sat behind horses. He took some dirt. I think he's going to get a great setup in front of him. I see him laying 3rd or 4th early on and going to have good pace to run at. And I think he's going to be first to make the last move. And I'm super excited to watch this race with Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, the whole crew. This is a great race, guys.
Do you think actually in a race like this, at this time of year, with what some of the other runners in this group have been through this year and the grinding races they've been in, coming in light and experienced for Speaker's Corner might even be an advantage?
Yeah, I definitely think so. What I'm seeing in my mind is, are we going to see another Arrowgate who comes on, storms onto the scene? He raced this colt. He raced as a 2-year-old. He had 2 racing experiences as a 2-year-old, off 10 months, and that's why I'm liking him in this spot today. Is these other horses? They've had a tough campaign. They've battled hard. They are more seasoned, but I'm just loving the connections, guys.
Gary, thanks. Gary, of course, won this race back in 2001 with Macho Uno. It's going to be fun to see Speaker's Corner. He is a hype horse. I think it's going to get a lot of attention. This is the now horse, maybe the best sprinter in the entire country. Jackie's Warrior getting back to work, and he is as short as can be on the board. 1-9. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Surbarton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Surbarton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a leg.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front. McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Just a tremendous Saturday action from Churchill Downs. Parks, their premier card of the year in Belmont Park, where we're getting set for the 8th coming up, approaching the 5-minute mark to post in the 8th from New York. And a look at Shug McGahee talking over strategy with Javier Castellano. This race, a mile on the turf, an allowance optional claiming race, and these two will team up with In a Hurry. The 8, it was currently at 5-2 co-favorite, slight second choice though right now, as we take a look at In a Hurry against Clara Peters, who she'll deal with again today back on September the 1st.
Yeah, this is such a weird run race because it was such a small field. In a Hurry looked like the type of horse that would go to the front, didn't, and Lake Lucerne just took advantage of the fact that the pace was just a little bit weird in there as well. And we'll see Lake Lucerne running a little bit later in the Athenia. So, look, I think the horse that you probably want out of the race is the one you see on the screen right now, or you did see on the screen, the 10, Clara Peters. She was coming in off of a long break. She didn't run particularly well off of that long break. Now she comes right back second off a layoff, and I think she'll run much better.
And we apologize for having to bail out of that race we wanted to show you. 5-2 on Clara Peters as they come through the tunnel. There she is. So hadn't raced since August of 2020 when she came back in that September 1st race at Saratoga and ran well enough, but you expect out of this barn that she's going to take a move forward.
Yeah, and she seemed to be working well leading up to that. I remember the talk during Saratoga is that she had been working with set piece, obviously a grade 1, almost grade 1 type of animal. For Brad Cox, and she was working with him. And I think what happens in those situations a lot of times is they can hang in the morning if they're not completely fit for a half a mile or for 5 furlongs. But then when they get asked to run these longer distances, sometimes you can find out that maybe they needed the race. I think that's what happened with Clara Peters. I think she was working well, she got money, but she needed that race to get her set up for this one.
Well, we're going to start with Kitten by the Sea in here with the scratches of the 1, 2, and 3. So this one gets the rail, Todd Pletcher, and speed inside.
And she's one of those horses that drives me crazy because from a handicapping standpoint, you have to try to beat her because she keeps getting loose in slow paces. But what if it happens again?
Yeah, trying to win her 3rd in a row. Eric Cancel will take over. Bramble Queen, this 5-10-1 for Mike Deeney.
Yeah, I was closing into a slow pace last time. I like 10-1 on horses like that, where they are a little bit pace dependent. They're not probably going to get the pace that they want, but you are at least going to get paid if you were right.
Platinum Painter Juan Vasquez, this one with speed as well. 3-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, this is a horse that did not run particularly well last time. It was raining that day. Maybe she didn't like the give in the ground.
Shug McGahee, Javier Castellano. We saw them talking together in the paddock. This one's second beat a nose last out against Lake Lucerne.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with In a Hurry. I thought she'd be on the lead last time. She wasn't. Maybe today they'll be a little bit more aggressive.
Mr. Carey's Neil Drysdale, big win on the lawn. That was a Monmouth last start back on August 28th.
Wolfie, I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you hurt your eyes watching Game of Thrones.
I did.
Mr. Dracarys.
Thank you. Sorry.
Jeez,
yeah,
come on.
I ruined my video. I watched the entire series on my little iPhone. Clara Peters at 2-1 for Brad Cox, Manny Franco.
Yeah, this is one that I think is needed the race last time and should run better.
Pick 4 starts here. I'm ashamed of myself. 143,000 in this pick 4 pool. We have Acacia Courtney back with us. Acacia.
And Greg, I'll start to the outside, and I agree with Jonathan that Clara Peters is the one that I did want out of that race. I fell for a trap last time because I did like her coming off the layoff because she's a lovely type of filly, the way that she's put together. Now, overall, I wouldn't say she looks necessarily much stronger today or anything like that, but I think you could even see it in that last race, in that when she kind of stopped, she threw her head up, she just really got tired. It could show. Now she's getting a big warm-up from Manny Franco, and she was kept really quiet by him last time too. So I'm seeing a change as far as what they're asking her to do. So I like that different energy. Love her way her ears are flicking back and forth, and she's just saying, what do you want from me? And very eager. I like the way she's moving out there off the layoff. From that same race as the 8, In a Hurry. She's always sharp and energetic prior to the race, and that's just typical of her. I'd actually say, as far as her standards, she's strengthened up a little bit since her last start. Now, she was asked out of the gate in dueling with Tass, and I thought actually held on pretty well while Lake Lucerne closed from last. She's one that I've always thought tactically is better when she's up on top of the pace and kind of in that stalking spot. But talking about speed, the 7 Platinum Painter has been a terrific 12-5 claim for Juan Vasquez. And talking about the 7 Platinum Painter, obviously Kitten by the Sea will be part of the pace as well. But as far as the 7 Platinum Painter does go, I didn't love her demeanor last time before the Boston Spa. She was well turned out, but she was kind of quiet, a little bit flat versus what she normally is, as she looked back great today, carrying great rate. Again, that's on the 7 Platinum Painter, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Do you want to say it or should I?
I'll let you.
We're talking about Juan Vasquez.
Yeah, there's that man again.
108-1 winner back at Parks in that Turf Monster. Here's the post parade back at Parks. Real talk, Paco Lopez, David Carlos.
Yeah, real talk, this horse is going to have to get faster to beat Jackie's Warrior.
Seemingly everyone's going to have to get a lot faster to try and tackle probably the best sprinter in the country right now. Awesome Jerry, Safi, Joseph, Ricardo Santana Jr. Just delivered the biggest upset we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, gets Ricardo. I mean, look, I guess
this would be bigger. Even though it's only 21-1. Pick and time, 25-1 for Kelly Breen.
Yeah, it gets Luis Saez here. It's a horse that just doesn't seem fast enough on paper early or final time.
Barron, this horse has some big abilities. Won by 6.5 lengths. It did so here at Parks.
Yeah, Barron, I think, is probably the only horse that can beat Jackie's Warrior. With that said, I don't think Barron can beat Jackie's Warrior.
And here he is, the superstar sprinter for Steve Asmussen, Jackie's Warrior, 7 for 10 in his career.
If for some reason you're crazy and you felt like Jackie's Warrior wasn't that good, I think Life is Good's performance convinced you otherwise. This is a talented racehorse who does not like to lose. I love where he's drawn towards the outside. He's going to be very impressive. That's my prediction.
And regardless, probably what happens here, he's going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I would think so. Yeah, and deservedly so as well.
Let's check in with Gary Stevens. Gary, if you're on a 1-9 favorite, obviously all eyes on you, all the pressure on you. How would you ride this talented son of McLean's music?
I would hold on tight. Make sure I get away from there without him stumbling. If I'm Joel Rosario, that's the only thing going through your head. You're loading last. If there's any downfall of going to a new racetrack, and Joel's ridden there many times, sometimes the starter can be quick with the trigger, and you don't have your horse set up. Look, I think he can spot these horses 5 lengths. I'm with Jonathan. I love his post position. He's in a great spot, Joel is, and I think this is the fastest horse in America. Well, I'd like to see a rematch at some point in time of Life is Good and Jackie's Warrior. I think they're 2 of the fastest horses in the United States. I don't know if we're going to see that or not. It sounds like Life is Good's going to be headed to the mile. I'm pretty sure that they're going to point Jackie's Warrior to the sprint. But with Steve Asmussen, you never know. But just hold on tight, Joel. Enjoy the ride.
This horse is incredibly quick in that we got treated to one of the great races we've seen this year at Saratoga this year in that Alan Jerkins, that showdown between this horse and Life is Good. And it was Jackie's Warrior coming out on the winning end of that performance. And we saw, obviously, earlier today, most of you did who were with the program, what Life is Good earlier in the Kelso. Granted, limited field, but he just put that field away with ease.
Yeah, but he came back and he ran, impressive. And the thing about Jackie's Warrior and Life is Good and the Jerkins was that Jackie's Warrior was on the inside and Life is Good was on the outside, and Jackie's Warrior had every excuse and every reason to stop and didn't. Came back and won up the inside.
1-9 favorite in the Grade 2 Gallant Bob. Jackie's Warrior. We'll get back to it. We return to Belmont for the 8th. And loading up here for the start of the late pick 4, 8-5 favorite. Clara Peters, second start back off just over a year's layoff. It's 5-year-old mare for trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco in the irons. And going to have to deal again with In a Hurry, the 8 who finished just ahead of her last time out. But with that race under her belt, Clara Peters should be tough. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. Kitten by the Sea goes out for the lead. In a Hurry running in second. Mr. Karis on the outside is next in third, and Clara Peters is in fourth. Bramble Queen down on the inside runs in fifth. Platinum Painter is the early trailer in sixth as they race up the backstretch. Kitten by the Sea gets away to lead by 2 lengths. In a Hurry in pursuit in second by a length. Mr. Karis on the outside in third by almost 2. Then Clara Peters and Bramble Queen, and farther back Platinum Painter. Opening quarter over the good turf in 24 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Kitten by the Sea in front here, length and a half. In a Hurry remains in second. Mr. Karis in the clear on the outside in third. Bramble Queen down at the rail. And then Clara Peters and Platinum Painter. As the field begins the run around the far turn, Kitten by the Sea, she's been in front right from the start, and she continues to lead here by a length and a half. In a Hurry in second. And now Miss Dracaris makes her move on the outside at the third, and that move is followed by Clara Peters. Bramble Queen down at the rail, back running in fifth. Farther back it is Platinum Painter. In a Hurry has now taken over the lead from Kitten by the Sea as they come into the stretch. It's In a Hurry on the outside. Kitten by the Sea continues to battle on down at the rail. Then Clara Peters and Miss Dracaris with a furlong to the finish. In a Hurry getting away now. In a Hurry in front by almost 3. Then Mr. Karas and Clara Peters. In a Hurry. Javier Castellano on his third win today. Looked like Mr. Karas got second over Clara Peters.
In a Hurry outduels Clara Peters again, and this time she gets the win as a result. Shug McGahee, Javier Castellano. We go to Parks. Gallant Bob outside post for Jackie's Warrior at 1-9.
And they're off. Real Talk flew out of the gate, has got speed to the inside. Jackie's Warrior is hard sent, going to settle off of them as Barron. These are the top 3. Pickin' Time and Awesome Jerry, the back of the field. No easy leads. Real Talk takes it right to the big favorite, Jackie's Warrior, and Jackie's Warrior now assumes command. It's got a head in front. Real Talk not going anywhere, and they fly early. Barron gets a nice trip there in third with 4 furlongs left to travel. Pickin' Time, Awesome Jerry. At the back of the field, 21-4. They zip through that opening quarter mile. Jackie's Warrior now dispatches of Real Talk, who's back to second. Barron's under a full drive. Pickin' Time, second to last. Awesome Jerry is 10 off the lead. Jackie's Warrior is in hand. It's got a 3-length cushion. Pickin' Time is making up late ground with Barron as they dive down to the inside, but they are trying to catch the champ. It's Jackie's Warrior at the top of the stretch. Jackie's Warrior hasn't even been asked yet, is approaching the 8th pole. Pickin' Time, Real Talk. Jackie's Warrior has a 5-length cushion. Pickin' Time has taken second, but an absolute superstar. Geared down, wins the Gallant Bob with ease. It's Jackie's Warrior. Pickin' Time gets second, then Real Talk in 1 minute, 8 and 3.
As easy as could be for the talented Jackie's Warrior. He's now 8 for 11 in his career. He gets to 6 furlongs in 108 and 3. Real Talk tried to give him a little test early on in this race. He was no match.
Yeah, look, it's one of those horses when you watch these performances, It's just like one word really kind of sums it all up, like racehorse. Racehorse. He's so talented. I know he didn't beat much today, but he did it the right way, and he did it impressively, and he did what you're supposed to do when you're 1-9. Win for fun and without much encouragement.
Bourbon Trail, the inaugural running of this race back in Churchill, the mile and 3/16 distance, and King Fury a very short price. We start with Gagetown. He's 8-1 for Brad Cox.
Yeah, trying these longer distances for the first time. We saw what happened with Magic Michael. Sometimes it just wakes these horses up.
King's Ovation, Dale Romans, he's 13-1.
Yeah, another one trying these long distances for the first time. We'll see a little bit light on numbers.
Dr. Jack, we saw him tackle Essential Quality in the Jim Dandy. He was a distant 5th.
Well, he'll be happy to know there's no Essential Qualities in here.
5th, by the way, was last in that race. Here's King Fury. His best moments have come on this racetrack. He's a stakes winner here already.
Yeah, King Fury, this is a perfect example of a Triple Crown hangover. They bet these horses like just because they saw their name in Triple Crown races.
He is doing lights out right now, according to the barn, by the way. Angkor, 20-1. Adam Beschizza.
I think that horse is live, Angkor.
4-1 on Bourbon Thunder, Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, this is a horse that might appreciate the ground, handled the 9 furlongs the last couple of starts well enough.
And 13-1, Sermon on the Mount, Tom Amoss with Jimmy Graham outside.
Yeah, another one trying these longer distances for the first time. Ran well last time, I thought. Was finishing well in a race. The pace wasn't particularly quick, was kind of far out of it. Another horse that might like the added distance.
Now, he's actually 3-5 right now. Horse who's trying to stay on the screen. He's outrunning us. You can play all the action, including this Bourbon Trail at Churchill, which Twinspires, and take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do, don't forget to opt in. Bonus funds will be credited each Monday. Download the Twinspires app today or visit twinspires.com. Let's bring in Gary again. Gary, King Fury taking all the money in here, and kind of an interesting Saratoga, prepped for the Travers on the turf for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, well, look, it's the Bourbon Trail, so let's talk about Bourbon Thunder a little bit here. He's coming out of the West Virginia Derby, where I think he was involved in sort of a faster than he would like early pace. Chris Landeros gets back aboard today. I think he'll be a little bit more patient with him. And, I mean, if anybody's going to beat King Fury, I think in my eyes it's going to be Bourbon Thunder that's going to put the most pressure on him. I think he can set a stalking trip. I think that's how he wants to be ridden. But back to Jackie's Warrior for 1 second. All I can say is, wow, he did what he was supposed to do. And as a rider, he got the perfect trip, the perfect prep at the right timing for the Breeders' Cup. Now all Joel Rosario has to do is sit and wait for the big day. Let Steve Asmussen worry about things from here on in. He steered him around there. Those are the perfect kind of preps for the big races coming up. It was basically a paid workout for him, very similar to what we saw with Life is Good earlier today. But, yeah, if we're going to go bourbon hunting, I'm going to go with Bourbon Thunder here, guys.
All right, Gary, 5-1 on the Son of Quality Road. This would be his biggest moment yet, but he has really started to come alive late for Ian Wilkes, later in his 3-year-old campaign, I should say. He actually broke his maiden claiming at Gulfstream earlier this year.
Yeah, but, you know, we've talked about it before. A horse that could be of maiden claiming talent going a mile or going 7 furlongs or a mile and a 16th, sometimes going those longer distances kind of are an equalizer for them. We saw a perfect example, and this is maybe not the best time to talk about it, but Lone Rock, who unfortunately was beaten his last start, but he was a claiming horse. And he got to a point where he was this untouchable long on the dirt horse, and obviously he was touched last time and got beat. But I think that it's just an example that sometimes when you get to these longer races, it turns into an equalizer for some of these quote-unquote average type horses.
Prices from that Belmont race in a hurry, $8.90 again, out dueling and out finishing Clara Peters, and this time getting the win.
Yeah, and Wolfie, quickly before they get in here, I just want to elaborate a little bit on the King Fury thing I said during the post parade, that Triple Crown hangover. Something that we've seen over and over again when these horses run in Triple Crown races. Obviously, one of the busiest times of horse racing's year. I feel like people kind of remember the names. There's name recognition. There's a lot of horses in here that maybe hadn't quite heard of for the casual or the weekend warrior, the guys and gals that are just playing on the weekend, and they just kind of gravitate towards a horse they remember. Oh, I remember King Fury. He was kind of a buzz horse leading into the Derby. But he does not deserve to be 1-2 in this race.
He doesn't, but I'll say this. I've always thought highly of this horse. I think he has a ton of talent, and they've had to kind of stop on him a little bit because of what happened at Saratoga with his barn, getting there under quarantine. He showed a ton of talent. This is his win at Churchill on this, this is a Lexington win, I believe, in the slop at Keeneland. I think this horse is really good, and I think he's just gotten better later in his 3-year-old campaign.
And there's 100% right to feel that way, and he could be. And in a couple of minutes, we might realize that he is that good. It's just when I look up there and I see 1-2 on him, and I think that Jackie's Warrior, who could have run in that race backwards, was odds on, and it doesn't sit well with me that King's Fury is odds on in this race. Trying something he's never tried before. He ran 10 furlongs. That didn't go particularly well. Now he's going a mile and 3/16. And now obviously he was facing a stiffer group in the Travers when that didn't work out. And look, he might win. I just think in racing, you have to take situations like this where a horse is 1-2 and you don't feel like the horse should be 1-2. You're not saying that the horse is not the most likely winner. You're not saying the horse probably won't win. I'm simply saying that at 1-2, I think that's a little aggressive for this horse.
Yeah, he's got to prove it, too. As you mentioned, at the distance, that could be the equalizer here. But going a mile and a quarter against the best 3-year-old in the land and against this group could be a very different story. So when you look at who do you think maybe has the most upside at this distance to handle it, who do you look to?
Yeah, I think a horse like, look, obviously Bourbon Thunder seems to be improving, but I think a horse like Anchor is kind of interesting. This horse has some tactical speed. Hopefully will be put into the race a little bit, especially these longer dirt races. I want to be forward. I don't want to be coming from out of it. So I think he's a horse that makes a little bit of sense. And then Dr. Jack is another one. Obviously a significantly lower price, but another horse that has some tactical speed. Tyler Gaffalione usually will put them where they need to be, and I think being forward in this race will help quite a bit.
Inaugural running here, this Bourbon Trail. King Fury for Kenny McPeak. Expensive son of Curlin, $950,000 colt. Already a stakes winner on this track, trying to add another. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even beginning. Anchor good start from mid-pack. Dr. Jack with a bit of speed as well. King's Ovation toward the inside is prominent early. Bourbon Thunder joins them to make it 4 across the track. Bias for the first time. King Fury and Gagetown are in behind. Gagetown is keyed up in tight toward the rail. Sermon on the Mount tucks in behind, but it's a pretty tight pack as they hit the clubhouse turn. And it is King's Ovation out there setting the pace. Plenty of company, though. Dr. Jack is right there. So, too, Anchor. Gagetown continues to fight the rider. Very restive is that one toward the inside. King Fury's right in the thick of it. And Bourbon Thunder is stuck 4 or 5 wide around the opening turn. Sermon on the Mount settles in at the back. So the tight pack turns into the backstretch run. That opening quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Down the backstretch they go, and here comes the opening half. It's up in 48 flat. So King's Ovation the leader. Dr. Jack with mild pressure from second. And now King Fury advances through a seam between horses up to grab third. Anchor 4 wide fourth. Bourbon Thunder 5 wide fifth. Gagetown covered up inside 6th. He's settled now, though. And then it's Sermon on the Mount at the back of the pack. Moving for the far turn. Dr. Jack puts a nose in front. King Fury is poised on the outside second. King's Ovation under pressure third toward the rail. Gagetown is asked to go now. Sermon on the Mount is launching a bit from the back of the pack with 5 lengths to make up, though. Rounding the far turn, heading for the quarter pole. Very confident ride on King Fury. They've assumed control right at the top of the stretch. Dr. Jack is fighting on toward the rail, but King Fury takes charge off the turn. King Fury just like that in front by 2. Bourbon Thunder trying to run up into second with Sermon on the Mount. And then toward the inside, it's Dr. Jack and everybody else. King Fury is opening up with each and every stride. King Fury pouring it on. King Fury's going to win the Bourbon Trail by 10 lengths on the wire. Much the best. Bourbon Thunder second, Dr. Jack was third, and Sermon on the Mount finished fourth.
King Fury, as dominant as could be, and Brian Hernandez Jr. was just incredibly quiet on this horse, too.
Yeah, forget everything I said about the Triple Crown hangover. No, in all seriousness, he was. On the backside, Brian kind of moved, let him go early on the backside. He made that move in between horses to kind of get into position. And then, like you said, he was quiet. About the 3/8 pole, which is midway on the turn, he was just kind of taking him there. And then when he just kind of opened up his hands at the top of the stretch, this horse opened up and really just kind of ran away from these horses. He clearly has a lot more talent than the other horses in this race. Now, look, it doesn't change anything. I don't think that 1 to 2 was the best price on him, but if you bet it, you're smarter than I am.
Fourth win of his career. He's 3 for 4 at Churchill, and more importantly for him too, and his connections, they see he can look. It all matters the group you're doing it against. But he handled the mile of 3/16 pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, why not try this horse with these longer distances? We saw what happens. You can get a little niche there, like Lone Rock has in these long distance dirt races, and maybe just try to keep stretching him out a little bit further. Maybe he wants more ground.
Well, I know they were high on him going into the Travers. That didn't work out for him. He dominates against this group. King Fury, Bourbon Thunder, Dr. Jack, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 3, 7 in the Bourbon Trail. And King Fury by as many as he wanted. We have a new audience joining us right now, so a slight pause and we'll pick things back up. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Great to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. Those already with us on FS2 and regional networks out in Southern California. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you on a tremendous day of action with racing from Belmont here in Elmont, New York, Churchill Downs, and out at Parks in Bensalem Township, Pennsylvania, where we just saw an incredible performance by the horse who's going to be the favorite, the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Jackie's Warrior looks sensational winning that Gallant Bob.
Yeah, look, he was 1 to 9. He was supposed to win. But, man, this is what you want a 1 to 9 shot to win like. Impressive. You watch Joel Rosario's hands compared to the riders all behind him. Joel's not even moving. The other riders are furiously asking their horses to try to catch that monster in front of him. And like Trevor Denman used to say, or still does, they would need to sprout wings.
Still is a statue. You see Joel continually taking that peek underneath the arm and couldn't find anybody within striking distance. Jackie's Warrior, he is a special, special sprinter. And this was just the second time in his career, by the way. He's gone 6 furlongs. And to put in this kind of performance and show that he's fine with it, it's got to make his connections feel pretty good heading to Del Mar in November.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, I mean, a lot of the big races he's participated in so far in his career have been at 7 furlongs. But the biggest one he'll participate in his next start, I'd imagine, the Breeders' Cup Sprint, is at 6 furlongs.
Fans enjoying a terrific Saturday of action here at Belmont Park. We have more coming up when we return. Stick with us. Quick break, and we'll set up the 9th when we return.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Our program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. King Fury, dominant in the Bourbon Trail, winning at 1 mile and 3/16. His second stakes victory on this racetrack at Churchill Downs.
He liked the added distance. It wasn't the 1.25 miles that got him beat in the Travers. I think it had something to do with that big gray horse, Central Quality.
Keep running like that, he might get a chance to face him again soon.
I don't think he wants that, but great point.
9th at Belmont, 6 furlongs. It is a New York bred maiden special weight. Coming up, 6-horse. Who That's Me. Jorge Abreu, Dylan Davis, current favorite, coming out of a stakes race. Let's go downstairs for more to Acacia Courtney.
And it's always an adventure with the 2-year-olds, Greg, as Tom Morley having a very tough time getting the tack on the number 4 Iron Lion in Zion. So we'll keep an eye on that horse. But wanted to talk about one with experience, the number 7, Brady's Legacy. I was not down in the paddock. I was on set for his first race, but noting and looking back that he just seemed like he wasn't mentally completely focused. And after he had to steady back after the start, he got really headstrong and rank and was pulling on his rider. And watching that sales workout, where he sold for quite a bit, $250,000 at the OBS April sale, going 21 flat. It seemed like he just didn't have much substance to his frame. And looking at him here today, he's really filled out nicely. He's strengthened up a lot. My only thing is that I think that he could handle a little bit more distance than what he'll be running today. But I really like physically what I see from him second time out and having that foundation of a race under his belt. Now to the outside, first-time starter, number 10, Eddie the Great. He's one that I'd like to see after a race. Just maybe completely not mentally totally there. He was really spooky when he got in the paddock, just reacting to everything around him. And again, we do have some bad actors, some greenness here in the paddock with these 2-year-olds. And I think he was one that was really just reacting to all of that. He settled a lot more once they got the tack on him. But as far as the pedigrees, out of Freudy Ann, who was a very good New York bred, she was a 6-time turf winner. I wouldn't mind seeing this guy going a little bit longer on grass down the road, but he's one that has a good size for a colt by Munnings. Just one that I'm going to watch with interest and maybe take a closer look at moving forward. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to get the post parade coming up when we return from a timeout. We're 14 minutes to post here in the 9th at Belmont. We also have the Grade 1 Cotillion up next out at Parks. Always Karina for Chad Brown. Won the first 2 starts of her career. Looking for her first stakes victory. Next from Parks.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on this Saturday card from Parks, Churchill, and Belmont Park. We have back-to-back Grade 1s. Coming up next from Parks, the first for 3-year-old fillies, the Cotillion. Some big names have won this very recently. Midnight Bisou, Songbird in 2016. Untappable would go on to win the Distaff, as would a Shadow back in 2004. This year it's a wide-open group. The favorite right now, Clairiere, who comes off a second in the Alabama, to the leader of this division right now, Malathaat.
Yeah, Clairiere, she's always kind of suggested that she was going to be a talented and good racehorse. I thought the 1.25 miles of the Alabama was going to be ideal for her, and I think we kind of got her best performance that day. I am a little bit concerned that this is at 1.16 miles. I don't think that that's necessarily exactly what she wants, but she is talented. I think I would look elsewhere because she's the favorite, and like I said, I think longer better for her.
Post parade coming up.
Oh, a little change up.
So here comes our post parade. And it's still, again, Clairiere, who's the 2-to-1 favorite, as you get a look at leader of the band, who I think has a big shot in this race. She is 19-to-1 for John Service. But here's obligatory for Bill Mott, who had an excuse in the test.
She did. She had an excuse in the test. She broke a little bit slow. She was last in a slow pace. And she's shown some talent. She ran huge in the 8 bells at Churchill on Derby Day.
34-to-1 on Allworthy, who we'll see next here. Safi Joseph Jr. trains, was 4th in that Monmouth Oaks behind leader of the band.
Yeah, it just has not been the same horse since leaving South Florida.
Florent Giroux will be aboard at back-to-back wins at Gulfstream against much softer company. Will's Secret was a force at Oaklawn earlier this year for Dallas Stewart and has tackled some of the best this year.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Oaklawn or the fact that when she was at Churchill last year, she ran into Clairiere, and then she ran into Malathaat 3 times in a row.
Maracuja, that big moment, beating Malathaat in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and then Malathaat turned the tables on her in the Alabama.
Yeah, Kendrick shows back up here for Maracuja. I feel like she's a talented racehorse, but the time to have her was the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Army Wife just went by for Mike Mager. She made a great appearance, and here's Clairiere.
Yeah, just worried about the distance. I think she's unbelievably talented. If this race was 1.25 miles, I'd single her.
Always Karina. She won the first 2 starts of her career, then was second in the Mother Goose for Chad Brown.
This horse is sneaky. She showed some talent, and then she just hasn't kind of lived back up to it. I think maybe she will today.
And here's leader of the band. Comes off a second at Parks, where she's a 2-time winner. She would need to step it up, but she has talent.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you go on this one. Wolfie, this is the one you told me off air that you thought was really interesting.
I do. I look at the Thorograph. She's paired up numbers, which often means you're going to take a big move forward. And I just thought the numbers of everyone else in this group didn't really stand out in here amongst this group. Malathaat's the clear leader of this division. She's not in this race. I thought anybody could win it, but I'm really high on leader of the band in here at 19-to-1. Let's bring in Gary to get his thoughts here on this Cotillion. Gary?
Yeah, guys, if I'm going to pick a horse in here, that can upset Clairiere or a couple of the big dogs, it's probably going to be Always Karina. There's no speed in this race whatsoever. I love Johnny V getting aboard. He loves riding these types of horses, this type of horse that I used to love to ride. Lone speed, maybe a little underestimated. But in saying that, Clairiere, I like the rider switch back to Santana. I think he's going to be more aggressive today. I think he probably sees that Always Karina is the lone speed in here. He's going to be aggressive leaving there. In her last race against Malathat, she actually had a big excuse. She only got beat a length and some change to Malathat, arguably the best 3-year-old filly in the country. And she had trouble going into the first turn. She was wide coming into the stretch, extremely wide, lost some ground, was eating up ground. I'm with JK as far as the distance goes. Is this too short for her? I think she's the best filly in the race. She's the most experienced filly in this race. But saying that, Always Karina could get loose on the lead, and there's nobody better in the country than Johnny V at nursing along and getting the job done.
Proved that in the Kentucky Derby this year. And right now, 4-1 on Always Karina. Let's go to Liza Hendricks for more on the cotillion.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, I agree with Gary. I like this jockey change back to Ricardo Santana. He's been riding great here today. He won on a 99-1 shot, so I really like this jockey change. Clairiere didn't get the best trip in the Alabama, and Steve Asmussen said that she has been training great leading up to this race, Greg.
All right, Liza, thank you. Post time coming up, and it's still Clairiere who remains the favorite. And it's a little interesting that it is Santana on Clairiere because he delivered maybe the ride that everyone was talking about of the meet. Gary Stevens actually called it the ride of the meet in that Coaching Club American Oaks that he delivered on Maracuja.
Yeah, it just kind of worked out, I think, in that situation where Irad rode Clairiere in the Mother Goose, so he stuck with her for the Coaching Club. And this has never really been Ricardo's mount. I mean, it was, way back in the day. And so I think the fact that he gets back on for his main man, Steve Asmussen, he knows this filly well. He works her all the time. So, look, I just worry. Look, she's a very likely winner. I just worry about the distance. I just think she's better going longer. I look for Always Karina to kind of get back going in the direction that she started her career in. I think this mile and a 16th suits her well, and I love her draw towards the outside. If you've been watching Parks, there's nothing wrong with being on the outside right now.
Yeah, and as Gary mentioned, Hall of Famer Johnny V should control on the front end here on the 8 Always Karina. We're set for the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Maracuja, next to move in. Leader of the band, last to load. All in line. All set for the Grade 1 Cotillion. And they're off and squeezed at the start. There was Will Secret and a slight stumble from Maracuja. Obligatories got early speed to the inside, and here comes Always Karina. These two into that first turn. Army Wife is going to track in third. It's Always Karina on an easy lead, is in the 3-path, will cross over and takes the front. Obligatory wants to tip to the outside for clear running room. Just checking there was Army Wife, who shuffled back to 5th, saving ground to the rail. That's Maracuja. So the top three, it's Always Karina, Obligatory, and Maracuja. In between horses, Allworthy is inside of Army Wife. Another length and a half back to Clairiere, and Clairiere is now settled mid-pack. The two trailers, Will Secret and Leader of the Band. 24-4, an easy opening quarter here. Always Karina and John Velasquez, they're up by a neck. Obligatory tracking right to her outside in second. Maracuja is called upon to move a bit forward there in third. Allworthy's in fourth. Touch wide for Army Wife. No move yet from Clairiere. Will Secret and Leader of the Band. 49-3 for a half-mile time. It's going to be a sprint for home here. Always Karina, Obligatory, called upon. Maracuja tightly at the rail. Army Wife's in fourth. Clairiere starts to pick up some momentum from the back of the field as well, with Will Secret, Leader of the Band, as Allworthy is backed out of it. Less than a quarter mile to go. It's still Always Karina in front. Maracuja's got room to the inside. Obligatory 3 wide, and Clairiere is going to make it 4 across the racetrack here. Down to the inside, Maracuja, but Clairiere now with an 8th to go is kicked on. It's Clairiere in front. Obligatory, Army Wife in between runners. Clairiere is opening up, and Clairiere will win the Cotillion. Clairiere gets it. Obligatory, Army Wife, and Maracuja in 1 minute 44-1.
Clairiere, Curlin filly for Steve Asmussen. Best in the Cotillion, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, look, Steve Asmussen said when we were up at Saratoga that he felt like this horse had some big races in her. She ran well when she ran into Malathot in the Alabama, and then she shows up here and gets her grade 1 in the Cotillion. The mile on the 16th was not a problem for her. The pace wasn't particularly quick in front of her either, and she just came circling. And look, at about the quarter pole, you knew she was going to win. It was just a matter of by how far, the way she was circling, and she was impressive today. Talented racehorse who's got a lot of upside, I think. We'll probably see her, I'd imagine, the distaff off of this performance.
Big effort, first grade 1 win of her career. And if you happen to be in a grade 1, it's a good thing to have them out from the Steve Asmussen barn of late, especially at Saratoga when he won 5 of them. Back at Belmont, minute to post here in this New York bred maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win on the resume, 8-5 on the 6. Let's go back to Acacia.
And if I had not seen this horse before, Hoo That's Me, I would look at him and say, he's just not that fit. He's just such a solid, stocky type of individual. And Dylan Davis took him right away from the pony and gave him a very strong warm-up out there today. He did run against stakes competition last time out as a maiden and was pretty far back, much further than he had been in his debut when Senbei wired the field. Now, this horse, I think, should actually be more forward today. He had a big work last time out, and according to the Clocker report, that's the best he's ever worked in the morning, which you like to see coming into this race. He has that foundation of 3 starts underneath him. I think he's a very worthy favorite. I do think Dylan will be a little bit more aggressive with him, especially given the intent that I saw on track in the warm-up, but I really loved what I saw physically from Brady's Legacy today, second time out, and thinking that that experience should hold strong in this race with some first-time starters who are still figuring everything out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8-5 favorite. Dylan Davis aboard, this son of Keen Ice, who delivered, of course, one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a long time in this sport when he beat American Pharoah and the Travers back at Saratoga. So outside of this horse, Brady's Legacy took a lot of money early on. He was 10-1 morning line. He did not do much running in his debut, but he took money first time out for Jeremiah Engelhard, and that's usually a key to look at, and he's continued to take some money. He's 9-2.
Yeah, look, I love horses that took money at Saratoga, had excuses, and then come back down here at Belmont. You know, I see what you're saying on Brady's Legacy didn't do much running, and Brady's Legacy didn't do much running, but Brady's Legacy had some excuses, broke slowly, then was really aggressive. It was a first-time starter. I think Brady's Legacy can and should run better here, and is obviously a much more attractive price than Hoo That's Me. Hoo. Do you pronounce those differently? Hoo.
We'll find out if John Imbrial does. That's the real question. It's on him. I'm glad I don't have that job. And to your point, though, too, I don't even mind if they don't show any running. That first race, many times it's just a mulligan.
Yeah, and a lot of times when they break slowly like that, the riders just wrap up on him and just take care of the horse. Why confuse them and run around there and be aggressive with them? Just let them run around there. They'll figure it out, come back the next time and try to get it sorted out.
4 moves in. Javier Castellano for Tom Morley. But it's the 6, the favorite at 6-5. Hoo. That's me. I think that's the correct pronunciation. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call, race 9 from Belmont.
But when the back moves in, final one moving up, number 10, Eddie the Great. And they're all in. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for number 7, Brady's Legacy, and he's at the back. Unique Unions down on the inside, and Hot Rod Rumble on the outside, and the two of them are heads apart for the early lead, with Devious Banker next and racing in third. Iron Lion in Zion is in fourth. And then Hoo That's Me runs in fifth, about 4 lengths from the front. Pursuit of Justice down at the rail, followed by Bo in the back. After the slow start, Brady's Legacy is moving up, and Eddie the Great is the trailer in ninth. Up front, it's Hot Rod Rumble down at the rail. In between horses is Devious Banker, and on the outside is Iron Lion in Zion. So it's 3 of them across through a quarter in 22-3. Hoo That's Me is gaining ground, but will be forced very wide as the field comes into the stretch. The half mile in 46 seconds. It's Hot Rod Rumble. Here comes Hoo That's Me up to challenge on the outside. Hot Rod Rumble and Hoo That's Me has taken over with a 16th to the finish.
Hoo, that's me. On to victory here, and it's a double for Dylan Davis. Hot Rod Rumble was second. Devious Banker finished third.
So as Johnny Imbriel tells you, D Squared doubles up today, and Gold Square, these connections. They had an impressive 2-year-old. He got DQ'd back at Churchill. That was Cyberknife for Brad Cox. But Gunrunner that looked pretty good. Now they have a New York bred that looks pretty good here as well.
Oh, I love some of the angles we show on this show. What you saw there, what Dylan did on the turn, is he made a decision. He was 4 wide, 5 wide going into the turn, and he took back, he tucked in, and got into like the 2 path through the turn. Obviously, if you lose ground on the turn, it actually matters. It doesn't matter how wide you are on the straights, and saved a ton of ground. And he didn't win by a ton. It had to make a little bit of a difference.
Hoo, that's me. Third time the charm. Son of Keen Ice for Jorge Abreu. Meanwhile, back at Parks, Ricardo Santana Jr., used to this feeling with Steve Asmussen winning a Grade 1. It happened a lot at Saratoga. Now they do it at Parks with Clairiere. We'll be back with the Penn Derby next.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. More stakes action coming up on the program. Out at Churchill Downs, we have the Harrods Creek next. 7/8 of a mile, $275,000 purse. And I felt one of the more wide open races of this late sequence in the afternoon. Here's Dreamer's Disease, who I know you like.
Yeah, put some blinkers on. It's a horse that had some nice dirt races, basically was a dirt horse, and then showed some talent on the turf as well. The rail's the only thing I'm not crazy about.
Ram, son of American Pharaoh for the coach, Dwayne Lucas.
Dwayne Lucas saw an interview say that he named this horse Ram because he wanted some advertisements around Churchill. He thought he'd get a new truck.
Now, did it work out?
No, I don't think the horse was good enough to do that.
Bob's Edge, Larry Jones trains, goes turf to dirt.
This horse ran a race 2 back at Churchill. If he runs that race again, he'll be tough to beat.
He's my honey badger, 13-1. I thought this horse absolutely had a chance for Brad Cox.
Absolutely. The only issue is the last time was odds on. The pace figures weren't particularly fast. You want to downgrade that performance just a little bit.
This horse is talented, but he's been doing it at lesser tracks. Louisiana Downs, Evangeline Downs. Can he do it here?
Lesser tracks, but his speed figures are very fast.
10-1 on Shadow Matter, Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, this horse didn't run particularly well at Colonial, but his Churchill race 2 back is competitive with these.
It's not a grade 1. I don't know if I like this horse's chances. Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, Steve, can he even win a race if it's not a grade 1?
6-1 on Irish Unity, who, by the way, was the morning line, I believe, the morning line favorite. Wolfie's Dynaghost showed a ton of talent from the very get-go, and he's back on dirt today.
Wolfie's Dynaghost, named after you, of course. Just kidding. A half to Sadler's Joy, and a half to my nemesis, Hail 2, who beat Kinchin up at Saratoga.
I can't wait to see him back. Flags up, Jimmy Baker, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, this horse is going to have to get a little bit faster on speed figures.
And Everett Song, bit of an outside look. He's won back-to-back starts at Pimlico.
He has. The figure's just a little bit light, but I do like the outside draw.
4 minutes a post in this Harrods Creek. Who's our market mover?
The market mover is going to be the 3, Bob's Edge. And like I said, 2 races back. Extremely impressive performance. And if this horse can run back to that, it's going to be very, very hard to beat. If you want to beat the market mover or anyone else in this race, go to twinspires.com.
Are you worried about the 7 furlongs for him at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. He's drawn towards the inside. He's going to have to probably be used a little bit from the inside. I don't know. Competitive Edge was good. It extended kind of one-turn races. He won the Pat Day Mile, if I'm not mistaken, at Churchill. I'm not overly concerned. I'm more concerned with the draw.
This horse right here, and we mentioned where he's won, Louisiana Downs, Evangeline. He's won at other tracks as well, but he comes in off back-to-back wins at 7/8 of a distance, so we know for him, well, at least against who he was facing then, could be a different story here, can handle the 7/8.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of what speed figures do for us. You know, back in the day, prior to Andy Beyer kind of revolutionizing speed figures, you would look at a horse like Emerald Forest and wonder, just based off final time, how does this horse compare to horses that have been running elsewhere? And it was hard to make those decisions, but because of speed figures, you know that those performances were fast and that this horse is fast. And now will be challenged probably earlier in the races and at different stages of the races than was being challenged down in Louisiana, but definitely fits in here.
4-1. Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen's runner, who was the 3-1 morning line favorite, double that now. So a little cold on the board. That's Irish Unity to the 7. With more, let's go to Gary.
Yeah, guys, that's not a good sign when an Asmussen is jumping up in price at this point in the game. But if anybody was listening to you guys, he can't win anything but grade 1s. Well, I think he can. I like Irish Unity shortening back up to 1 turn today, 7/8, coming off of the couple of route races. One of his best figures was going 6 furlongs. He's getting in between. He's getting the tweener right now, going 7/8 of a mile, the 1 turn long run down the backstretch, and it looks great out there from what I'm seeing on my little monitor right now on the racetrack. He's having a great day. I thought he was set up for a great day. Steve Asmussen and the whole crew. Brian Hernandez riding lights out right now. And also, let's talk a little bit about the 12-1 shot, 10-horse Everett Song right now. Dale Bennett, he's only hitting at 27% right now. And as we saw in Saratoga, we saw a lot of horses coming in from Maryland that were running extremely well. So if I was going to do anything here, I'd probably put a couple bucks on Everett Song to round out at least in the trifecta here at a good price at 12-1, guys.
Yeah, he's interesting outside. Again, those back-to-back wins at Pimlico, those were both at 6 furlongs. We'll see if he can get the 7. Pablo Morales will be aboard. And Gary mentioned the win percentage for Dale Bennett. That's on the year at all racetracks, winning at 27%. But favoritism, Wolfie's Dynaghost. The 8, it's 7-2 right now, but a wide-open betting race.
Yeah, the tricky part about that is that dirt number that Wolfie's Dynaghost earned back in July was on a racetrack with some moisture in it. And I think a lot of times when horses kind of jump up and earn those really big numbers on a sloppy or muddy racetrack and then don't match them in some capacity, you start to wonder if maybe the surface moved them up. And the race and the figures are also hard to make on those days.
Well, he didn't have an opportunity to match it, though, did he?
Fair. No, but he didn't prior to that either. I mean, I guess his debut was pretty quick. And it's just a tricky horse, too. It's like, do you want to take 4-1 on a horse who has an unbelievable turf pedigree and who has some pretty good races on dirt.
He was an unknown in his debut. He actually stepped up at 33-1. He beat a horse named Weyburn, who would wind up becoming a winner along the Triple Crown Trail, winning the Gotham. And he ran second at the Pegasus behind Mandaloon, fourth in the Jim Dandy's. Turned out to be a very good horse. We're going to see him in the Penn Derby coming up next. But that certainly flattered his form in that maiden win at the end of the year last year back in November.
And look, another horse, the 7, Irish Unity I wanted to talk about. I was obviously kidding when I said this horse can't, Steve Asmussen can't win anything but Grade 1 races, and obviously him being the winningest trainer in North American history is evidence of that. But this horse has some numbers as well. The race at Lone Star, 3 races back, was obviously impressive, and then this race was impressive as well. This is a horse who showed some early speed in that race and got a nice figure there. I like the draw for this horse. Steve Asmussen horses continue to typically improve. But more importantly, the race 3 back at Lone Star. How do you not root for anything from the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Spoken like a true Austinite. I look at those Lone Star races, and I think a lot of people do too, and that's why it's probably a little cold on the board. And they downgrade them a bit, maybe because of the wins at Lone Star. No offense to you and your state.
It's the first racetrack I ever went to. First Breeders' Cup I ever went to.
Was it really?
Star. Yeah. I get that, but like we talked about a couple times already on the show, that's what speed figures do. It's an equalizer, and the speed figures make this horse competitive.
For you, he stacked up.
He's competitive, yeah. And also, the winningest trainer in North American history has lots of different circuits and racetracks he can run horses at. He does not have to run. It's like he's like, we got to run Irish Unity here because where else are we going to run him? He made the decision to run this horse here, and that to me is a sign that he believes this horse has the talent to compete with these.
Now, we'll see. Not usually from this barn when they're live and they're a morning line favorite, they take attention on the board, and this one is definitely a little cool on the board. But it's a tough race. I mean, your favorite's 7-2, right? So this is wide open. It is actually now Emerald Forest at 5 coming in from Evangeline Downs, who is the top choice on the board. He's won 4 of his last 5. They tried this horse beginning on the grass. He didn't get an opportunity really, even though a race was taken off the turf in a slop, to get on the dirt until the 6th start of his career. And ever since they've shifted him, he has really been on a roll.
Pretty shocking too, right? This horse, if you look a little bit further back in the past performances, this is a horse that Joe Sharp ran for $15,000 down at Fairgrounds.
That was a bad decision.
And was claimed that day, and now is vying for favoritism in a stakes race. And no offense to Joe, I guarantee you Joe Sharp's done that a lot more to people than it's been done to him. But nonetheless,
those ones that you let get away probably stick in your mind a lot more, don't they? We'll see how he fares here as the favorite. Best group by far he has ever faced. Travis Stone with a call. The Harrods Creek from Churchill Downs.
Up an Everett song. They're in the gate. And they're off. Wolfie's Donna Ghost with a good beginning. Irish Unity showing speed as well as they race up the chute in the Harrods Creek. And it will be Irish Unity coming with the lead. Here's Dreamer's Disease now, firing through toward the inside, and that one takes over. Emerald Forest comes away second. Irish Unity broke near the top, but is back into third. Wolfie's Donna Ghost is fourth. Bob's Edge on the move from fifth. Shadow Matter sixth. Flags up Everett Song. He's My Honey Badger at the back, and 3 lengths from there to the trailing Ram, who's 12 lengths off the lead. A swift opening fraction in 21 and 4. 4 furlongs to go. Dreamer's Disease heads for the far turn in control. Emerald Forest is tracking intently from second. Wolfie's Dynaghost is hovering 3 wide while third. Irish Unity's under pressure toward the inside. Bob's Edge has made some progress now, up into fourth within 4 lengths of the lead. Farther back, it's Everett Song finding his best stride now. He's My Honey Badger's mustering up a bit from the back of the pack, and Shadow Matter down toward the inside. Off the turn, Dreamer's Disease, tenuous lead. Here comes Emerald Forest looking for the lead. Wolfie's Dynaghost is there. Bob's Edge, Everett Song's coming. He's My Honey Badger down the center of the track, wide open for long to go. And it's Emerald Forest in front. Everett Song surges up alongside. Everett Song takes over the lead short of the wire. He's My Honey Badger runs up into second, but it is Everett Song, an upset winner. He's My Honey Badger was second, as tight for third among Bob's Edge, Ram, and Emerald Forest.
Everett Song, little erratic here in this stretch. This is 3 in a row for the son of Liam's map.
Yeah, that was a scramble to finish right there, and good mention by you, good call by Gary as well on this horse. From a speed figure standpoint, was just a little bit light. But look, I mean, he won kind of going away at the end on his wrong lead, just switched right over, back over there. Good performance.
10-4, maybe the 2. It was close for third. But Everett Song, back-to-back wins at Pimlico, and now tries 7 furlongs for the first time, and this was impressive. Dale Bennett, Pablo Morales, SAB stable, and a horse who's now 3 for 4 in his career. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, the $1 million Pennsylvania Derby. Hot Rod Charlie, runner-up to Essential Quality in the Belmont Stakes, the heavy favorite, when we come back.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley. Just imagine. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. With 500 yearlings cataloged from a variety of state-bred programs, Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings is the #1 ranked major yearling sale in North America by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with 70 stakes wins or placings in 2021. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Monday and Tuesday, October 4th and 5th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, SNY, and regional networks out in Southern California. When we get set for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby coming up, back in the Cotillion, Grade 1 as well. It was Clairiere getting the first Grade 1 of her career.
Yeah, and look, she was impressive. The pace was not particularly quick. Always Karina and Obligatory were close enough to that pace, and you see they're still sticking around here. And right about here, when the spotlight comes on, you realize that Clairiere was going to be the winner of this race. It was just a matter of how far.
Heading into that turn about 4 wide, and did not matter. She was impressive. Cutting back in distance from that 1.25 mile Alabama. Much the best here. And Ricardo Santana Jr. riding her with ultimate confidence. Grade 1 win. Steve Asmussen, Stone Street, and Santana. Let's go to Liza Hendricks.
Here with Steve Asmussen. Steve, 2 impressive winners on the card already today with Jackie's Warrior and Clairiere. Will we see both of them at Breeders' Cup if they come out of the races okay?
Well, obviously, you know, we're just very blessed to have horses of this talent. You know, great card here today at Parks, and love how Jackie's Warrior and Clairiere ran, and obviously the Breeders' Cup is the year-end target for them.
And you have Midnight Bourbon coming up in the next race. How do you see that race shaping up?
Well, obviously, walking out of the winner's circle a couple races in a row makes you feel like you can't wait to get to it. He's another wonderful horse, and expect a huge run from him today.
Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Liza, thank you. Winningest trainer in the history of this sport in North America, Steve Asmussen, and that man right there, his main man, Ricardo Santana Jr., delivered a lot of them of late, especially the grade ones. Clairiere has indeed punched that ticket to the Breeders' Cup with this victory here, $7.20 for the win. Obligatory Army Wife runs second and third, but Clairiere, very impressive.
She was impressive. Obligatory ran well, too. I thought both of those horses ran well. Obviously, Clairiere ran better. And I think Clairiere is going to be better going longer. I think that mile and an eighth, it could even actually be an equalizer between her and Malathaat.
Well, more work, as you heard, for Steve Asmussen with Midnight Bourbon coming up. Ran a very good race in defeat to the likely 3-year-old of the year, Essential Quality, in that Travers. How did you view that race from Midnight Bourbon when they set him to the front? It did get away with somewhat slow fractions in there, but just missed by a neck.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at base handicapping principles, Midnight Bourbon got everything his way. You got out there, you got comfortable, the pace wasn't particularly quick, and so I think, and a lot of times you would kind of discount or at least downgrade a horse for that performance. But Midnight Bourbon, he's got some ability. He's drawn in the perfect place on this racetrack towards the outside. He does have some tactical speed that will keep him in the race, and he gets Ricardo Santana, who's riding in an extremely confident way today.
The horse who just left our screen, though, I mean, that is the horse to beat by a mile in here. Hot Rod Charlie, his Belmont in defeat. He actually gained in stature from that performance. It was brilliant, the performance he put up. Again, coming up short to Essential Quality as well. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Here's a look at Folsom for Brad Cox and a homebred for Jedmont.
Yeah, this was his performance in the Matt Win was impressive. He's just not running quite fast enough to beat some of the top horses in here.
The Speaker's Corner, the up-and-comer for Godolphin, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He's won back-to-back starts.
Yeah, first graded stake, first 2 turns. Not a great post on the inside, but he is extremely talented.
Talked about Weyburn earlier in the program, winner of the Grade 3 Gotham earlier this year. He missed by a neck in the Pegasus to Mandaloon.
Yeah, he's got Paco Lopez. He's got some tactical speed. Paco will likely have this horse on the front end, or he'll sure try.
I Am Redeemed, local horse who's won back-to-back starts here.
He is. I mean, I'm sure he could be a punchline for many at 18-1, but his last 2 races were pretty good.
They were. Bourbonic for Todd Pletcher, third in the West Virginia Derby.
It's always good to see Kendrick back after the injury. I'd imagine this horse will get taken back and make one run.
Here's Hot Rod Charlie.
Like you mentioned, his race in the Belmont in defeat was so impressive. Reminds me a little bit of Life is Good's defeat in the Allen Jerkins, how good that was.
Good point. Here's Midnight Bourbon for Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Ricardo had to go to the lead last time if he wanted to try to beat Essential Quality. I don't think he'll have to do that this time.
And here's Todd Pletcher's other runner. This horse ran so big in the Albany at Saratoga. Got a 98 Beyer speed figure. This horse is emerging as a very talented 3-year-old.
Yeah, he ran well. He was odds on that day. He was supposed to win. I love the draw for this horse. And a little shout out for the New York bred.
And for Todd Pletcher to give him a spot in this race tells you what he thinks of him. We'll see if he's up to the task. This is, without, with the exception really of Essential Quality, a couple others, the best 3-year-olds in this sport right now lining up here. Let's go to Gary for more.
Yeah, guys, so I talked earlier, Speaker's Corner, and now we'll talk about another Hall of Famer with America's Revolution and Todd Pletcher. New York bred, but ran off the TV screen in the Albany. He looks to be improving. I think he could be a big upset here, and it, in my mind, wouldn't be that big of upset other than the price right now at 8-1. I don't think he should be 8-1. I think they're overbetting Hot Rod Charlie a little bit. Hot Rod Charlie, he's shipped a lot. And we talk about the Triple Crown hangover and this and that. This horse he's had a tough year, and he just keeps doing it. And there's nobody better keeping horses rolling than Doug O'Neill. He's great at doing it, picking his spots. He keeps his horses well. But I think this is a wide open race, guys.
Indeed. We'll see if that, indeed, all that traveling and the tests he's been thrown time after time, Hot Rod Charlie takes its toll on this horse who, look, should be a Grade 1 winner. He deserved to be taken down in that Haskell with the interference he caused on Midnight Bourbon, but did cross the wire first in that race. This will be his first Grade 1. This is that exceptional Belmont, though, when he was part of a hot pace early. He was challenged as part of that hot pace and still had enough in the tank to duel with Essential Quality in the stretch.
Look, this race was so good. The pace was so fast. He was going 1.5 miles, and that big gray horse on the outside is Essential Quality, who's going to end up being the 3-year-old champion. That's who he hooked up with at the top of the stretch. After setting those fractions, an unbelievable performance. Now, I think that probably is why he is being bet the way that he is. I don't think that he necessarily has to win this race, but he sure can. He's got the right style. He's drawn outside. Flavien doesn't have to go to the front in this situation. I think he'll be able to sit off of Wayburn in this spot and get into that nice part of the racetrack.
He's trained by the man standing by with Liza Hendricks.
Congrats on your success.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, here with Doug O'Neill. Doug, Hot Rod Charlie ships in from California. How's he settled in?
He's done great. Johnny gets on him every day, and Eddie, his groom, and have done a wonderful job. He's been here about a week, and he's been training over the track. Seems like he's settled in. I love the way he handled the paddock. So win, lose, or dead heat, I feel good going into it.
Well, it's, some of the owners are your nephew, Patrick, and his group of fraternity brothers. What's it like training for a young group of new owners?
It's awesome. It's such a great sport, and, for so many of us who have chosen to work alongside horses for a living, it's just how it doesn't get any better, right? We're so blessed, and to have these Ivy League educated kids who are book smart, but they can also see, what goes on in the barn area. They fell in love with it, and it's just great having young, smart kids in the game.
Awesome to see new blood in the industry, and good luck here.
You too. Thank you.
Greg?
Liza, thank you. Doug O'Neill, 2-time Kentucky Derby winner. This horse looked. He has designs on the Breeders' Cup Classic. He is an elite 3-year-old, probably only Essential Quality ahead of him. As you mentioned, that's going to be the 3-year-old horse of the year. This horse has been right there, though.
Yeah, and look, the thing about Hot Rod Charlie is to speak, about this race is, let's remember, he was pointing towards the Pacific Classic, a Grade 1 1.25 for older horses at his home racetrack in Del Mar. And at that point, they pivoted to this race. So it's not like, this is the target. And I think a lot of times with these young horses, knowing that there is a plan and a target, I think is comforting. And I like where he's drawn. I like the fact that he doesn't have to go to the front like he did in the Belmont. I think he can sit off of horses. He's in the perfect spot. If you watch all these dirt races that have been run at Parks, just close your eyes and look back through them. Except for Jackie's Warrior, all the winners have been coming down kind of the middle of the track. I think that's where Hot Rod Charlie will end up, sitting right off of Wayburn in a perfect spot, being able to try to, to sit off and just go when he's ready to go. I think he'll be hard to beat in here.
If he runs any of his last even 3 races, his Derby, Belmont, or Haskell, does he win this race?
Yes. And if he wants to, he can throw in the Louisiana Derby and he'll win that one too. But, he's got to run. He's got to get a trip. I think the circumstances are different from the greenness, if you want to call it that he showed in the stretch of the Haskell. I don't think that we'll have that issue here today at Parks. But nonetheless, it's, they don't run these races on paper, unfortunately. That'd be really good if they ran them on paper.
We'd do so much better as handicappers, wouldn't we? Wayburn moves in there, the gate open to try and coax him in. He is in line, the Gotham winner for Jimmy Jerkins. But it's Hot Rod Charlie, the 7-horse, the odds-on favorite in the $1 million Pennsylvania Derby. Rematch here with Midnight Bourbon. That cutting over had Midnight Bourbon fall in the race. He came out of it fine. He came out of it and get second, beat a neck to Essential Quality in the Travers. Midnight Bourbon, the 8-horse. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call from Parks.
American Revolution. All in line. All set for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. they're off. Speaker's Corner has early speed. Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, American Revolution. They line up on the front end as they get set to pass the wire for the first time. Hot Rod Charlie has put a neck in front. Midnight Bourbon is going to track right off of the favorite. Then comes American Revolution. Speaker's Corner to the inside. Weyburn is in the yellow cap, is tucked in between rivals, is now challenging for fourth. I Am Redeemed is off the pace with Folsom second to last, and the trailer late running Bourbonic as they move to the backstretch here in the Pennsylvania Derby. It's Hot Rod Charlie who's got the front, is up by a half length. Midnight Bourbon right there in second. Here comes a move from Weyburn, is in between runners, passes American Revolution who's out in the center of the racetrack there in fourth. Speaker's Corner is losing some ground. I Am Redeemed, Folsom, and Bourbonic has 12 to make up. Hot Rod Charlie took him through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. A half mile time of 47 seconds flat, has less than a half mile to go. It's Hot Rod Charlie into the far turn. Midnight Bourbon has been right there the entire journey in second. Weyburn is now asked the question, American Revolution. Folsom is starting to launch a rally, is still 6 off the lead. They're approaching the quarter-mile pole. Grade 1 glory awaits, and it looks like it's going to be Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon to decide it. Drifting a touch was Hot Rod Charlie. Midnight Bourbon comes right after this rival. American Revolution making up late ground from third. An eighth to go. Hot Rod Charlie, Midnight Bourbon, American Revolution, a 16th to go. Hot Rod Charlie is opening up. Hot Rod Charlie will win the Pennsylvania Derby and create a Grade 1 victory.
Hot Rod Charlie, indeed, the first Grade 1 win of his career. He got to the front under Flavien Prat, and around the turn, floating Midnight Bourbon just a touch in here, but setting up a big rematch with Essential Quality in November.
Somewhere Angel Cordero's watching, saying that was just race riding. Look, he was impressive today. He took the lead. I thought Weyburn was going to go to the front with Paco Lopez, who's been known to prefer to be on the lead rather than being president of the United States. He didn't even go. And so Flavien just said, forget it. I'll go to the front. I got the best horse, and he did. I thought it was interesting to note, I don't know what this means, but just a side note, Hot Rod Charlie switched leads like 3 times in the stretch. He just kept kind of, I don't know if he was just being goofy and he was out in the front end, but he kind of switched back and forth a few times. But he had Midnight Bourbon measured all the way around there, wasn't going to let him pass him. Hot Rod Charlie, we'll see what the speed figure comes back, but I like the way he did it. I don't see him making the lead in the Breeders' Cup Classic because Knicks Go will be in there. But maybe he'll actually like that better to be able to sit off a horse.
4 to 5. There is an inquiry sign that has been posted. 7, 8, 10. American Revolution winding up third in there. So that sign up, Stewart's taking a look at what happened coming out of the stretch, or out of the turn, I should say, into the stretch with Hot Rod Charlie and Midnight Bourbon.
Yeah, and look, when you see it again, he did come out, and you can tell, if you look at Flavien's left hand and the left rein, you could tell he's trying to correct Hot Rod Charlie to bring him back in. So that's evidence that he was getting out a little bit there. But, you know, obviously they'll take a look at it.
How devastating would that be? Back-to-back Grade 1s getting DQ'd for Hot Rod Charlie.
That might be a first.
We're back at Belmont. Grade 3 Athenia, our feature on the Saturday program. Mile and an eighth on the inner turf. That was Lake Lucerne.
Yeah, Lake Lucerne exits that race that In a Hurry won earlier. She got the win in that spot.
Miss Tehran, 7-2 for Chad Brown.
A talented horse. It just is kind of spotty in her performances.
Grand Motion sends out Made in Italy.
Needs to get a little bit faster. The speed figures don't match up.
Huge favorite. Pocket Square for Chad Brown. Comes off a big win at Saratoga.
Yeah, she ran big that day. She got everything her own way, but she was also, don't forget, the favorite in the Just a Game.
Grade 1, yeah. Stand for the flag. Rob Atras, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, going to get on the turf for the first time. She better absolutely love it if she wants to beat this field.
So 2 to 5 on Pocket Square, but you have your stablemate in here, Miss Tehran. She has ability in this race, and she's 7-2 right now.
Depending on what speed figures you look at, Pocket Square's last 4 races are all faster than anything any here has ever run.
Another look at that trouble. Hot Rod Charlie coming out of the turn on the Midnight Bourbon. As the stewards continue to take a look there, right-hand side of your screen, floating that horse even wider probably than he needed to go. We'll wait and see the decision. Meanwhile, let's check in with Acacia for more in the Athenia.
Well, as we know, there's not much pacing here, and Pocket Square was not this sharp last time. She is super fresh. As you saw, Irad Ortiz did not link her up with the pony in the post braid, and he got her to come back to him pretty well in the warm-up. But last time before that allowance race, I spoke to Chad Brown before the race, and he said she always pulls in her workouts in the morning, and he gave Irad the option to put her on the lead and put her on the front end if she broke that sharply. I cannot see a situation where we won't see Pocket Square on the lead today unless Stand for the Flag is super aggressive from the outside. She, I think, will tactically have the advantage in here. She looks terrific. She has just been really, really sharp, and I hope she hasn't done too much, as they did have to wait a little bit longer in the paddock today, Greg.
All right, so 2-5, and likely could be in front here with Irad Ortiz Jr. There she is. The Juddmonte homebred for Chad Brown. As you mentioned, favored in a Grade 1 as they continue to look at this objection back at Parks on the right-hand side of your screen.
I can assure you that Hot Rod Charlie will not receive a holiday greeting from Midnight Bourbon. I think Midnight Bourbon's had enough of that guy.
As you look at that, what would your decision be?
Floating is different than, I mean, look, floating.
We'll get back to it. Grade 3 Athenia. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
In the gate. And they're off in the Athenia Stakes, with Stand for the Flag breaking well on the outside and Lake Lucerne down at the rail. And then comes Made in Italy next in third. Miss Teheran is down at the rail in fourth, and alongside is Pocket Square as the 5 of them go around the clubhouse turn. And it is Stand for the Flag, the long shot, who goes on with it here to take over. Stand for the Flag by 2 lengths. Lake Lucerne runs in second. And then it is Made in Italy next in third, 2.5 lengths from the lead. Pocket Square, the big favorite, in the clear on the outside, and fourth, Miss Teheran is the trailer. And now they're moving up the backstretch through a quarter and 25 and 1. Stand for the Flag by a length. Lake Lucerne remains in second, with Made in Italy next in third. Pocket Square on the outside and fourth, a little more than 3 lengths from the front. And the trailer is Miss Teheran. Opening half mile in 51 and 2/5 seconds over the good inner turf. Stand for the Flag, 3/4 of a length. Lake Lucerne on the outside is in second. And then Made in Italy, Pocket Square, and Miss Teheran, so positions unchanged as they go into the far turn. Stand for the Flag by 3/4 of a length. Lake Lucerne on the outside is second by 1.5 lengths. And now Pocket Square begins to pick it up on the outside of Made in Italy. Miss Teheran is the trailer. Pocket Square now makes her move and is going up to challenge for the lead. Here comes Pocket Square on the outside to challenge Lake Lucerne for the lead. Miss Teheran has now moved into third. A furlong to the finish. Here is Pocket Square now to take over the lead here in the stretch. It is Pocket Square in front. Miss Teheran moves to second. This is a milestone victory for trainer Chad Brown. 100 graded stakes at Belmont Park.
What a number that is for the man who just keeps shattering records. Chad Brown, 100 graded stakes victories alone at Belmont. That's incredible. Pocket Square, much the best. And by the way, as you see on the right-hand side of your screen, no change. It is official. And connections to Hot Rod Charlie can breathe a sigh of relief. It does not happen to them again.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, look, he was best. It was, in my opinion, he was floated. He was floating Midnight Bourbon out. And the other thing I think to keep in mind when you look at these is that angle that they were working with, it wasn't a conclusive angle. It's hard to make those decisions.
All right, we'll get back to it in a minute. Meanwhile, Pocket Square with the victory at 2-5, 4-2, 1-3. So Hot Rod Charlie with the win. And could you have seen this going either way, though, or no?
No, I would have been shocked a little bit just because the horse was much the best. And like I said, he was floating him out. I think the ones that, the really ones that are easy is when they straighten up for home and there's bumping or there's cutting off. I think that on the turn, it's a little bit trickier. And I think Gary could probably comment on that more about when that happens, floating off the turn.
Yeah, Gary, your thoughts on what happened here coming into the stretch?
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree with Jonathan. What happened, guys, is, you know, Jonathan, you talked about how many times he switched leads. This is a very, very gifted athlete. When he gets in front, he gets a little bit lost, swaps leads, but he swapped into his right lead before he came off of the turn. The centrifugal force sends a horse out when they're trying to corner and they go in to that right lead. And he swapped into his right lead. He looked at something, pricked his ears up at something coming off of the turn, and he did interfere. I think the best horse won, and I'm sorry that the Strauss brothers and all the connections had to go through this wait again for an inquiry in $1 million race. But this is truly a terrific athlete right here, and you'll see he swapped into his right lead, then back to his left lead, then he goes back to his right again, and then back to his left. He's winning for fun. He's playing with his partners right now, and I can't wait to see a matchup with Essential Quality and the rest of the crew in the Breeders' Cup Classic, guys.
That's going to be fun to watch. I mean, this horse is so talented. It's hard to believe this was just the third win of his career. He was right behind Essential Quality. He's a 2-year-old in the juvenile. He was right behind him in the Belmont Stakes. Going to get another chance at him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's going to have an older horse, though, who's stablemate to deal with, too.
He's going to be a buzz horse. He's going to be an absolute buzz horse. Hot Rod Charlie is going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. People are going to see that Belmont, and they're going to say, look, he might have ran the best race from the Belmont, the way that it all unfolded.
Doug O'Neill, Hot Rod Charlie. Oxbow 3-year-old gets his first grade 1. We'll be back.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on a tremendous Saturday of action. Back at Belmont, Grade 3 Athenia. Pocket Square at odds on for Chad Brown. Let's go to Acacia.
And 100 graded stakes wins at Belmont Park. You got a nice sign and everything, Chad. Oh, congratulations. This, I know, New York, your home base. How does that feel? And with a nice performance from Pocket Square today.
No, it was terrific to win with this nice filly that Judd Montt had had sent me, of course, a great client of my mentor, Bobby Frankel, so it means a lot. And right here at NYRA, I mean, they've been so good to our stable and such a great facility to train at through the years and grow my business with my team. I'm so appreciative of everything they've done for us.
She was sharp today, too.
She really was, and as we commented when she was walking out of the paddock, she was really on her toes. That's her. Ired's gotten to know her really well, and her last 2 wins here, he's come to the paddock with a real plan that I didn't even necessarily agree with. I wanted her to be a little bit more forward in both races, and he said, no, I have a good feel for this filly now, and this is what we should do, and he was right. They've gotten along well.
They certainly did. Chad, congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
Keisha, thanks. Just incredible numbers that Chad Brown is racking up in his career with still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool, right? We saw him in his 2000 victory this summer. Quick 100 at Belmont. And like you said, still relatively young and has the talent, I think, and the horses and the support from his owners to win a lot of races.
Good for Pocket Square to get back in the winner's circle and graded stakes competition as well. As you mentioned, a lot of talent, a lot of ability, a lot expected of her. Favored in Grade 1, but Charlie Appleby's duo able to get the better of her that day, and a nice win here as the odds-on favorite. Back at Churchill, their nightcap made special weight 6 furlongs, apparently a buzz horse from the Steve Asmussen barn. Chasing Time, the 9.
Yeah, this horse is being bet. My racehorse, kind of that West Point effect. They have so many owners and partners, and it's awesome that they are participating and wagering on their horses. And I think Chasing Time probably a little bit over bet here. We'll call this the Not This Time stakes because Chasing Time by Not This Time. I like the 6 Howling Time, who's by Not This Time.
We got a gun runner, not for Steve Asmussen in this spot. The 3, I'm a Warlord. Asmussen also with a 2, Letty by Arrogate. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. Nightcap from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow beginning for Federal Hill. Good beginning for Back to Normal, who hits the ground running and quickly opens up. Chasing Time comes on to grab second. Osborne slicing through the pack, and Letty is there too. So down the backstretch they go. And it's Back to Normal in front. Letty comes off the rail. The challenge from second. Osborne racing third. Chasing Time fourth. Brondo fifth toward the rail. Howling Time is racing in 6. 8 lengths back to I'm a Warlord. Running along in 7th Federal Hill. And Yasuki at the back of the pack. An opening quarter mile in 21 seconds. Flat to fleet-footed. Back to Normal. Opens up by 2.5. Now by 2 as Letty gets closer from second. There's 3 furlongs to go. Osborne is coming on 3 wide third. Brondo fourth toward the rail. Howling Time with a wide trip so far. Chasing Time with 5 lengths to make up and a quarter mile to go. They're off the turn. Back to Normal, turning for home. In front by 2. Letty's full out. Osborne comes on through. Howling Time is there. Chasing Time switched way outside for the final furlong and down toward the rail. It's Brondo. Back to Normal has to fend off Howling Time. Here comes Howling Time surging late. Howling Time takes the lead now. Back to Normal gives way. Osborne up the rail, but Howling Time's won it. Howling Time from off the pace by a length and a half in the end. Osborne was second, is tight for third. Back to Normal or Chasing Time farther back from there. I'm a Warlord or Brondo.
Oh, it is a Not This Time who gets the win out of the damn Werewolf. Howling Time, well named. First time out for Dale Romans with the win, leaning in a bit in the stretch. We'll see if the stewards take a look.
Yeah, Not This Time was such a talented racehorse. Unfortunately, had some injuries that led to him going to his second career as a stallion a lot quicker than I would imagine Connections and Dale Romans wanted. But a talented racehorse who seems to be doing just as well as a stallion.
Joe Talamo aboard for the ride for the Albaugh family stables. And getting by this 4-horse Back to Normal, who had 2 races already in the afternoon of experience for Mike Maker. That horse shot to the front early on, able to put that one away convincingly. The horse that I believe Howling Time did lean in on a bit, that 5, winds up getting second.
Yeah, the 5, Osborne. Another one ran well for Julian Leparoux, Ron Moquette. First-time starter, a horse that you want to keep an eye on. down to the inside. I think young horses that can show some grit down on the inside are horses to keep an eye on.
Well, back at Parks, it's on to the Breeders' Cup Classic for Hot Rod Charlie. And this was the incident right here stewards were taking a look at. Did Hot Rod Charlie interfere with Midnight Bourbon? In the end, they say no change.
Yeah, look, I love what Gary said, and we're so fortunate to have Gary and Mig on the show to point out stuff that people like you and I can't see. I did not see Hot Rod Charlie change leads on the turn. It was really good. It's exactly what happened. Now that you watch it again, you can see that that's why he kind of got goofy there and ended up kind of coming out and bothering him. I think he was going to win the race no matter what. And like we talked about earlier, as a bettor, I want the best horse to win and the people that bet on the best horse to get paid for that. And if there's any issues, let's take care of it in the steward's room tomorrow.
4 to 5 returns $3.80, and going on to his next start now. It's going to be the big one, the championship in the Classic. How does he fit in?
Oh man, I'm starting to get excited about the race with Hot Rod Charlie, Knicks Go, Essential Quality, and whoever else decides that they want to show up. It's going to be a lot of fun. And from a pace standpoint, I think Hot Rod Charlie he's not going to be able to make the lead over Knicks Go, but he'll run at Knicks Go a lot sooner than maybe some of the other horses would have.
And he's proven he doesn't need to have the lead to win. Gary, your thoughts on Hot Rod Charlie and how talented he is?
I'm just going to point out one thing about the great racehorses that I rode, and I'll start with Beholder. She had sprint speed, guys. If Richard Mandella would have decided that he wanted to make a sprinter out of her, which everybody thought she was when she was a 2-year-old. Remember, she won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And for the juveniles, when they had that back in the day on the dirt, she could run 7 and change if he would have cranked her up. Hot Rod Charlie has that kind of speed. And if Doug O'Neill wants to crank him up, I don't think he'll be in front of Knicks Go, but I think he'll be breathing down his shoulder. And Midnight Bourbon, let's not take anything away from him. He's built different. He's not as fast, speedy-wise, in my opinion, as Hot Rod Charlie. And when he bore out, when he swapped into his right lead, coming out of that turn and bore out into him, it takes a horse as big as Midnight Bourbon a couple strides to recover from it. His momentum was broke. The Santana, I've been in that spot before where you have to react to it and you swerve out off of hills. You're like, oh, man, what's going on? And it takes you 3 or 4 strides to get them back into their rhythm. So if what we're talking about if what I'm talking about happens to take place with all the speed I think is going to be in there, it could very well set it up for a horse like a Midnight Bourbon or especially Essential Quality, guys. He's going to be sitting in the catbird's seat. It's going to be fun to watch.
And, yeah, Essential Quality, in all his races, he does what he needs to do. We'll see if he's able to run with his stablemate, Knicks Go, who's just been so fast, so good. And when he gets out to the faster he goes, Brad Cox says he wants him to open up on a field because he's even just better and can maintain it.
Yeah, that's his speed, that's his weapon. And I just don't see a scenario in which anyone's in front of Knicks Go. And I honestly don't see a scenario in which anyone really wants to press him early. I get what Gary's saying, but I feel like Doug O'Neill is going to sit back and say, look, Flake, just break away from there and let's sit off of Knicks Go. I don't want to look that horse in the eyes because you know that his intent is going to be to go to the front and go as fast as he can. So I don't know why you'd want to get hooked with him. But I do think, to Gary's point, around the half-mile pole of the 3/8, Hot Rod Charlie will start to creep up and will make Knicks Go run earlier than he's ever had to run before. And it could set up very, very well for that gray next-door neighbor of his in Essential Quality.
Stablemate, we'll see. It's going to be a fun classic, no question, out on the West Coast this year at Del Mar. We got the nightcap coming up from Belmont when we come back. Race that was taken off the turf, 6-furlong sprint for New York bred maiden special weight. We'll set it up when we come back.
Consistently versatile with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the run-happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros, she'll win the Las Virgenes
Vertical Strat in this Fuel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Guinness. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up John.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back at America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, SNY, and regional networks out in Southern California. Finale coming up in Belmont here. Moved off the turf, so main track now, New York bred maiden special weight, 6 furlong distance, and it's You Should Be Dancing. Still favored right now, as is the main track only runner. They're both at 2-1 on the board. Live in 5. Let's go to Acacia for more.
I want to talk about one horse that was entered for the turf, but has a pedigree to suggest that she should handle the main track, and that's the number 5, Sinfully Sweet, for trainer Mark Casse. And she was one that showed speed on debut sprinting on grass, and her siblings kind of go either way. The best sibling was Grade 3 winner Journey Home, which is very good on the turf. But the damn Soul Search was actually multiple Grade 1 place. She was second in the Spinster, third in the Personal Ensign. She was a very good dirt horse, though going a bit longer. This one looks well suited to sprint. She's got those rounded out hindquarters. She's very strong second time out. Love to see those sprinters built up. And I know she was entered for the turf, so that's a big question for me, but I really don't mind her running on the main track. The number 11, You Should Be Dancing, who has been proficient as far as both surfaces, though probably a little bit better on the turf, and the War Dancers have been more proficient on the turf. But she also has some speed, and as she makes her first start for Rudy Rodriguez, she looks terrific today. Gorgeous, healthy coat. She's been really sharp. She is super, super fit. And sometimes turf versus dirt, it's almost kind of a battle of attrition. Those that are the most fit, have foundation, just tend to handle the dirt surface even a little bit stronger. She's wearing what is called an extension blinker, in that her right eye is fully covered to keep a horse that has a tendency to bear out. She's very, very sharp today, and that'll hopefully help her keep a straight and true course. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to our post parade coming up. And, you know, you look at this board for where the value might lie. You have a horse in the 8 at double-digit odds who probably has better dirt races than anybody in this field. But it's hard to get past those last couple. And one of them was in the mud, so maybe you can put a line through that. But the start before that, a little troubling. What do you think?
You mean the 10, right?
Vivazano?
Is that what you're talking about?
I was talking about the 8.
Oh, the 8. Cinderella's Cause.
Steppenhawk.
No, I have the 9 Steppenhawk. One of us is wrong.
Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry, the 9.
Which one it is? You made me nervous. I thought I was at Churchill past performances.
So even more value at 31-1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, yes, you can go ahead and forget about the mud race, and then the horse just never takes any money. I mean, this horse was over 100-1 twice, but there is that one race in the slot 3 back. But like we talked about earlier, when there's an outlier
hit the board on a fast track too against
a
race intended for dirt.
Saved a bunch of ground, got a nice trip that day. Oddly enough, that was the shortest price Steppenhawk had ever been, at 17-1. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm walking back to Manhattan if this horse doesn't.
Potential to hit the board.
Yes,
at a huge price.
absolutely has potential to hit the board. At 32-1, while they're betting horses that look like they're probably better and more suited for turf.
Here they come through the tunnel. And we're going to kick things off with the 5, who's going to have the rail with all the scratches near. Mark Cassidy. This horse showed speed on turf debut. This will be the dirt debut.
You know, to me, in off-the-turf races, speed is always dangerous. This horse took money on debut and has speed.
Cinderella's Cause, Benji Hernandez, rider change for Chet Summers.
Yeah, this horse has been on the turf last 2 times, hasn't run particularly well, and hasn't taken a lot of money.
Here is the big long shot I was talking about here. Heeman Harkey on Steppenhawk.
This is Wolfie's horse, Steppenhawk. When this one wins, we're all getting paid.
Vivazano, Bob Dunham now the trainer. Start number 10.
I thought this horse was sneaky. Had some dirt races that fit. Has some turf races as well. This is a horse that has some experience. It goes a long way.
You know who beat that horse? Steppenhawk. You should be dancing, Rudy Rodriguez.
This feels like a turf horse. Last 3 races on the turf, but the speed figures were fast. Sometimes those horses still win these races.
Main track only run of the 12 here at 7-5. Live in 5 for Rob Falcone.
I like this horse. This horse took money on debut, first out for Charlie Baker up at Saratoga. The money is sharp at Saratoga, and the fact this horse now switches on the dirt.
And that was a race that was intended for dirt. Madam Rose, 22-1 from the outside. Did show speed last start.
You know, you're watching a football game, and the guy goes, you know, Justin Tucker's made 17 field goals in a row, and then you know for sure he's going to miss it. This horse is 0 for 17, so I'm sure now he'll win.
Might be in front early. We'll see. Huge price. 4 minutes away from this nightcap on our Saturday card at Belmont. We'll be back right after this. Don't go away. You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Regional networks out in Southern California. We got the nightcap at Belmont coming up, our last order of business on this Saturday afternoon on what has just been a tremendous day of action. Jackie's Warrior, sensational. Clairiere, Hot Rod Charlie. Let's go downstairs to Acacia for more on this nightcap from Belmont.
One more from Belmont, Greg, and wanted to touch on the outside run of the main track only. The number 12 Live in 5 as Irad Ortiz picks up the mount here. This one claimed for Rob Falcone, a very sharp guy when it comes to picking up horses. And typically, as this is my first time seeing her in person, the offspring of Kyra Prince, especially the fillies, they do tend to be a lighter kind of feminine type of look. And there's just so much substance to this filly. She's a really robust type, and Irad took her away from the pony. She warmed up beautifully. I think she makes a ton of sense in here. I'm trying to get a little bit of a better price with the number 5, Sinfully Sweet, just liking what I saw from her and a bit of a pedigree play, but I really loved everything I saw from Live in 5 as she warmed up on track. Only concern I would have is that she looks like she wants to go a little bit further than this, as there's just so much of her, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. She's 4 to 5. She's looked tremendous warming up on the racetrack. And odds on she debuted in a race that was intended to be on dirt. Most of the other runners in this race have not been. They were expecting this one to be on the turf.
And look, she ran well that day as well, the 12 Live in 5. She took money first out for Charlie Baker. She broke a little bit slow. She had to kind of was in trouble, in behind a little bit there. I just expect her to run better here. I think she's going to run well. But I do think there's some value on the 10 Vivazano. It's a horse that you know, has the bad turf race last time, but has some sneaky dirt races. You know, a second, a maiden special weight going 9 furlongs in the slot. And then you look back to when she was a 3-year-old back in 2020. She got a couple races there that were okay. So I think she's interesting as well. But the horse to beat for sure, the 12.
Loading up for this finale on this Saturday card here in New York. There she is again, Live in 5, start number 2, claimed off that debut, off of Charlie Baker, now with Rob Falcone.
And I think Irad going for number 5 on the day, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 4. If it wasn't, it's 5. If it's 4 now, who knows? I think it's 5. Pretty sure.
Odds on. Thank you for that. There's Irad. You're fresh off the plane.
Hey, man, I missed you, Wolfie. I missed you.
Won the first on the card, trying to take the last on the card. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Vivazano, Madame Rose on the extreme outside, Sinfully Sweet down at the rail. So 3 of them heads apart for the early lead with Steppenhawk the Gray running in 4th, passed by Cinderella's Cause on the inside and passed on the outside by Live in 5. You Should Be Dancing is the early trailer here in 7th. Up front, Madame Rose, big long shot here, steps away to lead by almost 2 lengths. And then on the inside, it is Cinderella's Cause, and alongside is Sinfully Sweet. They are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Vivazano runs in 4th. Live in 5, gains ground on the outside now from 5th. Then Steppenhawk, and You Should Be Dancing. Up front, Madame Rose holding on to the lead here, with Cinderella's Cause getting closer now on the outside in 2nd. Live in 5 is 3rd, followed by the Gray. Steppenhawk down at the rail in 4th. And now they're past the 8th pole. Here comes Cinderella's Cause up on the outside to challenge Madame Rose for the lead. And Cinderella's Cause has taken over. Madame Rose is running in 2nd. It will be Cinderella's Cause at a price to wrap up the Saturday at Belmont.
Cinderella's Cause, Chad Summers, Benji Hernandez, 16 to 1 to close out this card. First time on dirt.
Yeah, you know, Wolfie, hopefully people were listening to us talk and you talked about the 8, and then hopefully they muted it.
Yes,
then
when
they
I
bet
corrected.
the 8, and they didn't hear that we were actually talking about the 9. Look, I mean, she ran well. There's nothing on paper that suggests she was going to do that. But it makes me feel like she appreciated the dirt today.
Wide trip early on for the favorite, Live in 5, but wasn't going to win this race anyway.
No, she was legitimately 3rd best in here.
8, 13 and 12 in the nightcap, 16-1. Cinderella's Cause, Benji Hernandez, 4-5 favorite, winds up third. What a Saturday it has been. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage from here at Belmont, Churchill Downs, and that big day out at Parks. Race that stood out to you the most, performance that stood out to you the most?
Look, I mean, Jackie's Warrior didn't do anything spectacular, but he as a racehorse stands out to me. But Hot Rod Charlie kind of getting back going in the way that he won today so impressively.
Getting his first Grade 1 of his career as well after being DQ'd out of a Grade 1 in the Haskell last time out. Had to survive another inquiry this time around, but able to get it finally on the resume. It's on to the Breeders' Cup. It's also on to the Breeders' Cup for Life is Good. What a performance. Easy time with older horses in the Kelso. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile likely next for him. Clairiere likely onto the distaff after a Grade 1 win in the Cotillion. Ricardo Santana Jr., Steve Asmussen teaming up, and Hot Rod Charlie, impressive. He is a talented 3-year-old. He's got a tough test next. We'll see it at 12:30 Eastern tomorrow on FS2.